bring this closer. Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Two, three. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. Let's make one more test. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay. Nice. I think Soul Fam, you're here. Okay. We're going to do our morning stuff. Yep, you're here. Yeah, much better. Much better. More energy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. How you doing this morning, bro? I'm sure you're doing great.
There's going to be quite a few things we talk about today when we go for our walk in a few minutes. Oh my God. Oh. We're gonna be talking about money in like the rules. It's funny how we were talking about that yesterday. Me and you were there. Me and Young Goat about school and stuff. And then Cody Sanchez, who I used to watch a lot of her stuff. She showed up on my feed. This other channel here is always delivering things at the right moment. The music playing in the background is Ninja Turtles fighting Super Shredder. I didn't put it very loud. Fuck. It's like -1 or 2 outside right now. So we're gonna be dealing with even more cold. But it's okay. I got this. Just make sure I bring tissue, because that's ultimately what's going to happen. My nose is going to be like potentially running. And then of course Dan Martell shows up on my stream. Yeah, this is the fight against Super Shredder.
That's an hour loop.
So my birthday 6 years ago. Oh, nice. That's very nice. That's awesome, man. Yeah, this is the newer game, the Shredder's Revenge, the one that came out like in 2022. Yeah, 2022. The same people who made this are making that Marvel game that's coming out on December 1st. Well, it's Storm and Wolverine and all that. I'm glad, honestly, that's good, man. It's good to have those fond memories. All right. So we know that this phone battery is starting to degrade a lot. In fact, it requires service now. It's at like 76% like battery health. So we won't be able to be outside as long as we could be. So what I'm gonna do is reduce screen brightness and yeah. I'll have to get a new battery soon. All right, I'm gonna wear my double gloves. Let's see what happens. Unfortunately, I want to test something actually before we go. Can these gloves still interact with the phone? No, they cannot. It's all based on sensory input. All right. I think I know what I'm going to do. So I'll wear this glove. So one hand will be with the glove. Okay, Google, turn off light. All right. Yep, it is cold. Like, I'm already feeling the effects of the cold. Whoa. I mean, it's not like cold, but it is cold enough. Okay. All right. Tomorrow morning, we gotta go take the car to the dealership. So I'm gonna have to wake up earlier, probably like 5 a.m. to go and deal with that. I have to take it by 8, so I want to get my play out done. So I'll do my play out in the morning. I'll start the stream later. I might start the stream later in the day, because last time I was at the dealership, I I had to wait like an hour, and I had the live stream on the entire time while I was just sitting there. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, much better start to the day, a lot better start to the day than yesterday. I'm not gonna make that light. Connecticut. There's a car from Connecticut here. Good old Connecticut. Never been there though. It's like no one out. Well, there's like a couple cars, but like very quiet. Very, very quiet. All right, so let's see. Overcoming. Something that we all think that we have to do. I know I felt like I had to do it. And it's funny how I subconsciously do things to still overcome, because if I don't overcome, it didn't feel like I earned it or I deserve it. We have this weird thing about not feeling like we are deserving of something, like that we must go out and earn it, right? That it's not handed to you on a silver platter, like that you must. It's like there's two sides to this thought, because like on one hand, the very fact that you were born means that it is your birthright. But then there's the other side, like, well, those who put in the effort should be rewarded, and those who didn't should not be rewarded, right? Because there's that camp. But we tend to, like, to some degree, humans will self-sabotage and do things that will cause them it'll self-sabotage and cause them to do things that will prevent them from having what they really desire. And so like we tend to like have to keep self-sabotaging. I go back to that story with Julian and his client, that he worked in Wall Street, and his boss, and I've shared this before, his boss was like, you know, you're doing so great, right? You're doing amazing. You're gonna be the one that takes over when I retire. Because he was like kind of grooming him. And guess what happened? The dude started self-sabotaging. He started to self-sabotage, and he started like coming to work late because he didn't feel like he'd earned or deserved that role of like gonna be taking over as the boss when his boss retires. So he started to self-sabotage, and he started to, come to work late, wasn't performing, was slacking off, because he felt, and this is unconscious of course, he felt deep down inside that it wasn't a challenge for him to get that job. Like it was easy, and because it's easy, somewhere deep down inside, because it's easy, you don't deserve it. That like people, you will see things of things that are so easy that you don't deserve, because like hard work is rewarded, hard work is admired in the world, right? The hustle, the grind, right? I share that story. Would you admire someone who made $1 million in 6 months? Or would you admire someone who made $1 million in 60 years? Right? Like, I'm aware of it now and I'm catching it, I'm stopping it now, right? Never too late, right? Like, you would look at my story and there's a lot of overcoming, right? And yes, I want to share with people the struggle and the hardships and the stuff, because I want to show people that they too can achieve like monumental success, like generational wealth. Like, for me, like, I don't know if I'm having kids unless it's with Lindsay. And if should we have kids, because I know she wants kids, generational wealth is necessary. And I'm gonna aim to build generational wealth. If it's just me, then whatever's left that I have before I go kaput, it will all be distributed to the people that I love and to things that I love. It's funny, we were talking yesterday about how what the year like 3,000 and 5,000 and 1,000,000 will look like. Imagine I was live streaming and you all felt this cold. Like, I'd be like, all right, y'all, I'm going outside. You might want to grab a jacket while you're sitting because you're going to feel the cold. That'd be wild. Anyways, so we tend to do these, self-sabotaging things that prevents us from, living our best life. And we start to have to feel like we have to overcome something because it didn't feel like a challenge. Like, I can name a couple of times where things felt too easy. I'm like, man, I got to make this harder. Like, for example, a video game, right? Like, for me, what's the point? So here's a great example. What's the point of playing a video game when it's too fucking easy? Right? Like, I play a game, I'm like, I'm just walking through this game like there's like nothing, it's boring, right? And if it's boring, you won't really enjoy it. And then because you didn't enjoy it, you'd be like, why am I even playing this game? It's stupid. So you would basically either put the difficulty up in the game. Like, for example, if I'm playing a fighting game, like, I don't want to just walk through the CPU. I want to know that I earned that win. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing though with that, right? Because like subconsciously I want to sharpen my skills. I want to improve my reaction times. I want to be able to, have better predictability on what they might throw. Like, because, sometimes the AI characters are better than a human, but, when you're going to face a human, right, who is like high level skilled, you'd be like, okay, like the Justin Wong or like a Daigo. Yeah, God mode on Doom, exactly. Like playing God mode on Doom. And I know because I've played it and it's fucking, it's wild. Right? It's absolutely wild. So like, if it's too easy, you're gonna more likely, not like play it. That's why like humans, they tend to want to make things more difficult. Good morning.
Good morning.
They tend to make things more difficult than it has to be. Hence why we obfuscate things. Whew. There's the car with the Supra inside of it. Oh man, I can feel the bone chill. Yeah, the Supra is hiding in the windshield over there. You can't see it, but it's in there. It's there. Let's see what else. yeah, so we tend to like have to overcome things. Oh, this is a great example as well. Cody Sanchez, love that girl. She's very awesome. Like I've known Cody for about 3 or 4 years. I've found her content because I was doing a lot of financial studying back in like 2021, 2020, because that was one of the things that I had to start developing. I went full force on, investing and business. Well, not business, but like investing and entrepreneurship. So yeah, technically business. And compound interest and circulating and playing the game. And of course, her video today, which was funny because she was talking about school, and yesterday me and Youngo were talking about school too, how school doesn't teach you the things that you have to know. And look, we're walking into school right now. That video that she shared, she says like, you're a pawn of the game. Most people are the pawns. They're not the kings and queens of their game. So it's like you got to see your life as like a chessboard. Okay, Wind, I know that you're out, but like you can calm down now. Because the wind's trapped between these walls here. Makes it colder. So let's see. We then have to play another game of overcoming, our conditioning, our domestication, our programming, our like schooling, and unlearn a bunch of shit that was programmed into us, right? Like little, like little monsters, like little slaves. The thing is, like, I remember when Angel, she said to me, you don't have to overcome anything. She said this to me in one of our coaching calls. She's like, why do you feel like you have to overcome? It's easy. It gets to be easy. It gets to be fun. You don't have to overcome. I'm like, but Angel, like Rocky, he had to overcome. Like, it's more inspiring when you have to overcome. Like, who's gonna relate to someone who doesn't overcome, right? Because that's the narrative that I've told myself. Like, if I don't overcome something, right? Being aware is the starting point to everything, to change. If you don't overcome anything, then how can I be relatable to people who I want to help, right? They can't relate to me. And because they can't relate to me, right? This is how bizarre our mind is. And I'm aware of it. Now I just am doing my best to, change and shift things. Of course, I can snap my finger and it's already shifted right now in the present moment. Because we have that kind of power. That's how powerful we are. We have the power to make ourselves powerless. We have the power to make ourselves absolutely stupid. Or we have the power to make things more complicated than it really has to be. It's just that simple. But, the narrative for me was, I'm gonna hang for a moment. Let's see what happens here. It's really cold. Phone battery went down like 4% there. Yeah. I gotta pay attention to the battery now, because we can't even be staying by the water for that long. If that. Or I have to reduce my walk, like my outside time, and not take like the longer paths. So for me, like, if I don't overcome something, then will you all relate to me, right? Because like, when I'm speaking to 70,000 people in a stadium, 1 million people around the world, 1 billion people around the world, right? Will they be able to relate to me? Can they resonate with me? Right? Because the goal is to make sure that they know that it's possible for them. Like, it's not, oh, but it was easy for him, it can't be for me, because I don't want to hear that, right? I want to make sure that they know that I was in the same boat as where they are, and that if I'm able to do it, then damn it, you can do it too. Right? That's the narrative for me, that, you know, I'm the speaker. I came here to serve. I love speaking. It's one of my passions. I love it so much, right? And because I love it so much, right, I want to make sure that others can resonate with what I have to say. But if they don't resonate with me, then, and look, I know not everybody's for me. Like, I'm for anyone, but I'm not for everyone. So I'm aware of that. But like, you know, I want to make sure who is actually for me can still resonate with me and know that it's possible for them, so that they can do what they came here to do. How is that guy just wearing a t-shirt? He's got that hot blood. It's crazy. Well, that, and well, he's just going into a car too. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Because like, if for example, I got up there with ease, right? Because, you know, majority of the world is struggling, and it's hard, right? So if they see someone like me, who, I mean, I change the narrative now, of course. I'm changing the narrative now. I'm changing it, I've changed it, and it's changed. Like, that's basically where I am right now. It's, you know, holding those dichotomies. Right? Like, if, you know, because I've changed it now, I can be able to tell them, like, hey, y'all, it gets to be easy. I know that you were probably saying, but I have these bills to pay, I have kids, I have this, I have that. You don't have the same responsibilities I do. And I'll be like, I know, I'm aware of that. But, you know, you're gonna have to take a hard, long look at the choices you've made. And I'm not guilt making you feel guilty, but the choices you've made are what you have to do. But what can you do now is you can start by going into your inner world and imagining things differently and start to really feel and tap into it. You don't have to spend hours meditating and all this stuff. You can lock into a feeling, and if you can really anchor into that feeling and know that it's possible and it's true, you will literally be able to change your life. You just have to sustain that possibility. And if you're meant to feel that feeling, that means it's meant for you. I'm gonna switch between hands just so that my hands don't get like cold. And I want, like I said, I desire so that they know that it's possible. Like, when I'm doing these live streams, I desire to like share with people, like, how did I get to the way I am, like the way I'm thinking now? Was it easy? It is now. It's just changing the narrative, the story that we are telling ourselves, the words that we speak, the feelings that we feel, the thoughts that we think, the beliefs that we believe. or no in, and the actions that we take or don't take, because inaction is still an action. It's a paradox, and that everything's a paradox. It's a contradiction. Reality is played backwards. You think you're actually living reality accurately, but you're not. Everything was taught backwards to keep you playing small and being stuck. So, because that's my aim, is to make people aware of these things. But God, bless that soul, out in the cold and picking up garbage. This is like her thing. She's just making the world a better place by picking up trash. She's got a little picker, little bag, and she's just like doing that. And in the cold too. How do these Christian women just stand out here and like how do they just like stand here and do the like Bible thing or whatever that it is that they're doing? Commendable, respectable, but like kind of nutty, to be honest. Let's see. There's a sign that says fight for, and it says 11, but it's for sick kids. That's that's a hospital here in Toronto. Sick kids like foundation. But yeah, fighting for just being for their next birthday, right? People like an overcoming story, right? For example, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Just came through. For example, right? People love the overcoming story because like if they didn't love the overcoming story, like all movies or most movies are about overcoming something, right? Who wants to go to a movie where the hero or the heroine had it easy? It'd be kind of boring, right? Why would you pay money to go watch a movie like that? Or why would you invest time to sit for like 2 hours to just realize this person had it easy? Why am I watching this? Right? We love stories, right? So that's the narrative that has been in like wired into us, that it has to be hard, it has to be a struggle, it has to be difficult, because if it's not, then you didn't earn it, or like nobody will relate to you. And if you're not relatable, you're invisible to the world. You become like an outcast. You're ostracized. It's funny how the sun is out, but it's cold as shit. You would think that it's the same sun that we had in the summertime, but it's like that we had less than 2 months ago. It was only like 2 Sundays ago where it was hot, where I actually got to wear I was not in my like jacket or anything like that. It's funny how in such a short time weather has shifted immensely. Crazy. Let me see, what did you share? There's so many people out there that just don't even look for the recognition or being seen at all, like that trash picking woman. Yeah, exactly. Part of me, I'm not gonna hide this, part of me is looking for a little bit of recognition, but like at the same time I'm not. I'm just doing this so I can help people so that they can live their life. Because if I can help somebody and they can have a shift in perspective and it changes their life, then I did my job and that makes me feel good, right? It makes them feel good, it makes me feel good. And ultimately, like, it's about feeling good. Now, there was an episode in Friends, right, with Joe and Phoebe, where doing like a noble act, like there's no good deed, there's no deed that's not selfish, right? Because there was that episode where, you know, Joey was at the telethon and he was sitting on the phone, and like Phoebe donated like she donated like $300 or whatever to like the foundation. And she's like, and Joey asked her, do you not feel good that you donated? She's like, no, I hate donating. I hate that that I have to give $300 or whatever the amount was. But then Joey, like, because he took that pledge from her, and it was her pledge, because of her pledge, they made over their goal. So when he got recognized for taking that pledge, she's like, oh no. And now it's because like now she feels good that it helped Joey, you know, be recognized on you know, he was on the TV because he was attempting to be shown on TV. Anyways, my point to say all that is to say, like, you know, it makes us feel good, but I'm not doing it for my purpose. I'm doing it for others so I can see others win. I never wanted to see other people win, to be honest. I hated that idea of other people winning because it was a zero-sum game for me for years. That if they're winning, I'm losing, and that I must win at all costs. I must beat them. But the thing is, like, because I was seeing things as separation and putting everybody as separate from me, like, they must lose and I must win. Period, the end. I must win and they must lose. My phone battery was just at 80, now it's at 77. Come on phone, chill out. Let me see. I didn't read the thing you shared at the top, so let me go. Yeah, it's uncharted territory for me. For me, swear to God, I never thought of this, how much we are attached to the person who had the most challenge to get to the top of the mountain. Yeah. I'm bringing this into awareness because it's something that a lot of us are attempting to, you know, have this like overcoming story because, you know, for example, like, and I'm glad Nero kind of also brought it to the forefront in one of his videos. But essentially, like, you know, having this journey of overcoming, because if we don't overcome, then who's going to listen to you? Like, you're not credible. You don't have an inspiring story. And because your story is not inspiring to others, it means nothing. Like, yeah, you made $1 million in 6 months. Ooh, congratulations. You became a millionaire within 6 months. And you're like a teenager, right? Do you think an adult is going to be inspired by a teenager an adult who's worked for like 25 years and they're not even meeting ends meet, and they're like, they are working a 9 to 5 or a shift job that's like minimum wage? Do you think they're going to be inspired by some teenager making like being a millionaire? Of course not. Because it'll be like, it's not fair. And I know, because I've ran that narrative myself too. I busted my ass. I did make it to the top in my field, making 6 figures, but even Cody said this in her video. She's like, There's a lot of six-figure earners right now who are broke, who are living paycheck to paycheck. Jessa was one of those people too. I was also one of those people living paycheck to paycheck because I didn't have financial savviness. I didn't have the literacy. I didn't have the smarts. Well, we all have it within. It was the unawareness of it. The unawareness of the rules of the game and how to play the game. The world of finance. Let me see. So let me read this thing that you shared. Yeah, it's always a question of mine growing up would be better without the seasons. Yeah. Let me see what else I want to share. Because I know there's still quite a few more things I want to share about this. Like, whew, hands are getting steamrolled right now. And I have 2 gloves on. Told you, hands just it does not matter if it's, it does not matter. It just stays cold. Yeah. So like the narrative to majority of the world is like, because like again, you go back to watching a movie, right? You're watching a movie and the movie is the person had it easy. Would you end up watching that movie? I know I wouldn't. Personally, I don't want to see a movie where somebody had it easy, right? Because I can't relate to someone who had it easy. It sounded like this person is lucky, and majority of people in the world, right? They don't feel like luck is on their side. They feel like the world's against them. So how can they relate to someone who luck has always been on their side? Now, I can tell people how it's possible to be lucky. It's not really luck, it's alignment, right? It's about being in your inner world and using your imagination and feeling the desire already fulfilled so intensely that you feel it with all your senses. Like you feel it with your, you can taste it, you can smell it, you can hear it, you can see it vividly with such intensity, right? And I know I can do it. But you know, once upon a time I used to tell myself, I can't visualize, I can't see. And of course, if I tell myself I can't see, then I can't see. And last night before I went to bed, another video just to prove a theory about the lemon thing, because I've explained this. There was a woman who made a hypnosis video with the lemon, and she sounded very seductive when she was talking about the lemon, like cutting that lemon open and seeing all the juices flowing out. She sounded very sexual, right? I was having like a little mini orgasm when she was like talking about like the juices from the lemon. It's like a little bit of ASMR happening. Her voice is very powerful, and like how she speaks. But anyways, so she had all of us close our eyes in the YouTube video. It was only for like 2 minutes to prove that your mind doesn't know a damn thing, right? She had a lemon in her hand, but she was saying, imagine you're holding that lemon and you're feeling the pores you're seeing the pores of the glistening yellow lemon and how the light shines on that glistening side, making it nice and shiny. And now imagine you take a knife and you cut it right down the middle. And now that I handed you now that you put one slice down, you bring it to your nose, you can feel the citrusy smell. And then you go ahead and take a nice bite into that lemon, and you can already start to feel you feel the sourness on your taste buds, and your mouth is watering, right? And I'm bringing this up because, you know, our mind, actually, I don't know why I brought this up, but I guess I'm supposed to bring it up for whatever reason. I'll see why I'm bringing it up. There's so many things I want to say. It's just, you know, compartmentalizing things. Even our brain doesn't fuck that word. I just said it and I can't say it now. That word throws me off all the time. Anyways, you know what I'm saying. It's attempting to organize shit. But our brain keeps it all like in one thing. It keeps all things as one thing. Anyway, so it proved to me that the lemon isn't real. Like you can have, I know why I brought it up. It's using your imagination, right? This goes back to the like a movie of somebody having it easy. So, okay, now I know why I brought it up. Okay, perfect. See, this is how I love that my mind is easy to remember things. So, you know, I didn't have the lemon in my hand, but I sure as hell felt that lemon last night. My mouth was watering. And here's the thing, there was a bunch of people in the comments who says, oh my God, that was amazing. This shit does, like it works and it's great. And then there's a bunch of other people, right, who's saying, this doesn't work for me. Like, well, I'm gonna use the word try. I tried it and it didn't work. Like, this was a waste of like 10 minutes of my time of watching this video. Like, there's a bunch of people who were saying, I can't visualize it. It reminded me of like when I used to tell myself, I can't visualize, I can't see things. Well, if you keep telling yourself you can't see things, you reinforce that as glue. And that's it. Look at this tree, poor tree. It's almost, I told you before Halloween, this tree is going to be extremely bare. Like there's only a few leaves left. Poor tree. It was only a week ago, we just saw this tree full with the red leaves. Now it's all there. Poor tree. Look at the frost. Ooh. Okay, phone battery at 69%. That's about the time, about the spot, like it's about the same amount of time or percentage that it gets to when we're like around this area. I took a shortcut and everything today. Yeah, so back to what I was saying, you know, who would want to watch a movie where there's no struggle, there's no suffering, there's no animosity, not animosity, there's no adversity, there's no pain. Like it'd be boring, right? That's why we tend to feel like we always have to overcome shit, but because the world rewards people and gives people a pat on the back for you did a noble thing. Because, you know, overcoming is noble. It has notoriety and nobility. And it's honorable. But it's backwards because you then will put yourself into all kinds of unnecessary situations just to have some sort of approval from society, which, by the way, doesn't even really give a shit about you because, you know, most people be like, well, that person was great, but like, I can't do that. Because you want to be relatable. But I just proved that like, you don't have to do that. I don't have to do that anymore. And you can change the narrative. Change the script. Right? It's what we tell ourselves. Is what we ultimately will bring forth in our reality. Wow.
Look at that. Holy shizers. It's a beautiful walk. It's just, god dang fingers. Like, I really would love for blood to circulate more better in my fingers. My feet are fine. My feet won't be fine if I stop moving though. But my feet are good. Like, they're warm, they're toasty. My body is great. It's just my hands, fucking hands. And we won't be able to spend too much time at the water because it seems to me that the internet, like, it uses a lot more data right by the water as of late to find a signal. But the thing is, by the water it's actually warmer. But we're gonna go by the water for a few minutes. I may or may not do my back bend. We'll see what happens. Whew. Yep. You know when your hands feels like it's burning and it's frostbitten? That's what my fingers feel like right now. Crazy. Welcome back all to the daily water, which may not be daily soon. I mean, I honestly don't know what's gonna happen come November 26th. It's up in the air right now. But this is considered probably the final month of the stream. So, yeah. Who knows? Wow. Just gonna give my hands a bit of a pep talk. Hey, yo, hands, let's go. Give my hands some, like a clapping thing right now. This is the chilly fall vibes. It was only 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks Sunday ago, where weather was like, it was warm. And it was only a month ago where weather was like, I didn't have to even, I could still wear a t-shirt outside. Did my back bend. Did a shorter one. Whew. Whew. Ooh. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some push-ups. I'll get my hands to warm up one. Yeah. All right, back to what I was saying. So, we really don't have to overcome anything. But you know, depending on like what your profession is, like a speaker, right? They want to have the most powerful story. Like for example, Eric Thomas, ET, very powerful motivational speaker. He's a motivational speaker. And his story will inspire you. If you hear his story, it'll inspire you. You'll be like, damn, the dude, he didn't go to college or university. He lived on the street. He had to eat out of a garbage can. He actually graduated with a PhD now, I believe, in psychology or some shit like that. But like, you know, Eric Thomas, he has a very powerful message, right? He inspires people. That's why he makes the big dollars as a speaker, right? But he wasn't doing that for years. But his story of overcoming, you know, adversity is admirable. Whereas like someone who had it easy, you think someone's gonna be like, wow, that's so awesome, right? That you had it so easy. Congratulations. But I can't relate to you. I can relate to ET, but I can't relate to you. So like, why would I even listen to you? Like, yeah, congratulations, you made millions of dollars with like AI, for example, right? Easy mode. You didn't even have to put in any effort. You didn't have to struggle. You didn't suffer. You didn't go through 20 years of pain and struggle. You're just a kid who so happened to be creative and found like AI at the right moment in history, and you made money. Because ultimately, what did we go to school for? To make money, to get a job. To get a job, to make money for things that we don't really want. But we have to, I'm going to do air quotes, survive, even though we're here to thrive, not survive. And they both rhyme. Thrive, survive. Choose your word though. They're on the opposite end of the same spectrum. It's like steam and ice. Thrive and survive are on the same spectrum. Difference is vibration. Your concentration and your vibration. The rate of vibration. One is faster, one is slower. I gotta look at the phone battery. 56%. Okay, cool. We gotta get rolling though. Now it's 55%. Water, thank you so much for giving me a moment to come here again and you know, do a couple of my stretches. Not as much as I normally can, but like a couple. And so I could hear you again. I appreciate it. All right. Love you, water. I'll see you tomorrow. Actually, no, I won't be seeing you tomorrow. Because, well, we might see you. It might be later in the day, though. We take a walk. Or I may or may not see you tomorrow. Water, we'll see. Anyways, water, I'll see you on Tuesday for sure. Unless Tuesday's raining. But I don't think it is. Love you, water. See ya. Ooh. Ooh. The cold just picked right back up. Yeah. So, you know, again, going back to like Eric Thomas or like, there's another speaker, William King Hollis. Like, William King Hollis, that dude, also very powerful motivational speaker in his own right. Right? Les Brown said that he's like this generation's Les Brown. Same with Eric Thomas. So they're like Les Brown, which is another very powerful motivational speaker. And that was one of my aims, to be a motivational speaker. I don't care to be a motivational speaker anymore. I came here to deliver a message, and through perspectives and through mirroring, and then take it from there. Yeah, it is definitely beautiful. Just wish the dang temperature was warmer, but it's all good. So far, no one else in the trail but me at the present moment. Like, I'm admiring the beauty that's here. It's cold. It doesn't have to be cold in the morning like this. We might be inside today. Because, like, I mean, I'll do some of my stuff outside, but this might be a half day indoor, half day outdoor thing. We'll see. Oh, no, here. We got some people coming on the trail. Here we go. That person has no gloves on. How in the fuck are they doing that? I have 2 gloves on and my hands are freezing. It's bullshit. Good morning. It's okay, hands. You will be all right. I need like heated gloves at this point, where they have like a battery, like, and the battery lasts for like 6 hours kind of thing. Or maybe I have to invent heated gloves. I mean, heated gloves exist already, but yeah. My body is not compatible with cold. And we're still a long way from parents' house, so yeah. I might start running a little just to generate some heat. Yeah, when it's cold, I can't, it's not that I can't function, it's just that like energy is being diverted to keeping my system warm. So like the talking that gets reduced a bit. Here we got more people running like on the trail now. Whew, man. Morning. Oh yeah, remember y'all, practice love. Oh wow, look, now there's more people. See, I said there's like no one on the trail. Now we're seeing a whole bunch of people on the trail. Good morning.
Morning.
Whew. Good morning. Ooh. It's quite something. Good morning. It's funny how I said there was no one on the trail, and then we saw what, 6 people in such a short span. Yeah. I gotta do some grooming today on my face. I'll do it during the stream. I'll just like, before I go and shower, I'll like groom. Oh man, it's cold, fucking cold. Wait, the phone battery's at 42% now? What the fuck? All right, time to run a little. We're gonna lose some steps here, but whatever. It's a good thing I'm in very good shape. Our 10K a day thing will have to probably start being indoors. I'm taking like smaller steps. Definitely have to douse my hands with hot water when I get back inside. Wow. %37. %36%. What the fuck? It's just at 41. Went down 5% there. %35 now. Certain spots, I guess it's like attempting to find data, 34%. Maybe in this area of the internet's like atrocious. %33%. Holy shit. I'm just looking at my phone battery just going down. What the fuck? Damn, it went down 11%. All right, phone. I don't know what you're doing, but brightness can go down. Wow. 31%. Fuck. Wow, 30%. It's like going down like second after second. Holy mother. Goddamn Canada and this fucking ass weather. It's so fucking cold. Gotta get back to my home in San Diego. Like, this shit is ridiculous. %29. This is crazy. All right, I'm gonna have to run. Well, good cardio, I guess. swollen battery at? 27%. Wow. Whew. Morning. It did get me to run, that's for sure. Definitely did get me to run. I'll have to run a little bit more in a moment. At least it's not like jaggedy when I'm running. I mean, it's still a little bouncy, but the gimbal is keeping it stable. It's like winter, even though it's not winter, you see the frost. Damn Canada, why did you have to be fucking cold? Why can't this be like San Diego all year round? Hot. It's bullshit. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see. Oh yeah. Either way, it's not a win-win. Especially like when we have to run backwards. Like when we're running backwards, phone battery drops like at least 4 or 5%. So yeah. And my nose is running. Like there's no like positive benefit about winter whatsoever. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's go. Well, we're back up. Good cardio. I'll give it that. I guess that's the positive benefit. Makes me want to run. So I guess that's the silver lining. But the nose and all that. Yeah. That dude's in his shorts. It's crazy. He's got that hot blood. Now that we're back up. Like, see, the sun being right in front of us now is making it warmer. It's still like exceptionally cold. They have so many cars here, holy shit. Nice. Now, I've done the Wim Hof method. I still don't prefer it personally, because like, I like to feel hot. Because like, when it's cold, my nose starts to clog up like this and becomes harder to breathe. Otherwise, you'll see a bunch of snot just coming out of my nose throughout the entirety of it. And that's the last thing I desire, to be walking around with a bunch of snot in my nose. Oh well. Oh. All right. Back to overcoming. I think we're good for now. I'll definitely go and get another battery. The Apple people are gonna be like, what the hell did you do to your battery this summer? Why don't you just get a new phone? No. My 12 works. I'm not running out of storage. It's perfectly fine. Like, I don't require a new phone until the 18. 18 is gonna be looking exactly like the 17. They should just add a fourth fucking camera and call it a day. They like to keep these 3 camera bullshit. Like, just make it 4 now. Make 4 cameras on the back. Make it into a square instead of a triangle. You have the power to do that. Other companies do that. That, or I just end up, getting one of those Chinese phones that has bigger battery and is just better at everything else. And the thing is, you know, the reason why I went with iPhone is because of the whole, you know, synchronization between my Mac and my, you know, my tab and my phone, like the text and stuff. It's very handy when I'm using the phone that I don't have to go on my phone to text. I can just go on my Mac to text. But the moment I switch back to Android, that's when it'll break. And then I'll have to like go through some bullshit again. Whew. Yeah. The runny nose is the runny nose and the cold hands and the cold feet are enough for me to leave Toronto, like leave Canada forever. This is nice right here. Thank you, sun, for being out here. Like this I can deal because there's no wind here. The sun is in my eyes, and it feels like now it feels like a at least it's warm enough. And I wish our backyard, like the sun was facing throughout the entire day in the backyard. Like if our house was positioned in a different way, we would get the sun all day. But, well, there's always something that I always have to like overcoming weather, overcoming the people in the house, overcoming stuff. But of course, this is what the third dimensional thinking mind is going to want. Oh, this is how I'm going to start incorporating the third dimensional thinking mind. The third dimensional thinking mind, like right now, once it gets frustrated, it has to keep overcoming stuff. But as you said yesterday, surrender, even though like that word surrender, I have to change the word to relax. But you know, for years, surrender was waving a white flag and throwing in the towel and giving up and quitting. That's what surrender felt like to me. But of course, that's not what surrender actually is. But that's what I've been programmed for what surrender is. Like, cause when you watch, like when I was watching old school cartoons, like, and they surrender, they wave a white flag and they quit and they let whatever happened to them happen. Like they get beat up, they get blown up, right? Like I remember, was it Tom and Jerry? When Tom would chase Jerry around and Jerry would always get the upper hand on Tom, and Tom would be like throwing up a white flag, and then Jerry was actually ruthless, and he still went ahead and still did stuff to him. Sort of like payback, like revenge. All right, let's see. Phone battery's at 17%. So I can slow down a bit. It's colder in the trail, so like it's warmer up here. Not that it's like, I mean, it's a lot warmer up here than it is down in the trail. Trail was like, gosh dang cold. But You know, the funny thing is now, my left hand, hand is actually warm. It's starting to warm up. Hilarious. Just gotta keep swinging the arm. Allows blood to circulate. Okay. I'm just recuperating myself from all that so that I can get back to talking. If there's no wind right now, I'll be outside. And since there's no wind presently right now, this is good. I can be outside. If it's windy, that's when we have a little bit of an issue. Well, at least my left hand is warm now, finally. The right hand is kind of starting to warm up. So in the process of losing some steps, I gained some cardiovascular today. I'll get my 10,000 though, one way or another. See, in San Diego does technically have fall, and they do have some trees like losing leaves, but like it's like very sparingly, you know, palm trees. Can't wait to be back there. My energy just shoots through the roof when I'm there. Nice. Let's go. Gotta make sure I warm up the car tomorrow early as well, like, so I'm not like sitting in the cold. Yep. His dad is taking him out for a bike ride. There's my brother. He's heading to work. Or he's definitely going somewhere. Yeah, he's getting the car warmed up. He's cleaning the car, I think my sister's in that car. Oh no, it's Nancy. It's Nancy in the car. Come on. Okay. We made it back with 14% of battery. Oh my God, that's crazy. Did it. That was wild. That was wild, that was something. The sun's gonna start to peak over here shortly. Awesome. They're probably heading to work. Okay, cool. There. Awesome. Nope, it's not charging. There, now it's charging. Okay. Let's generate some heat. Let's generate some heat. Let's put this away. Do my push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. The sun's gonna start to show up here shortly. We got back what? It's 9:19, so about like 10 o'clock. So squats. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Whoa. Ooh. Pulled like a muscle. It's doing that. Ooh. And I have the buzzing sound in my ears. I'm gonna get back to talking in a moment. Yeah. I'm gonna get my walker. I'm gonna quickly go in and use the bathroom. Be right back. Gives me a chance to warm up my hands too. right, I'm back. Just that chair, it got like because some of it got wet. I'll have to move that chair. Let me see.
This for
I'll be out there shortly. Okay. I am going to get rolling with the play out soon. I don't know if anybody's out there at the present moment, but I will be coming back out there shortly. Let's open up a cardio play out session. Let's see. We did that one last week. That one was good. This one is I'm going to change my clothes. We're going to get ready. Just like yesterday, we will be generating some heat. We'll be generating some heat so that we can do our play out. Okay. Jeez. Oh, I thank you, sister. I appreciate that. I appreciate the gift. I didn't even see you were there. Thank you for that. May universe multiply. Yes. And may it multiply and be returned to you 100-fold as well. 100-fold? No, 1,000-fold. Let that be returned to you 1,000-fold. Okay. In order for us to wow. Yeah. We gotta move. We gotta move. We're gonna put on some play out music. Oh yeah. We're doing the 1 million one with Tiff and Dan. I should be starting to sweat buckets by the time we're done. So this is gonna be 30 minutes. We're starting with the warm-up. Squat to front kick. Oop. So we're doing ghost roping. So there's like water dripping on to the chairs here. So got to be mindful of that now. So I won't be able to sit anyways, which is fine. It prevents me from sitting. Superman push-ups. Jog in place. Move this back a little bit. Okay, so the play out is gonna be 30 seconds of work, 15 seconds of rest, or 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. We're doing rear lunge to knee drive. Whew. So for those of you, there are no dumbbells, there's nothing. So you have no excuse. Literally, there's no excuse. Like, I'm outside in the cold, so like, there is no excuse. If you're inside, no excuse. Not make you feel guilty, but you know, there is no excuse. Prisoner squat with cross crunch. You can put your hands behind your head, and then you're gonna go down for a squat and bring your right elbow to your left knee and then your left elbow to your right knee. Oops. Kind of like did my same elbow with the same knee. These chairs are getting steamrolled. Curtsy lunges. Soon the table will have to be covered back up because I know mom's gonna wanna cover the chairs and stuff, so yeah. That'll be a process going back in. Sumo squats to calf raises. So you're basically raising yourself up with your toes when you're coming back up. Lateral lunges are next. Doing great, y'all. Remember to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. Very good. Bicycle crunches. Though we're doing abs in this one, we're still doing abs. So we're gonna still do a separate ab play out. Very good. Flutter kicks. side plank crunch to the right. It's gonna be on your right forearm here. You're gonna bring your elbows to your, you're gonna bring your hands to your head and bring your elbows and your knees to meet in the middle. So you're gonna go like this. Make sure you contract your core and your obliques, side ab muscles here. Very good. Switch sides. I left my thermal layer like pants on and my shirt on like I did yesterday, but during the jump rope we had to start removing layers. We're sweating buckets. Very good. Russian twist, universal twist next. Expect the burpee or two, just letting you all know. Burpees will be showing up at some point. Standard push-ups are next. Yeah, let's go. Shoulder taps are next. Keep your stance a little wide here. That way, imagine you're balancing a water ball on your back. Keep your stance wide. It allows you to have a core. You're also sucking in your gut here. So this actually targets your abs as well too. Okay, cool. Lat pull down to push-ups. So you're gonna extend your arm out like this, then come back up. Do a push-up, extend arm out, lat, do push-up. So push-up first, lat, pull down, come back up, back down, lat, pull down. I used to do a lot of lat pull downs with a towel when I didn't have resistant bands and stuff. Like when I first started out, I was using towels and rice bags and all kinds of stuff. I didn't have like the weights in the beginning. I was using water bottles, rice bags, like carrying things, like heavy things. So we're doing a plank toe touch. Commandos are next. You're gonna be on your forearm. And there's water dripping now. So that's something we gotta concern ourselves with while we're out here because of the moisture, the frost on the roofing here is melting. Okay. High knees. Dan just took off his shirt. That's not happening for me. Not. Still too cold. Oh yeah. Pop squats are next. So you're gonna go down, it's kind of like doing summoning jutsu. You know, it'd be awesome if YouTube displayed widgets on your live stream, like showing temperature, showing like biometrics, showing local time. A lot of things are coming through, ideas. Mountain climbers are next. Okay. Jumping jabs. Can I be your superhero? Sprint in place. So you're just sprinting in place. Not high knees. High knees is this. So you're just sprinting in place like this. Jump squats. 10:05, okay. Lateral hop plus jump. So you're gonna go like this and hop, and then go to the other side, hop. Squat pulses are next. So you're doing pulses right now. Frog extensions. So you're gonna keep your feet like this. You're gonna bring your heels together. You're gonna feel it in this one. So you're gonna go down like this and come back up. So you're just holding your feet. There you go. Switch lunges. So not plyo lunges, just switch lunges. So you're gonna switch in the middle. So I'll show you. So switch lunges are like that. You stop in the middle and then you switch. Plyo, there is no in the middle. You're just going from one to the next, like this. That's plyo. Crunch holds. Huh? My Kleenex. So you're just crunching and holding. So yeah, tomorrow morning, I'll wake up super early and get my play out done early. So sit up to cross crunch. So I'm starting where I last left off. He's doing one side and going back down. I'm doing both sides. Reverse crunch is next. Like I said, just because we're doing abs here, it's not that we're not doing abs. We're definitely doing abs after. Like if I wasn't doing like side quests and stuff, then this would be it. I've added to my routine. And not to mention that, you know, mobility training. Today's lower body mobility training. I just got to make sure, you know, I don't assign this as being successful a sign of like me just doing stuff that I love. I love doing this stuff. Because like, you know, you can get tripped up in the whole, well, if I don't do my exercises, then I don't feel successful. And if I don't feel successful, then it feels like a waste of a day. And that's what I said one time in the trail. And I had to like redefine it now. Like, you know, when T-Bray said like, you gotta like take some rest days, he's right. I definitely will be taking rest days for sure. Maybe in the time where I take a couple days off from the stream, you know, well, like I said, I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. We'll see what happens at this point. Everything's up in the air right now. All I know is that I know my passions. I know that I love live streaming, I love speaking. I love sharing wisdom that we all possess. I love bringing things into awareness for others. That's what I really like doing, bringing things into awareness. Bringing awareness to things that you might not be aware of. Plank jacks are next. Whew. Doing good, y'all. Suck in your gut here. And again, just because we're doing abs doesn't mean we're not doing abs after. We're gonna still do 10 minutes of abs. Push up to plank rows. So you're gonna go down, come up, do that. Go down, come back up and do that. This is targeting your shoulder blades. Swimmers is next. You're gonna be on your stomach here. And you're just kicking up like this. Yeah. Tricep push-ups, also known as narrow push-ups. So you bring your elbows closer to your rib cage. So this is targeting your biceps and your triceps. Expect the burpee coming up or so. Cross mountain climbers. So you're gonna bring your knee, your right knee to your left elbow and your left knee to your right elbow. So your opposite elbows and knees are meeting in the middle. Well, not in the middle, but you're just bringing your your knees to the opposite elbow. We're doing good, y'all. Keep it up. Almost there, by the way. Finisher. We have 30 seconds of work, three moves. We have in and out squats, spider climbers, and burpees. I told you. I told you. Didn't I tell you? So in and out squats. Okay. Plank spider climbers. So you're gonna be in a high plank here. You're bringing your knee to your corresponding elbow. So left knee, left elbow, right knee, right elbow. And then last but not least, burpees are next. Okay. Oh my God. Congratulations, y'all. Wow. Wow. Good job. It's 10:18. You can touch your ankles or your shins, or touch the ground. Congratulations again on the 1 million, even though they already are past 1 million. Bring one foot behind. This is very good for hamstrings right here. Not to touch your head with your knee, but it's for my own sake. Wow. Child's pose. If I get the main play out and the side quest done by 10:40, we're good. Then I can do everything else as time permits. See, the sun is now coming here. So 10:20, the sun faces me for now. Thank you, Olga, for the donations. I appreciate it. See, this is how the live stream should be. People donating and they want to support me on my journey, my cause. I can help people. Keep going, get new stuff, get better stuff, make this better. All right. All right, cool. So we're gonna get straight into abs. So again, ab exercises don't give you abs, you already have them. We're doing total abs. Ab exercises are here to strengthen your core so that you can lift heavier dumbbells when you have your proper stance, so you're not like, you have core stability. Because if you don't have core stability, when it comes time to do stuff, you're gonna be like a gelatin figure, shaking. So with that being said, make sure you suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. That's all the same thing, different words. Breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. If you're having a hard time through your nose, breathe in from your mouth and out through your mouth. Make sure you keep your lower back flat to the mat. Anything where you're lifting your legs, you can put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support. If you want to challenge yourself, you put it to the side. And bend at the knees. If there's anything where you have to keep your legs straight, if you can't keep your legs straight, bend at that knee. And yeah, that's about it. Let's get rolling. So this is gonna be 10 minutes. This one should be 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. So we're starting with leg switches. I'm gonna put my hands to the side here. You can keep it underneath your butt if you can't keep your back flat. So your heels are not touching the ground, but if they do, make sure they touch for like a millisecond and then you lift them right back up. Very good. Reverse crunch plus leg opener. So I'll put my hands underneath my butt for this one. Okay. So leg lowers are next. So here's where you can keep your legs bent a bit, or you can keep it straight. You can put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support. If I can finish by 11 o'clock, everything, that would be awesome. I'm in a fasted state right now. Like not even food or not even water. I'm in a dry fast right now. I haven't drank any water since I got up. Literally. We're doing scissor crossover here. Oh yeah. Cross crunches are next. Work it. Work it. Play it. Butterfly crunches are next. You can put your hands behind your head, bring your feet together, and bring your elbows and your knees to meet in the middle. Just squeeze. Single leg extension, y'all. So with this one here, you can move your torso up when your legs are going forward. It gives you an extra bit of contraction on your core. Because if you leave it like this, then you get some contraction, but not as much as if you were to actually move your core. You'll feel more contraction happening. Get a little bit of extra squeeze in. Very good. Oblique heel taps are next. So if you're having a hard time with this one, keep your feet together and touch between your toes and your heels, so this middle spot, and go like this. And obliques are your side ab muscles, so you're gonna contract. For the rest of us, reach for your heels. Gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from the bird's eye view. I sing it like the way he sings it. You can grow feathers and see this too. When the light comes off the darkest ground. Well, gravity keels you straight down. It pulls you straight down. Okay, plank knee tucks are next. We did this, we kind of did a move like this in the other play out. Then we're gonna be doing spider climbers, where you're gonna be on your forearm. Doing great, y'all. Yep. So you're gonna be on your forearms now. This is the final move. Let's go. Last one. And then you all are done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. 10:33.
Kids screaming in the corridors, profanities. I see God through ice covered in
Oh.
cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything.
Oh my God.
Fire spreading all up.
Come on. Let's finish up Nero's abundance video.
That verse is so true. I remember someone saying to me, "Oh, why is it always the influencers that are already rich to get more free stuff?"
Yeah, because they already have it.
Yep.
Like, why do you think millionaires always say, "Oh, the first mill's the hardest"? Because when you've got it, you've already got it. When you've already got it, more will be given to you. When you don't have it, it's almost like this uphill battle in a sense. But
Yep.
that's when you come to the true understanding that the human definition of having doesn't means fuck all. It doesn't mean anything. The human definition of having is being able to grasp something within this physical plane. But the universe acknowledges that this physical plane is an illusion, so it doesn't take it serious. So why the fuck are you taking it serious? In fact, you take the physical plane more serious than you, which is why you're chasing all the things that you desire as opposed to having those things chase you. And the only way you can chase them is by already having them, because the universal definition of having is vibrational possession, not physical possession.
Exactly.
Vibrational possession, not physical possession. Because energy is the only thing that's real to the universe. And once you can align and become the vibrational alignment of your particular desired reality, at that point, you will have it from a point of what the universe acknowledges to be the only truth. All of that was a bar. Write that all down.
That was a verse, my nigga. That was a 16 bar. Wait.
Alright, cool. Scarcity fits red, innit? Like, it fits red.
Okay. We got to do our ab stretches shortly.
So, scarcity, not having enough. That's what we can simplify the concept of scarcity to. Not having enough. This red, so like, try this one. Yeah, that's not having enough of whatever your particular desire is. Whether it's opportunities, whether it's job opportunities, whether it's just opportunities in general, money, whatever it is. Scarcity can all be boiled down to not having enough. Now, let me ask you a question. How many times do you think things resonate, imply, or reflect that you don't have enough. I don't have enough money. Oh, I don't have enough this month. Oh, I don't have enough. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna pay for this? Oh, how am I gonna get it? How am I gonna get a job? How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do that? You think things, you have a particular state of consciousness and a frequency that emanates to reality that resonates with a particular concept of not having enough. Unfortunately, if you don't have, you can't have, because you can only have what you already have. Hopefully this is starting to click now. And as I said, take this concept outside of money, because abundance and scarcity isn't just limited to money. Abundance is a way of thinking, it's a concept. When I walk outside and I'm in town, I'm like, fuck, there's an abundance of people in town. When I'm in the Uber somewhere, I'm like, oh, there's abundance of cars on the motorways. You need to train yourself to be able to see abundance everywhere. My bookshelf right here, there's
Abundance.
an abundance of books behind me. Once you can train yourself to think abundantly, you're training yourself to see reality through an abundant lens, perception, projection, loop. The more that you can see the abundance in your life, the more life will look at you in turn as an abundant individual. And that will be the first step to attaining any particular degree of abundance. You must see reality as already abundant. Because if you don't see reality as abundant, you don't think there will be enough for you to take. And if you don't think there will be enough for you to take, you won't even prepare. And preparation is vibrational anticipation. So you won't even be able to anticipate anything. You'll be walking around reality with closed hands like this. So how the fuck would you ever receive what it is that you want when you don't think that you have it and you don't think you have enough?
Bar.
Come to the understanding very, very quickly that scarcity is no more than not having enough. And that's it from a point of view of thoughts. But thoughts aren't enough.
Nope.
Like, you understand that. It's all about your thoughts. Thoughts aren't how actually
Heart math.
Two electromagnetic fields produced, one from our brain and one from our heart. The one from the heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful than the one of the brain.
Yep.
Your heart is a more powerful field of electromagnetism than your brain. That's not to say that the brain's useless, but it's to come to the understanding that they need to be combined. Hence why I always say the language of the subconscious mind isn't repetition, that's long-winded. It's emotion, because one emotional experience can completely alter your state of consciousness. Look at the experiences that you go through that are traumatizing. You only need to go through a traumatizing experience once for your entire consciousness to be completely altered. So why can't it be the reverse for your entire reality? And see, that's what Precious came to in her explanation of emotionally trained visualization about a video on the subconscious mind. I spoke in depth about that in my book. But that's it from a point of view of thoughts. Now, the emotions that indicate a particular degree of scarcity is worry, fretting, which is, I guess, just another form of worry, fear, and stress. When you combine the concept of not having enough with these emotions, long day, a long day. The combination of these particular two energies, emotional, mental, it makes a particular frequency that has to align with a reality of scarcity. And as I said, this can be extrapolated to multiple aspects of life. This can be finances. If you're thinking, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough. And you begin worrying, you begin fretting, you begin to feel fear, you begin to feel stress. That then aligns with scarcity, which ironically misaligns you.
Yep. It's the irony of scarcity. It misaligns you every time.
Which is kind of funny because God is omnipresent, so you can't be separated from God. But esoterically, we understand that the eternal separation from God isn't an eternal separation. It's actually misalignment to the consciousness of God. Because when you're misaligned to the consciousness of God and you're thinking that I don't have enough, you're then falling for the game of what we conceptualize as the devil, which is what the devil said to Jesus. He said, when you can bow to me, you can have everything you can see here. Which, everything you can see here is just the fucking physical plane. The physical plane don't mean shit. It's nothing. And then you fall into the emotions that correspond with that particular concept of scarcity. You begin to worry, begin to fret. Then, all of a sudden, things become to be more difficult from a point of finances. Or we can even extrapolate it to your career. Let's say you're in a promotion. You're thinking thoughts that resonate, imply, and reflect a particular degree of a scarcity when it comes to your career promotion. Oh, there's only one position. There's lots of us here. How am I going to get it? You're beginning to think things that resonate, imply, and reflect scarcity. then you're beginning to worry that you're going to not have it. And the truth of the matter is, those emotions can all be kind of boiled down to one word: insecurity, emotional insecurity.
Yep.
That's what it all comes down to. Let's say dating, for example. Let's say you want to materialize a particular person, or you just want to fuck people. I don't care what you niggas want to do. I just care that you materialize what it is that you want. But let's say you have this particular concept of scarcity and not reflecting enough. There's not many good men out here. It's not a lot of good women out here. Or men are, man. Men are. What did they say? Men used to be men. Women used to be women. It's not a lot of good people anymore. Yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada. All of those particular lines of thinking, combine that with the idea and the worry of not being able to attain a particular partner that is good, puts you into a position of worrying, fretting, fear, stressing, which is insecurity, which then misaligns you to the consciousness of God, which puts you in a state of hell, because hell is misalignment to the consciousness of the infinite intelligence. So then you experience a particular condition or circumstance that is no bueno. And this is scarcity. This is scarcity quite simply. Let me. Let's look at it like this, right? Let's make it real simple. Let's use some metaphysical mathematics. Let's say here is effect, and here is cause. Cause and effect. Let's say that a particular individual wants to experience a degree of abundance. Bear in mind, effect is what we call reality. Reality is nothing more than effect. Reality is nothing more than effect. Reality is nothing more than effect. Say it with me.
Reality is nothing more than effect.
So trying to change an effect by changing an effect won't do much for you. But let's say an individual desires the effect of abundance. You desire to experience abundance in reflection of your finances, dating, career, opportunities, whatever it is, on one level. But let's then say that from a point of cause, you're in a mode of scarcity. Every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. This don't make no fucking sense. If your cause is scarcity, what's your effect going to be, Adrian?
Scarcity.
Scarcity. Which is the entire game. And people think they can outrun their state of consciousness. People think they can outrun their frequency. People think they can outrun their self-concept. You can't. You can't be in a particular mode of scarcity and attempt to create abundance physically. If you want to try that, just look at everybody in the fucking world that works themselves to the absolute bone.
Yep.
But nothing changes.
Exactly.
And these are the circumstances that most of us grow up in. These are the circumstances we see our loved ones grow up in. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. And it's all due to the fact that there is to one degree or another. So, if you have scarcity as a cause, then best believe that your effect is also going to be a particular degree of scarcity.
Yep.
What's the cause? Cause is thinking or state of consciousness. Bingo. Okay. Your cause is your frequency, which I always characterize frequency as a combination of your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your attentional focus, your expectations, your convictions, and your general moods or attitudes. Write all of those down. I have a video on that. I don't know what it's called, but it's there somewhere. Now, that equates to a particular frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, and that's what the cause is. Cause is everything that I just mentioned, but for simplicity's sake, we'll say in mind. So you now need to analyze, have I been scarce in what it is that I'm trying to attain? Because how the fuck are you going to experience abundance physically if you're experiencing scarcity mentally? It's not going to work. Which now is going to require for you to think to yourself, what have I been focusing on? Have I been focusing on aspects of my life that resonate that I don't have enough, that there's not enough coming in, that there's not enough of this, things that imply that there's not enough of this, things that reflect there's not enough of this, or quite literally directly the thought itself, I don't have enough, there's not enough. What are the emotions that I've been occupying? The emotions I've been occupying, do they reflect a particular degree of insecurity? Because if so, that insecurity is then going to lead to me being misaligned from the consciousness of God. When you're misaligned from the consciousness of God, you step into the esoteric definition of hell, which is separation. This is the metaphysics of scarcity. We need to understand the metaphysics of abundance. By the way, if you're an entrepreneur who wants to 2 to 5x their revenue in the next couple of weeks without making any changes to your business, then check the link in the description. I'm hired by Hollywood actors, Premier League football players, NFL athletes, 6 to 8 figure entrepreneurs. I recently had a client called Oliver, shout out Oliver, join. He actually should be in Dubai by now. I hope he had a successful meeting because I know you watch my videos. He joined me, and within 3 days, he's a trader, ended up making 150k in 3 days. I'll get the screenshot put up right now.
Very nice.
Without making any changes to his strategy, to his business, because the truth of the matter is, if we get all to you on the highest levels of consciousness, then everything else becomes easy or falls in line. But damn, this board's wet.
You know what else is wet? Canada.
Yeah, rain and snow right now, isn't it?
Yeah, man, it's a shame. Bro, if I was gonna say something outrageous.
You know we got no PR training. Man, I see people being cancelled for the shit we say behind closed doors.
I ain't seen that. Ooh.
Let's be honest, guys. We'd all be cancelled. Let's be honest now, guys. Let's be honest. We'd all be cancelled.
It's a nice clean whiteboard still. I like how you clean that thing.
We got any more comments?
Let me see.
Purple's a pretty abundant colour if you ask me, right?
Purple is a nice color. Style.
Yeah, I'll go purple. Let's see which ones.
Him admitting that he can't even hate on whoever pirated his
Him
course.
as in me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Him admitting that you can't even hate on whoever pirated his course, because when a ninja was broke, he did the same thing, was real AF. And anyone that is true to this and not new to this can relate. On the early days of my journey, I was finding as much free stuff as I could. For one, I didn't have it, but also I was still in a impoverished mindset. I didn't understand the power of being willing to invest in yourself.
But he's talking about me saying that I'm cool with people pirating my shit and get my shit for free. Yeah, I used to do that.
Even your book, that's not even out yet.
Yeah, niggas already pre-planning to pirate my book ahead of time, which is hilarious.
Oh, leak is
because if I was down too, I would have done it too. It's the only leak you lot will ever get from me. Niggas see Nero leaks, just know it's just gonna be a book. Alright, cool. So, to get into the frequency of abundance, it's simple. Let this thought marinate into your mind. Inject it into your head as often as you can, while combining with the emotions that I'm about to put down here. Abundance, as I said, is having more than enough. More than enough. Things that reflect having more than enough. Things that imply. By the way, I saw a woman make a TikTok about me. It's got like 500k views, putting people on. I appreciate that. After that, I've been getting lots of people making videos saying, "Oh, go watch Nero. He's good. He's whatever." I actually really appreciate that. That's actually really nice. Thank you. I'm just like, resonating. Perfect. So abundance is having more than enough, thinking things that either reflect, imply or resonate.
What did you say, imply?
I think I said imply. Yeah, that was bad. Things that reflect, imply, or resonate with the concept of having more than enough. But remember, it's not just having more than enough. Go back to Matthew 13:12. It's having full stop. Full stop having. Now, typically, abundance is a state of consciousness. As me and AJ said, he said 100 mil is an abundant amount of money to him. Somebody else would say 10 billion. Somebody else would say 5 billion. Somebody else, niggas would say 5K. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? To me,
Yeah.
an abundant amount of money. probably say like 500 mil or a billion. But that's the illusion that the world wants you to think. That abundance is a monetary amount. Abundance isn't a monetary amount because it's all
It's a state of
relative,
being.
which lets you know that abundance is a state of consciousness.
Yeah.
And this is true abundance. True abundance is thinking from the consciousness of God, the infinite.
Yes, sir.
The scarcity is demonic. Niggas will be like, oh, you know, this is new age spirituality, this is new. Guys, I have books that are thousands of years old. If you even already look into Hermeticism, I mean, that goes back to the 2nd, 3rd century and even predates that, especially if we're going back into more ancient civilizations. There's nothing new about this. In fact, religion is what's new, if we're being entirely honest. Religion is what's new age, if you're looking at it from a point of chronological history, and all that takes a simple search on Google or ChatGPT. So please, pack it and give it a rest. But state of consciousness, that's what abundance is. It's a state of consciousness to which you are secure, satisfied. Quite simply, those are the emotions of abundance. When anybody's in a particular state of abundance, it's security and satisfaction. Or maybe over satisfaction. Either way, all you need to do to unlock a particular degree of abundance in your life and reflect of whatever your desired reality is to combine this emotional state with this mental state. Emotional state with mental state. Emotional state with mental state. You need to inject the idea into your head that I have more than enough. The one thought that I inject into my head wherever I go is, I have more than enough to spend. Why? Because that is a thought that reflects, implies, and resonates with having more than enough. Extrapolate it to whatever you desire, whether it's partner, whether it's a career opportunity, whether it's career promotion, whether it's business, whether it's sales, whether it's clients. Please extrapolate this to anything. It's the idea that you have more than enough, and you must enter a particular state of consciousness of feeling secure and satisfied. Combine that emotion. Because the irony is, the mistake that your mind tricks you to thinking is that when I attain X amount of money, when I attain X amount of partners or a partner, or I attain this career promotion, or I attain X amount of, clients in my business, then I will feel abundant. No. You need to feel abundant in order to unlock those things. Because what you deem to be the destination is the prerequisite to you actually getting to the destination. The fuel that will drive you to your desired reality will be, ironically, how you think you'll feel upon attaining that particular state of consciousness, that particular reality. And you have to understand, you can't wait for the world to show you abundance, because the world will never prove you to be abundant before you prove to the world that you are abundant. And until you can enter and see the scarcity that you are experiencing as abundance, you will not possess the ability to transmute it. You need to look at the air of scarcity you have as more than enough, because at that point, due to the fact that reality is an illusion based upon our perception, once you alter your perception, you alter the projection that you end up recycling back into your mind, which will alter what you're projecting outside of you. You need to look at the scarcity, air quote, as abundance, because until you can stand in scarcity, in a state of abundance, you will not be ready to enter a particular degree of abundance. And this is what I do with all of my clients. You have to be able to stand in a reality of scarcity, in the mentality of abundance. And the only way you can do that is by making yourself feel secure and satisfied, which ironically you think the world makes you feel a certain way and you react to the world, but no, the world reacts to you, and how you feel is what the world then magnifies. So if you alter how you feel, which you can literally make yourself feel secure. Just relax. It's quite literally that simple. And don't let your mind overcomplicate it and think, how can I relax down here? Because that particular difficulty is nothing more than the old frequency attempting to stay by making things, obfuscating things, and making it more difficult than it has to be. Simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication. It's literally just a simple decision to literally just say, I want to feel secure. I'm going to feel calm. I want to feel peaceful. I want to feel relaxed. Because ironically, if you felt these things, these would be an indication that you are abundant. So if they're an indication that you're abundant, if you want the world to recognize you as abundance and experience abundance, then you first must be in what the world would, what you've corresponding to be the state that you would be in upon attaining that abundance to be there now. By transcending time and coming to the understanding that whatever your particular desired reality is, you already have it, by giving yourself an emotionally intense experience. Emotionally intense experience of security, satisfaction, calm, peace, and relaxation. That would indicate to your mind that you're in abundance. Combine that with the mental state that you already have more than enough in reflection of whatever it is. Anything that reflects and applies and resonates with the idea of abundance. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the metaphysics of abundance.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Gotta lock in. Got to lock in. Ariana and the Elder Codex? The hell is this? It's a game. Ooh, I like it. Side-scrolling action platform that fuses magic and action. Ooh, I like that. Ariana Virilis. I'm sure there's gonna be more than one character. Nope. I guess it's called Ariana and the Elder Codex. Looks good. I like it. Ooh. PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch, huh? No Steam? No Steam? Really? Oh, I see other characters, so that must mean that there's other characters. Interesting. Yep. Leaving money on the table. They could easily bring Odin Sphere. They can bring Muramasa, the Demon Blade, to Steam. Like, so many games that could be coming to Steam. So, this is like a download. When is this coming out? 2026.
Remember me? My name's Goku.
My name's Goku.
We've had our differences, but it's good to see you again.
It's the little boy.
Why me? Why? Hey, what? I should really learn not to use that much power. Sorry about that, mister. Are you okay? Huh?
Everyone get inside!
Wait for me!
What are you gonna do now, strong guy, huh? This wall? It's solid! Just try to get in here, I double dare you!
He's gonna break it with one finger. Bang. Yep. He smacked it with one finger.
Remember me? My name's Goku. Go.
Remember me? My name is Doku. Jiraiya Sensei. I don't like when they use music like that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Whew. How many songs does this girl release? Holy shit. Luna Vex. It's crazy. And she makes different music videos every day too. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, got ankles to do, and we're done. Well, I have a couple stretches to do. Actually, I'll just stand on, I'll do my balance. She's awesome. I like her voice. It's just, how does she, either she had all these mass produced over years and then she started releasing it before they were made, or like she just, I don't know, like it's crazy. Because she wasn't doing this like a year ago. She must have a lot of money to be able to do all this. So many B-rolls she does. It's crazy. Let's go back to this guy's video.
I'm willing to surrender and release the need to be.
See what this guy has to say. Hidden connection between money and spiritual beliefs. By Jonathan Parker, an older dude.
The title of this video is The Hidden Connection Between Money and Spiritual Beliefs. A man said to God, "What is 1,000,000 years to you?" God said, "It is a second." And the man then asked, "What is $1,000,000 to you?" And God said, "It's a penny." And the man then said, "Please give me a penny." And God said, "Sure, give me a second." This humorous exchange between a person and God reflects one of the underlying views held in the mass consciousness concerning spirituality and money, including it is external, it is elusive, and immoral. So in this session, I'm going to explore some of the world's views about money, and I'll lead you through a consciousness shift on money. Now, this is not to replace any other thing that you are doing, like visualizations or affirmations or anything else that you might be doing. This is some information that might not be like anything you've ever heard before about money and abundance.
Don't know about that, but we'll see.
It radically rocks some traditional positions. And I'm not going to be covering the usual positive thinking, visualization, and law of attraction formulas. I'm going to take you to a new level of understanding of the physical dimension. And in particular, it will transform your relationship with money.
Okay.
You see, money is a symbol
It is.
of how we relate to the physical realm. When you resolve your relationship with money, you will have a greater understanding of all of your interactions in the physical realm.
Yep.
You'll come to understand the ancient saying, as above,
So below.
as without, so within.
As within, so without.
The overall key is to bring all of the levels of mastery, understanding, and realization that you experience in meditation into the physical realm. And you may have already noticed this doesn't always happen. The first key to understanding the problem most people have with money is seeing money as outside of themselves.
Yep.
And outside of their control. And this is where they get pretty hung up. This is why there's fear around money, because it is seen as something outside of you and out of control. So at first you might think, well, how could it be anything else? Well, soon you're going to see. There's a feeling in many people that they don't understand money, as if it's some kind of an unknown force that's controlling their life.
It's an egregore.
And this creates an underlying helplessness about money that makes it a mystery outside of you over which you seem to have little control. And even when some people have money, there's often a fear that some unknown force will blindside them and take it away from them.
Yep.
Could be unexpected accidents, necessary repairs, taxes, illnesses, unforeseen issues, investment losses. And all this is what generates fear around money. The whole entire physical dimension is sometimes perceived this way, as being basically uncontrollable. And almost everyone feels somewhat helpless in the face of what they perceive as outside forces. And this is what drives people to try to gain more power and control through force.
Agree.
So the first key to understanding the problem that most people have with money is seeing money as outside of themselves and outside of their control. What you perceive outside of you is actually a mirrored reflection of what is inside of you.
Yep.
So at this point, I'm asking you to be open-minded about this idea.
Oh, yeah.
So to help you so that you're not so fixated on money being external, say these words to yourself. I am willing to surrender and release the need
I'm willing to
believe that I am
surrender
helpless
the
in
least.
the face of outside forces.
I'll just take the words that you just said.
I am willing to surrender and release the need to believe that I am helpless in the face of outside forces.
11:11.
I am willing to surrender and release the need to believe abundance and money are outside of me.
It's not. It's all in. It's all in.
To have a more accurate view about money, you'll also want to bring an enlightened awareness of your higher self or soul into any limiting perception. So you want to invite the soul to merge and integrate into all of your perceptions and beliefs and conclusions about money, about it all being outside of you.
11:11, by the way.
Words and make them your own.
Oh,
I ask the full intelligence of my higher.
I'm gonna go grab my meal quickly. Before we continue. Very good. So this is mine?
Yeah.
Oh. Excuse me. Okay. Come back out. One hand will be gloved, other hand will not be gloved. Not that I have to watch this content because I already know, but
Higher self and soul to deeply integrate into my beliefs that abundance and money are outside of me. I'll repeat that. I ask the full intelligence of my higher self and soul to deeply integrate into my beliefs that abundance and money are outside of me. Now, I would like to let this digest a bit because I'm going to continue,
I don't have to listen to
but
this
I know this
because
is a really big jump.
it's not a
And
big jump for
therefore-
me. I'm aware.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. Today I wanted to do a beginner tutorial. Everything you need is in this video if you want to get started with jump rope, or if you're sort of ready to level up and you need to make sure that you've got the right rope length and the right form to get you there. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump
The right rope length
straight
is
into it. First things
is
first,
necessary.
rope type. It's a funny one because I'm very much about a rope is better than no rope, but at the same time, if you have the wrong rope, it can seriously hinder your progress or get you started with some pretty bad habits. It is really good if you can make sure you're starting with the right rope. Now, ideally, you want to be starting with either a beaded or PVC rope. If you're looking at a wire rope or you have a wire rope, you need to stop. Do not get a wire rope. Do not try to learn to jump rope on a wire rope. It doesn't matter what your goals are, even if you're looking to, max out your doubles in CrossFit, where yes, a wire rope may be better for you at that stage. You're not there yet. You're learning to jump rope. So you need a rope that's going to be easy to work with and that you can learn easily on. In my opinion, out of beaded and PVC, and in a lot of people's opinions really, if you ask all the jump rope pros, a beaded rope is going to be best because it gives you the most feedback. It will move nice and slowly through the air and it holds its shape nice and easily. It will give you a chance to react and it will give you a chance to control the rope, and it will help to teach you correct and efficient form, which I'll go into in a bit. 5mm PVC is also a good option. It's not going to move really fast like wire either, but it's just not going to give you quite as much feedback as a beaded rope will. Both PVC and beaded are great for doing tricks and footwork. A wire rope, it doesn't matter how proficient you are and how experienced you are, they're never suitable for manipulation and really footwork as well. Another thing about beaded and PVC is that there aren't mechanical handles, and you might be thinking, surely mechanical handles, they're all fancy, surely they're going to be better for me. They may feel better at the start because the rope will move very easily without you actually applying energy in the right way. A rope with mechanical handles will move almost on its own, but the problem with that is you're never going to learn proper form. So you're never going to learn to rotate and control the rope yourself, which may be fine for the basic bounce and really simple stuff, but if you want to advance and learn crosses, swings and everything that comes after that, then really you want these straightforward handles, no bearings, nothing that's going to enable that to move on its own. Beaded or PVC, ditch the wire ropes. Something else that will make or break your jump rope progress is the length of your
Oh
rope.
yeah.
Now that's another good thing about beaded and PVC ropes. They
The
usually
length.
come one length, super long and very easy to size. So you can shorten them and see if it works for you, maybe leave some excess in case you've gone too short. So how long should your rope be? Now this is ultimately down to personal preference, but there is a general rule to follow. Now just for reference, my rope is this long. I put 1 foot in front of it, without handles, it's coming up below my belly button. Now a lot of people would say that's too short. A lot of information on the internet would say that your rope should actually be up to your armpits, which is simply not true. If you have a rope that is too long for you, it's going to force your arms out to the side. And if a long rope doesn't force your arms out to the side, you will end up with too much slack hitting the floor in front of you, and
Yep.
then that's just going to bounce up and trip you up. So either way, it's just a no-no. What you want to be aiming for quite early on in your journey is that your rope allows you to keep your hands nice and close to your body. You'll see here, I'd be really tightening my rope to get it out to the side there. You want it to just be comfortable so that you can literally keep your hands down by the side of your body, and there won't be a lot of excess rope hitting the ground when you have this sort of hand position. Now, I wouldn't recommend you have your rope really short as a beginner either. You want to start with it a little bit longer just to give you a bit of room for error. But the trick is to make sure you don't start with it so long that it's causing you more error. So what I recommend beginners is to step in your rope with one foot, pull the rope up taut, put your rope like this. You want the end of your rope to come up to just below your chest. I know that's a lot longer than mine, but it's going to give you that room for error, as I've said. And from that position, as you practice and improve, you can gradually shorten it over time to something that's comfortable for you. What you don't want to be doing is following instructions on the internet, which literally says have your rope up to your armpit. That is just going to force you into this position, which is going to put wear on your shoulders. Believe it or not, when you jump rope, you shouldn't be feeling it in your shoulders. It's
Nope.
just a total myth, and something that comes from people who ultimately have really inefficient form. Jump rope is a cardio exercise. Yes, it's going to work your muscles, but it's not a muscle building activity, and you don't want to be putting a strain on your shoulders. It may lead to injury. So yeah, we've covered rope type and rope length, and now let's get into correct jump rope form. Okay, so before I get into the actual movement, I want to talk about how you hold your handle. And I've got my very battered handles here. If you haven't seen my videos, you're probably wondering, why has she got such battered handles? And I do a lot of releases and stuff. It's really good fun. But when you mess up, you chip your handles.
Oh, yeah.
basically. But they never shatter, they never break, because they're shatterproof. Not shatterproof, they're like totally resistant to breaking. That's the correct terminology. Anyway,
Yeah.
you'll see when you have the right type of rope for the job with good handles, you should have a wider bit.
Lauren
at the
stuff
end.
starts showing up on this
Unless
channel
you're
now.
doing speed work, there are times where you might want to grip the handle like this. But when you're actually learning to jump rope and doing the basics and performing most things that you see in my videos, you will just want to lightly grip the handles. You actually just want the handles to rest between your index finger and thumb, like this. You'll just put them close enough together that they rest like that, and it's that simple. And it's really important because it's going to encourage you not to stiffen up and tense up. When you have a light grip on the handles, it encourages a really nice relaxed form. So it's important. Now, a really common misconception with jump rope is that you should rotate your handles like this. When you think about it, a jump rope is a rotating object. It's rotating around a center point. And you want to imagine that the center point of that rotation is you. It's your hands doing the rotating here. This is going to become the center point of the rope. And with that in mind, you don't want to be moving that center point. It's actually going to go against physics. It's going to go against what is best for how to rotate the rope. You want to remember that the rope is attached. So if you just apply energy down, that rope is going to come back around on its own because it's attached to the handles. You don't need to be going like this.
Nope.
If you just flick down once for the rotation, that's going to come back over your head as it just
Oh, yeah.
did me then. You just want to apply one flick down per rotation. So it's flick,
Flick, flick.
flick, flick. You see, every time it's actually an up and down movement. I'm going like this. Flick down to apply the energy, and then bring my hands up to reset for another flick down. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. I just want you to remember that that's what you're trying to aim for. And with your elbows, a lot of people say about tucking them into your body. That's not what you want either, because that's going to actually push your hands out to the side, which is going to shorten your rope. You actually want your elbows to just point behind you, and they don't need to be in, like touching your body. I personally don't
They're like
find
this.
that comfortable. You just want to be relaxed, and then
Yeah.
the energy is coming from elbow flexions. So when you see me jump, you'll see that my hands are going up and down, and my elbows are bending and
It's true.
extending.
Like, I'm not jumping like
When
this.
I'm in the air, my arms are pretty straight. When the rope is above me, my elbows are flexed. Another great thing about the up and down movement is that it's really easy to coordinate with your jumping because you flick down as you jump up, and that's all you need to do. The rest is a reset. So jump up and flick down at the same time. So I'm going to go through all the drills that I recommend you should be working through to nail your basic bounce down. And I'm going to go through these in progressive order. So ideally, you should be nailing one after the other if you can. So make sure you're comfortable with the one I give you, then move on to the next one. But when you move on, you should be repeating all the drills I've shown.
It's funny how,
so even once
like,
you advance to the later drills, keep on working.
If I didn't know how to jump rope, this would be the perfect. This would be perfect.
All this on my app, Fancy Feet, and I have a 6-week beginner course and also a 2-week beginner basic bounce course, which structures the sessions for you so you can just let the app do the work and then follow along. So you can check that out if you like, but I'm going to go through all of the drills for you now for you to try in your own time. Okay, so the first drill is about timing. So we actually want to ditch the rope and we're going to do penguin jumps or penguin taps, whatever. But basically, you're going to be doing your jumps and you're going to tap your thighs at the top of each jump. That thigh tap is basically replicating the moment you flick down the rope. So it's just helping your brain to coordinate and get used to the timing. Make sure you film yourself doing this because you want to make sure that your hands are tapping your thighs at the top of your jump.
Yep.
You don't want to be doing this because that's wrong. And if you did that in jump rope, you'd never clear the rope. You want to be tapping your thighs correctly like this. For your next drill, you want to pick up the rope and do.
I'm learning jump ropes.
Thinking about that flick down, flick, flick, flick on each rotation. Flick. You're hitting the rope on the floor just in front of you, and you're flicking down on each rotation like that. Just flicking down once, and then let the rope come back over on its own. You want to do the same thing with the other side. And you'll find
I didn't have to do all this stuff to learn how to jump rope, though. I just picked up the rope and I started going.
Better, your dominant side. Again, film yourself and just make sure the rope is staying on its axis. You're not.
A couple things that I'm still doing are southpaw, where like I'm.
You need to make sure the rope is going straight alongside you, drawing a line with the rope.
Southpaw is like bringing the rope side to side, and then being able to jump.
Rotating the rope with your wrists. I personally don't like that advice. I feel like it encourages people to maintain tension on their wrists for the full rotation. It's actually more that you want to keep your wrists loose, almost flick them. As I've talked about, you want the energy to come from elbow flexion. That's what you should be doing with these as well. Don't want to be going like this. Don't want any stiff movements like this or even like this because that's not scalable. If you're rotating your wrist like that, you're not going to get it much faster than that. But if you're getting the energy from your elbows, then you can really scale that up. So you don't need to practice going fast at this stage. I was just
elbows.
Just nice and steady, practice the rotations. Okay, next I've put the rope down again and we're just gonna do a progression of the penguin jumps. What I want you to do is do your penguin jumps, but replace the thigh tap with flick downs, because that's gonna replicate flicking the rope down. Remember what I said, you wanna flick the rope down as you're jumping up, and you've got that elbow flexion. You'll see that it's all coming from my elbows. So flick down as you're jumping up. It's all in one smooth movement like that. That's what you want to practice. And you want to stay on your toes, stay nice and low. Again, make sure that you're not flicking down when you land. You're flicking down as you jump up. So next, toe catches. This is going to help you to practice your hand position.
Interesting.
Now, if you can catch the rope under your toes, that says that your hand position is correct. If you can't, then your hands are too far out to the side and you need to bring them in. If you've got too much rope hitting the ground, then it's likely your rope is too long and you need to make some adjustments there. But otherwise, what you want to be doing is aiming to be able to get like this, consistently get your toe catches all in a row. Because a big misconception as well with jump rope is that your rope shouldn't hit the ground, that it should somehow sort of hover above the ground. Your rope should be hitting the ground and you should audibly hear the rope hitting the ground. It's going to give you the best chance to clear it however fast you're going, and it's also just going to be most efficient. You're not going to have to jump high to clear it. Now, once you've got all those drills down and you're comfortable with them, you can start adding some bounces, and I recommend sticking to your toe catches to keep you sort of in focus, like you know that your rope's in the right place, and then just add one jump and do a toe catch, and then jump and toe catch. When you're doing the jump, I want you to be toe catching immediately afterwards to start with. Start doing a couple of jumps. What you'll find is that your hands will start leaning out to the side. By doing a jump and a toe catch, getting used to be able to repeatedly keep your hands in the right
It's a
place.
habit.
And then as you get that consistently, you can start adding a couple of jumps into a toe catch. 1, 2, 3 into a toe catch. 1, 2, 3, 4 into a toe catch, and you can sort of work your way up a ladder like that. It's a really good way to do it. Suddenly find you're getting stuck on say 3, then maybe scale it back to 2 again, and just keep doing 2 jumps into a toe catch until you're confident, and then go back to adding 3 again, and so on. It's a really good progressive way to get your hands used to that position without just getting so exhausted and tired with all the jumping. Because one thing you need to know as a beginner watching this, your body is not going to be used to jump rope yet, and you're also a beginner, so your form isn't going to be perfect. So it's really important that you keep jumping minimal in your sessions at the start. You don't really want to be jumping for more than say 5 to 10 minutes initially. Think of Fancy Feet, I really ease people in purposely. The initial sessions are like 10 minutes with short intervals of jumping within that, so you're actually only jumping for
Good thing is I know how to jump rope.
You've got all of these non-jumping jumps,
But it's interesting.
practice, which not only is going to help you improve
Like I do
the
flick
health
my
of
wrists,
without getting an injury and getting an overuse injury,
but like
which you need to be really careful of. So other things to note as we're now introducing the jumping, you want to stay on your toes and close to the ground. I mean, your jump height is going to be impacted by your speed, so don't worry if you're not as close to the ground as you see other people jumping, because that will come with time. As a beginner, you may need to just jump that bit higher because your rope's going slower. You need to allow enough time for your rope to do a rotation before you're hitting the ground again. If you hit the ground too soon, then you end up double bouncing. So that's another thing. A lot of people say you only have to jump as high as the rope is thick, which isn't true, because actually you need to jump as high as you need to land at the right time with your rotation. If you jump really low and your rope's moving slow, you will end up doing the double bounce. So if you do start double bouncing, one thing you can do is go back to your toe catch ladder, and another thing you can do, slow down your jump, so jump higher, which is probably going to be the easiest thing for a beginner, or you need to speed up your rope, match your jumps. That's how to correct that. It is very common at the start. If you're doing that, don't worry, keep practicing, keep working on drills, and you will be able to get rid of it. And then later on, you can reintroduce the double bounce when you want to intentionally. It's actually quite fun to add into your jumping. Make sure you're not flicking your feet back. You just want to keep nice and relaxed. Slight bend at your knees. You're landing on the balls of your feet, and you don't want to be stretching your legs in the air, because that's going to mean potentially quite a hard landing.
So
Just want to stay really soft knees.
I want to explain something. This kind of goes back to something I was sharing earlier last week.
Like this. Don't want to see this. So yeah, that just about covers getting started with jump rope. I hope you found that helpful. As I said, on Fancy Feet's app, I have complete breakdown tutorials for the basic bounce and hundreds of other skills and combos and routines. It's endless. Follow the skill map, really engaging, it's really fun, it's really satisfying to go through ticking off those.
If I was now learning to jump rope, yeah.
As well, where you can actually follow programs and workouts, and a lot of those
It would be different.
So actually learning the skills, learning the basic bounce, 6-week course is brilliant. You can learn like 10 skills in 6 weeks, and it takes you through it gradually with 5 sessions per week, increasing the length of the session and your intervals gradually so you don't get injured, and increasing your skills as well as you go. So check that out. My ropes are in the link in the description. There's also mats. A mat will help with impact, but it won't make you immune from injury. I must say that. The main reason I use a mat is to protect my rope, but yeah, especially on the ground like this, on concrete, it does offer some reduced impact as well. So yeah, I hope that helps. Let me know if it did in the comments, and let me know if you want to see any more videos like this one and what I can help you with, and I will see you in my next video. That's a wrap, innit?
That is a wrap, isn't it?
When Steve Jobs introduced the original
Oops.
iPhone, he said,
We've designed something wonderful
Oh.
for your hand.
and I honestly think that was an understatement. I remember holding the first iPhone and just saying, wow. Since then, only 2 models gave me that feeling. The iPhone 10 8 years ago, and this iPhone Air today. It is, without a doubt, the most wonderful phone for your hand. So why then is it the worst selling iPhone 17 model? Let's take a closer look, beginning with what makes this device great. And it's something you have to feel for yourself to truly understand. You know when you finish bowling and pick up your shoes and they feel weightless? That's iPhone Air after years of big heavy phones. Holding this in my hand while watching YouTube videos in bed is effortless. The thinness makes it much easier to grip instead of having to balance the phone.
Cool. Sure, there's a Katie video today. I'm sure there is a Yep. Okay, so there's a couple things. So there's a video by Jack Nail, 100 million at 21, 120 million at 21. He dropped out of Harvard. Hard work is dead. Use AI to cheat and get rich. So the funny thing about this is, like, you know, you look at someone like that and you would be like, you're not inspired by him, because there's this sense of, like, it doesn't feel like he deserves it. He doesn't earn it, right? Like, I look at this thumbnail and I'm like, you know, I know Andre is like, this guy doesn't fucking deserve that. Like, he didn't put in the hard work and the effort, like, right? But he technically did, right? So there's a lot of, like, catching a lot of mindset stuff that I just watch just by looking at like thumbnails for myself to see, what am I still holding on to, and what am I letting go of? And, you know, things that I'm realizing and purging, right? Like, this guy deserves his 120 million. There's enough for everybody in the world, right? And I'm glad that this showed up, because it's allowing me to have this conversation regarding that. So, like, you know, I talked about it earlier where, well, there's 2 things I want to mention regarding this and regarding something with Lauren in a moment. You know, I talked about it earlier that it feels like you want to have to overcome something, because if you don't overcome, then the world will see you as lazy, or you had it easy, or that you didn't earn it and you don't deserve it. And then because of that, you want to be admired, you want to be respected, you want to feel like you want to have, like, admiration from your peers, right? But the problem is, you're not going to get it from them, because you earned 100 million at 21, right? What's the point of going to school, right? He dropped out of Harvard, right? Isn't Harvard to make money, right? To go to school to make money? Ultimately, you go to school to make money, but, like, he dropped out. So a lot of people may not see him as inspiring. Maybe younger people might see him as inspiring because, you know, he's 21. So maybe, like, a 15-year-old will say, look, Mom, this 21-year-old, he's only 6 years older than me, and he didn't go to college, or he dropped out of college and he made 100 million, right? But you take someone who's like 40 or 50 and
they went through the struggle, the grind, the hustle of like attaining what they attained. They may or may not have reached 100 million. Maybe they didn't even, they're still living paycheck to paycheck. And you look at that person and be like, that person doesn't deserve it, potentially. I know, I know for me, the old me would be like, that guy doesn't fucking deserve it. How dare this 21-year-old having 120 million, right? His brain's not even fully developed, much less he has 120 million. That's bullshit, right? That would be my old narrative, right? And I wouldn't be inspired by him. Like, you know, I look at his stuff, or I look at him, and I'm, you know, I'm actually impressed, right? 100 million, like at 20, like, I want to see this.
Today's guest built a $120 million company at 21 years old.
Yep.
I left college less than 6 months ago, and since then I've been like literally making millions of dollars. Like I'm spearheading something that will probably change the way companies are built, like into eternity.
Kicked out of both Columbia and Harvard, he's now the CEO of Cluely, an AI software that lets you cheat on everything.
You should be able to cheat on everything, and I think people do want to cheat on everything, and the only reason not to is because you're stuck worrying about what society tells you.
Whether you're trying to ace a job interview or close a deal, this AI feeds you
Cluely
answers in real time by listening and watching your screen.
Right now, people in tech think that the biggest opportunity of our lifetime is in AI, and I disagree. I think the biggest opportunity of our lifetime is
in this episode, we'll explore the broken state of modern education, unveil his unorthodox ways of going viral, and see just what it takes to turn controversy into a billion-dollar company.
I really don't think I'm that controversial, and there's a lot of tech people who think, man, this is the craziest kid ever, he's definitely going to jail. But in reality, like, I'm doing nothing illegal.
Roy Lee. Welcome to the Jack Neal Podcast.
Bro, that was such a tough intro. This is sick, yeah, and I thought you said there were going to be some Korean girls here. I flew all the way down from San Francisco, but it's all
the
good.
only way I could get him out here was so there's a bunch of Korean chicks.
Yeah, it's all good, it's all good. Just the two of us is fine.
So Roy, you built
His name is
AI
Roy.
that lets you cheat on dates, meetings, and job interviews.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, I guess the whole, like, I feel like the world doesn't realize how much the younger generation is AI native. You go to school like Columbia, and this is supposed to be like the fucking smartest kids in the world, like one of the top Ivy League colleges, prestigious. Every single motherfucker there is using AI to write their essays, do their homework assignments. If they can sneak it into a test, they'll do it on a test. Like, you would not fucking believe the future leaders of tomorrow's generation. Every single one of them is using AI. And
oh yeah, everybody's
there's, like,
using
this
AI.
called pushback against, like, oh, you can't use AI in the essays. Like people are trying to silence it, but it's pretty obvious where the future is trending if you are like Gen Z and you see what's happening around you, and where that is trending is everyone is going to use AI, and the status quo and incumbents are going to push back and say this is cheating, you should not do it. And I feel like if society is obviously going to say that using AI on a bunch of shit that you shouldn't traditionally don't use AI for is cheating, then you might as well embrace it and be in the eye of the storm. This is the only way that we'll get out without significant public backlash. I think a lot of people will look at us and say, like, man, are you not scared of the controversy? What I'm more scared of is the controversy of us saying we're not a cheating app, and then fucking half our users are using it for tools that like for cheating.
He's already
purposes,
jumping the gun. I like this.
Say, like, wow, this app is like
he's
all
got
I do is
balls.
cheat. Like, fuck it. Like, if you're gonna say that in the first place, then we might as well embrace it and just ride the marketing edge that it gives us.
Wow, man, you are wired today.
I'm like this 24/7, bro. Yeah.
It's fire. Okay, so what does the app do?
Essentially, Cluely it shows up as this like pane of glass application that shows up over everything else on your computer. It sees what you're doing, it knows things about you, it hears your conversations, and rather than you having to ask it questions, like you go to chatgpt.com, ask it like Italian places near me, rather than that, Cluely will predict what you want when you're on Chinese food and you sort of like ask Cluely, hey, help me out here, and it will predict, like, maybe you're looking for calories, maybe you're looking for XYZ, and it'll give you information that it thinks you need to know.
So what have been the most like interesting use cases
Cluely.
of Cluely that you've seen? In the past
Interesting.
few months?
Imagine I'm in a meeting with you, and imagine this is digital. Like soon, Cluely will be in real life, but for now, it's on the computer only. Imagine we're in a digital meeting, and I don't know who Jack Neal is, and I just hop on the Zoom with you, and Cluely just tells me, it's like, this is Jack Neal, and it does a deep research on everything you've done in your life ever. And it gives me sort of like the bullet point of everything you've accomplished. I can tell, like, it's as if I studied you beforehand, and it's as if I knew like exactly how big your TikTok was before this. I knew your earliest video, like everything there is about you on the internet that might be relevant for the conversation. It would.
This is interesting.
Now, let's say on the flip side, you're meeting me. I say, hey, I'm Roy. Last summer, I worked at this company called Nucleus Genomics, and it really changed the way I thought about the world. Do you know what nucleus genomics? Probably not, but it'd be really helpful if you could just pull up definitions of what exactly is nucleus genomics. And this sort of extrapolates everywhere to everything, like everything you've done in your life and everything on the.
There's a comment that says,
before I clicked the video, I was like, cheating is cheating and I don't condone it. Within 5 minutes, I was like, this kid knows what's up. For real, brilliant. Yeah. Basically, that's what I was saying. Like, there's a couple things, like our perceptions towards others. Like, this kid, this other version of me, he did fucking amazing. He built something that's like amazing. It's fucking awesome, right? I know someone will, like, someone says, but you're not learning anything. You're not learning anything. But the thing is, you're not actually learning, you're actually remembering. So you see, human perception is weird. The other thing too, I was mentioning now with Lauren, I wanted to touch upon that. I just want to see what this thing was about, Cluely. Now I'm gonna go do some research on Cluely later and see how that could be of service to me. Because he mentioned, like, it could basically do research on anybody. So with Lauren, you know, the other thing too, and this kind of goes back to something I talked about with Nero and his client. You know, when you have so many different versions of, like, that was just jumping rope. Like, I know how to jump rope. I've been jumping rope, and for me, I haven't caused any injury on myself. I know how to jump my rope. I know how to do some tricks, right? I know how to do some things. I know how to do double unders. It's just I don't do them because of, you know, limitation on room. Unless I, like, am more like there's nothing around, I can definitely practice more double unders or southpaw, right? But, you know, Lauren was talking about using your elbows to flick. Like, I've talked about bring your elbows in, and she's like, you don't want to keep your elbows in, you want to keep your elbows back, right? But you see, here's the thing, like, when you start to learn or start getting information or another way to do it from other people, stuff starts happening with the mind. It's like, well, which one is it? Is it this or is it this? Like, this thing works, and you knew this way worked, so why are you know, there might be a more efficient way of doing something, yes, but the thing is, this more efficient way of doing something may or may not work for you, because it may not feel efficient. Like, me flicking the rope down, I'd have to go and get my rope, right? Me flicking, and she also says, this is for beginners, of course, right? I'm not a beginner. I'm pretty advanced. I'm not professional, but I'm pretty advanced for jumping rope. But, you know, like, the way I jump rope, like, I don't keep my arms wide. I keep it, and I do flick my wrist, like, right? She's mentioning, like, you know, but my wrists are not like, they're not like, there's no tension on my wrist. They're loose and they're limber, right? But she's mentioning, like, the rope is rotating and you're using your elbow. I'd have to get my rope and try something out. I'd get the red rope. I'm not gonna go. But you see what I'm saying? Like, when you get another way of doing something, you know, that goes against what you've been doing the entirety of, like, your life in general, it starts to be like, well, who's right? Which way should I do? And then your mind will be like, it gets like complicated and often gets obfuscated. Look at this. I haven't touched this red rope since I got my other rope. So this, like, jumping this rope is gonna feel like, what the hell am I even using here? It's like nothing. It weighs nothing. You know, she mentioned to have the rope, like, short. Like, my rope is also, like, now it's short because I've given a lot of bit of slack. Like, the end of the rope is actually, like, here now. It's not, like, up here, but it's, like, here. Like, hers was underneath her belly button, so mine's is just a bit above the belly button. But, like, she was mentioning to like you're flicking down. So you're like, you're flicking down. And the thing is, like, yes, that works, but like the way I'm doing it also works. Now, I'm doing her way. Wow. So much faster to jump with this. But, you know, my point to say is, like, when you have too many people telling you this way works and this way doesn't work and that way works and that way doesn't work, and there's so much contradiction, you're like analysis paralysis, and you get what we call stuck in that analysis paralysis. And because of that, you end up doing nothing. So that's why I'm doing my best not to listen to a bunch of shit. But this was a good example of what I'm saying about, like, overcoming things, overcoming even like other YouTubers. And when you're seeing YouTube videos, overcoming yourself and your previous perception. Like, again, we go back to that video with that dude, Cluely. I'm not watching the video. I just wanted to hear just a couple minutes, and I'm like, okay, I get what he's saying. I gauge where he's at on his journey, right? He's a kid at 21 who built an AI company called Cluely. First time hearing about Cluely, right? Always discovering something or remembering something that, you know, I once forgot, because Cluely always existed. And, you know, his energy is it's intense. It's good, right? Does he care about metaphysics? And, like, he's making money, right? And he's not doing all this manifestation bullshit, right? He knows he's abundant, and he knows that, you know, how to generate value, because it's all about value. But, you know, my old perception of people is like, this fucking kid, how dare him? He's at 21, that's so unfair. He hasn't even gone through bullshit in life, and he's got like a company he's 120 million. Here's the thing. The universe doesn't give a shit if you went through bullshit in your life. All it cares is about that you finally see yourself as abundant, that you have infinite possibilities, that you have unlimited abundance, and that you can do anything, you can be anything, you can have anything, because you are everything. And it's not to logically just know that. You have to embody, and your subconscious has to feel that that's true, and it's safe, and it's real. Because you can say all that stuff. I've been saying it, but like the subconscious mind, I'm catching what my subconscious mind is entertaining. Like, the one for me specifically was, I was stupid that I have to keep learning from other people, that I don't know anything, that I have to keep seeking wisdom outside of me. That was my big one. That, like, all these like YouTubers and influencers know more than me, and they're better than me, they have more wisdom than me. Fuck that. You know what I did? I changed the narrative inside. I'm like, I am El Supremo. I have all answers. And whenever any one of these other versions of me, because they're me, shares something that I may not, this current version of me is unaware of, guess what I do? I flip the script and I say, thank you so much for helping me remember what I forgot, because that's all it is. You're remembering what you forgot. They're not teaching me anything new. Nobody can teach me anything. So some will say, but that's pretty arrogant of you, Orion, to say that you know everything, right? Because that's the human perception. Because there's a part that when you say you know everything, it blocks you from, you know, being open to you know, suggestions, right? So then you have to change your words. So I say the mind doesn't know everything. The soul has all the answers, and all that someone else is doing is helping you to remember what you already know. like you already know, right? And you're overcoming yourself. But here's the thing, you don't have to overcome anything. That's also a perspective and a perception. You don't have to overcome anything because you never had to. It may seem like you had to, but you don't. This is cool, I like doing this. It feels so weird to jump with this rope. Like this is like nothing now, like nothing. After jumping with a 1 pound rope for at least an hour, and I've been doing it actually for the last, I don't know, 10 or 11 jump rope sessions that we've had. How many, let's see, how many Saturdays were there in the summer? 8? There was eight Saturdays. 9 Saturdays. No, 12 Saturdays. There's 12 Saturdays during the summer. June to August. September, that was 16. I got the ropes in April. I started using the 1 pound rope in June though. So, yeah, anyways, that's a random thought for now. My point to say all this is to say, like, there's a lot of things for myself, and I'm bringing this for my own awareness sake, that like when you're listening to other people who is sharing another way of doing something that you already know, you must be mindful of their way. There might be, it could work for you, it could work against you, it could be more efficient, it could be less efficient, right? Now that I have Lauren's way of how she teaches beginners how to jump rope, right? Does it work for me specifically? Well, no. In fact, it actually is now counterintuitive because it goes against everything that I have, like I was taught or shared or remembered or mirrored, I should say, that I should jump rope by keeping my elbows in, keeping my hands not like this, but like this, and flicking my wrists. I have not caused injury to myself yet. And I don't plan to. And I've been using heavier ropes, right? Had I didn't know how to jump rope and I listened to her, then yes, I would be doing all of that flicking shit. But I don't flick. Like she said that the rope already spins, and that's true, right? The rope does already spin, so like flicking makes sense, and you're using your elbows. But because sometimes when something's ingrained, it takes a lot of time to be being out of you. Like doing it that way, it felt unnatural to me. And the thing is, if it feels unnatural to you, and that's okay, things can become natural eventually over time. If I practice her way over and over, like, yeah, then my way then I can incorporate like a fusion. But I do see her, like, you know, she does flick her wrists. She's not doing this to jump rope. I see her still doing this. That was Pup. I'm surprised she's not taking the car. Anyways. What else? Oh, she has an exam today. Why don't she just drive to school? I guess maybe school, I don't know, it's weird. Well, I might be able to use the car today, potentially. We'll see. Don't really have anywhere to go with it, but I could technically go to the store. It's fine. So there's that. So one with Lauren. So this is for myself. One with like, and it's not just Lauren. I mean anybody. Like, let's say for example, knowing how to do push-ups, right? I know how to do push-ups. So if someone else were to come along and say, you're not doing your push-ups right, you should be doing this, the push-ups this way, right? Then they could add another layer of obfuscation. And remember earlier during last week, I mentioned the beginner's luck, right? You start playing a video game you've never played before, and you're facing, you don't have all the experience with the game, so you're just randomly mashing buttons, like, you know, you don't have like that, you don't have like a sequence of stuff. But here's the thing, like, you know, I remember, and I shared with all of you, that there was a girl named Stephanie who almost whooped my ass in Smash Bros. Melee. She had never played, she had never held a GameCube controller. We showed her, okay, so this is how you hold the controller. So this green button, the A button, is to throw like a punch. The B button is to do other moves. These other two buttons, X and Y, are mainly for jumping. Then you have this trigger button up here, the R1. This R button is to block. This Z one, like this purple button, is a little bit harder to hit, but this one's it's a more powerful shield, but it's harder to hit. And then like we're showing, like if you press the A button and the R button together, you can grab your opponent and swing them. Like you can throw them. So like, you know, showing, like mirroring back to her how to play the game, right? So we gave her like the basics. So, but she's still kind of like, you know, whatever. So she was able to beat like a few of them who was there, and they were like, what the fuck? And I was getting my ass handed to me, and I'm like, what the hell's happening here? Is because she wasn't bogged down with wisdom and knowledge of the game. She was completely like blank slate. So she was, you can say she manifested knowing how to beat us without manifesting. So like when people are studying manifestation, they're studying manifestation by 10 million different people saying 10 million different things. So you have 10 million different versions now of manifestation, and you have 10 million voices saying this is how you should do it. This is how you should do it. That person says that's how you do it. That's how this person. That's why with that old guy, I just had a quick peek to hear what he had to say. I'm like, okay, cool. Don't need to hear that. Because I don't have to. I stick to a couple of souls. Like Nero and Katie have become like now the main thing. Like Pete has kind of disappeared because, you know, his channel doesn't exist anymore, or it's just like he hid it, or YouTube deleted it. I don't know. I have no idea. But anyways, like he's gone. But like even for Pete and Katie, I don't really have to listen to their stuff anymore because I know. Right? They're not teaching me anything that I don't already know, but what they're doing is mirroring back to me what I do know and reminding me and refreshing my mind. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you so much for helping me to remember this, or helping me to refresh my memory of this thing and bringing it back into the forefront. So this is how I overcame this whole I have to learn obstacle with other people. Like this person knows more than me, so I must listen to them because they know more. Nobody knows more than you. In your world, in your inner world, you are El Supremo, you are El Capitan. Simultaneously, you are equal to everybody. In your inner world, you are above everything and everyone. I know that sounds very not, what's the word? Not non-traditional to say that. It sounds very arrogant, very egotistical to some degree, that you're above everyone, but you're above everyone in your inner world. Because nothing goes above you because you're the creator. Nothing, I said nothing and no one. So no thing and no one and no place and no where is above you. You are at the forefront. You are the center. Like everything starts with you and ends with you in your inner world. Now you have to then live one state inwards, but then when you're coming in the outwards, like the third dimension, you got to make sure you maintain this level of, well, You can do whatever you want at this point. You can either be arrogant and like be above everybody in your outer world, and you place yourself on top of everything, or you can be humble and be equal, or you can be extremely humble and put yourself lower than everything. It's finding that balance. For me personally, I'm not above anybody in this third dimensional realm, because implying that I'm above or below something implies that we're not equal, and that there's like pedestalization happening. I'm doing my best to make sure everything's neutral, that we're all like on a neutral pace. But in my inner world, that I'm El Supremo, but I'm not to pedestalize myself at the same time. But at the same time, I am pedestalizing myself. And you see, our mind does not like these contradictory statements, because me saying what I just said sounds like a big ass contradiction. And you're right, it is a contradiction, because that's what the world is. It is a big ass contradiction. Everything's a contradiction. Quite literally, everything is a contradiction. Everything's a paradox and a contradiction. So, going back to that other version of me who's making 120 million with his company called Cluely, who's 21 years old. Congratulations, by the way, brother. Other version of me, congratulations. Seeing other versions of me doing things at younger ages is amazing, because we're all one thing. We just have created this identity that we're separate, that I am Andre, even though I'm Orion. Like, Orion is now the forefront, the identity that I've taken, but even then, it's still the I am, the we are all one. Because we're all one, right? So, the one thing I'm making sure that I don't do anymore is read more books on things, except for maybe personal finance, like financial stuff. Because most people who have played the game of money and knows the rules of the game, and who have made a level of success when it comes to money, I'll read books on stuff like that. But when it comes to manifestation and like personal development and emotional intelligence and being aware and all of this other trash, it's not trash, but all this other stuff, it is not necessary anymore. You have it all. You were born with it. What else do you have to know? You don't need techniques. You don't need strategy. You just know that you are it. That's it. It's just that simple. Nero was saying in his abundant video, which I downloaded because I think that's the perfect video. He was saying, like, it's just literally, a choice of making a decision to relax. But then your brain's like, well, like he was saying, well, how do I relax? Right? And then you're gonna go and obfuscate that. Our minds likes to do that. It likes to, like, well, I can't relax. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have 10 million things to do. I can't relax. I can't sit. I can't do anything. I have to grind. I have to keep moving. Because if I sit and I relax, that means I'm not successful, because you've associated some words of like sitting down as not being successful, as being lazy, right? Doing nothing is considered being lazy. And because of that, what ends up happening is that you're going to keep creating and obfuscating shit, because your word associations, your feeling associations, and your perceptions are going to tell you that relax. I can't relax. I just can't relax. But you're supposed to relax. The universe listens to you when you surrender, or when you just relax. And I have to change the word surrender to relax, because the word surrender still has this quitting like vibe to me, and I'm like, I'm not about that. So I have to change the association. So instead of, when someone says to surrender to the universe, I'm like, I'm gonna relax to the universe. For me, I'm gonna relax to the universe. I'm gonna relax. And when I relax, everything comes through. Like yesterday, when I was chilling and relaxing outside, even though it was cold, a drawing came through with 2 people a heart person and a money person, and I fused them together. Knowing that it's all one. But it's all about, if you say you want to relax, you simply make the decision and that choice to sit and relax. Just relax. That's it. It's just that simple. But you're going to say, but it's not that simple. Because you're going to have a bunch of sludge in your system making it not simple. But it is that simple, but you're going to have to clear out that sludge first to make it feel simple. And unfortunately, only you can clear out the sludge. You can either instantaneously, I can't snap my finger because of the gloves, but you know, you can instantaneously say that the sludge is gone, but just because you say it, that doesn't mean you embody it. And that's why I say knowing is not truly enough. Knowing is quite a lot, and it is enough. Like, I know enough is enough. But embodiment goes beyond knowing, because it's knowing plus feeling. I feel enough, I know enough, I embody enough. I embody enough. I embody enough. I embody enough money. I embody enough love. I embody enough wisdom. I embody enough joy. I embody enough happiness. I embody enough confidence. I embody enough conviction. I embody enough of this. And when you can, if you hear that, I embody enough. 2 E words, by the way. Embody enough. I embody enough. It's a knowing and a feeling fused together. Now, of course, know your definition of what embodiment means for you, right? Because your definition of embodiment may vary from my definition of embodiment, and your perceptions of embodiment will be vastly different from my perceptions of embodiment. You see, right now, this is what I love to do. I love to speak and I love to share and I love to bring things into people's awareness. This is my passion. I can do this all day without even batting a fucking eyelash. It's like no effort to me. It's easy mode. This is like easy. Like this is not even difficult. I can do this all day, nonstop. Food disappears from my reality. Like taking a shower disappears, even doing my play out disappears. I already finished it, of course, but like all that just falls away because I know what I love to do. I found my passion. It's live streaming, but it's really talking and sharing and bringing perspectives and awareness. And giving those perspectives for you to like have another tool, not to replace what you have, but to add, but not to obfuscate what you already have, but to complement what you already have. You see? I'm here to complement what you already have now, not to take away what you know or what works for you. I'm here to simply add and see if it works for you, and if it doesn't, no big deal. If you say, you know what, the way I do things works the best way for me, and you're living a life where you're actually in joy and you're in flow and you're happiness and you're abundant, don't listen to anybody else. Just stay the course. Stop watching YouTube videos and consuming. When I say stop using YouTube, when I say stop watching videos on YouTube, I don't mean to say to go and like never watch like a music video or something, or an anime or a video game like video. I'm not saying to not. I mean to say stop looking for information. Stop consuming information like to feed your mind like wisdom. You already have it. But some will say, but if you're not learning, you're dying. Let me address that one. If you're not learning, you're dying. If you're not learning, you're earning. If you're not earning, you're learning, right? That's what who said that in the video? Oh, Katie. Katie said her brother, if I'm not earning, I'm learning. And Katie said, if you haven't learned, you better fucking learn what you have to learn. Learn your lessons. Now, I don't subscribe to that word learning. Again, I've transcended beyond your typical human language. I'm on a whole other spectrum. Remember? Omnisane now. Transcendent sane. Existential sane. Quecto.
So to address this, if you're not learning, you're dying. See, I'm not learning, I'm evolving in every present moment because I've embodied that I evolve in every present moment. And I know that is real and true because I am evolving. I've evolved in every present moment. And guess what? I've already mastered myself and I'm mastering myself simultaneously. Living from a version of me who has fully mastered itself, but also living a version of me who is mastering, who still gets to master. So it's sort of like I get to see all of it and still get to like grow and evolve and stretch. But how do you do that? Well, you ain't technically in this vessel, and this vessel has the ability to do things. No, I'm kidding. You and me are one and the same, and you have the ability too. I was about to say, I'm better than you and I can do all that shit. That's the no humbleness. No. You have that ability too. Every one of us has the ability to think in this kind of way. Holding dichotomies. But that's not possible. You can't hold two states. You're not theoretically holding two states. Like when you're living in the fifth dimension and beyond, where time doesn't exist, you're everything. So you tap into that version. And you're simply bringing that version into the physical reality by walking the path of what that version already looks like. That's why I said that version is mastered and fully evolved, and you are taking that version, bringing it into the third dimension, and now you're thinking the way that version is thinking, you're speaking the way that version is speaking, you're acting the way that version is acting, you're perceiving the way that version is perceiving, you are saying the things that the other version of you is saying, you are using words, you're using perspectives and perceptions the way that version is, and that's the beauty of the third dimension, where you get to use and keep evolving and growing and stretching simultaneously with the version of you who's already mastered itself, who's fully evolved, who's already fully grown. Oh, and not to mention, in the third dimension, I'm in refinement. In the fifth dimension, I'm already refined. In the fifth dimension, I already have. In the third dimension, I'm in the process of having, right? But not buying into that I don't have it. So I have it now and really embody it. And it may sound like I'm faking it to make it, but we're not faking anything. We're acting real until we remember. There's no faking till you make it. It's acting real until you remember it. Act real until you remember. Thank you, Julian Blanc, for that one. Lots of people say you gotta fake it till you make it, you gotta gaslight yourself. And yes, use that stuff. There's all kinds of layers. There is no one size fits all approach. Like some will say this, some will say that. What works best for you may not work best for someone else, and what may work for someone else may not work for you, because you may or may not resonate. Humanity is very complex. It's not down the middle, cut and dry. It can be, but it's not, because we've created all this obfuscation on the planet. We've made things more complicated than it has to be. And the thing is, like, for me personally, like, I've seen all these obfuscations happening now. And that's why the universe had prepared me for this year specifically to fully refine myself in the third dimension, but know that I'm already refined in the fifth dimension and beyond. That I'm already mastered myself, and I'm simply tapping into that version that already exists and bringing it into and there's a germination period on the earth. Yes, you can snap your finger and have things instantaneously be done. But the reason why that's not going to happen right away is because of a couple things. Number one, your memories. Number 2, your perceptions. Number 3, your associations to words and feelings, associations. And 4, your experience on the planet. And because of all that, unless you've lost your memory and have amnesia, like third dimensional amnesia, I mean, technically we all have amnesia, unless you let go of the third dimensional amnesia and you start remembering who you actually are. More people are starting to know that. But let's say you have a concussion or something that unfortunately you lose access to even who you currently are, that you say that you are, like you're X, Y, and Z person, right? Unfortunately, like now you don't even know what your name is, right? I forget why I'm going down this road. It doesn't really matter. My point to say all this is that you are that person. You're just remembering more of who you are, and you're simply just tapping into a version of you that already exists. But again, your memories, oh yeah, this is where I was going with this. Because your memories have shown you, this person cheated on me, this person raped me, this person hurt me, this person did this thing to me, everything, and you're playing the victim of that, of course. Remember, everything's happening through you and as you and by you and for you, not to you. The as you and through you are the highest versions, and then by you and then for you. So for you, by you, through you, as you. That quadrant, it goes like that. And then there's to you. There's to you, for you, by you, through you, and as you. Oh, and of course there's with you. I should add that one. So there's to you, for you, with you, by you, through you, and as you. There you go. As you, as the creator. Through you, with the creator. With you, the creator and you are like, well, through you and with you is technically kind of the same. Slight nuance. For you is like a higher power. And then to you is something against you. Also a higher power. Perspective. The sun is disappearing. The clouds are in the way. But you see, my point to say all this is to say, like, I'm going to watch Nero's video. It's going to be coming out fairly soon, right? Everything that he shares in his videos, it's one of two things. He's either bringing something back into my awareness that I forgot, or he's already sharing something and he's just giving me a different way of saying it. That's it. That's all it is. He's me, and I'm him. Right? We're all one. And here's the beautiful thing. Since we're all one, right? And others are making millions of dollars, billions of dollars, right? If you know that you're one with them, then you have the same skills as them. You have the same awareness as them. You have the same ability as them. You don't have the same gifts as them because you have your own unique gifts. That's the difference. Otherwise, every one of us will be entrepreneurs. Some will not be bakers, some will not be chefs, some will not be farmers, some will not be cooks, some will not be athletes, some might not be landscape artists, right? You have your own unique gifts, but when it comes to awareness, perceptions, ability to have the same imagination, like the power, you have your own power for imagination. We all have the same unique power. Or same power within us. We have the same library of all that resides within us. It'll be slightly altered for you, but you have a library of all that is, and it's the same library of all that is for us.
12:25 now. I'm gonna go shower in a moment. Actually, I have to go groom first. So I'll be gone for about 40 minutes, give or take. So I'll just play music. But basically, again, what I'm saying is this. For those of you who think that you still have to go learn, I'm telling you right now, you do not have to learn. You can use that word if you like, by all means. If it makes you feel good and it feels like you're stretching and evolving and that word learning helps you, by all means use it. But just know one thing, that don't think that you don't know what someone else knows. All information belongs to everyone simultaneously. When someone is sharing something on a stage like I'm sharing right now, you already have this information. I'm just bringing it into your awareness to help you to remember what you forgot. That's it. It's just that simple. So don't feel like this person is better than you and they know more than you. Nobody can know more than you. They may be more aware of something that you're currently not aware of, but they bring it into your awareness. That's the difference. What do you think learning is? It's bringing something that you're currently unaware of into awareness, and then you now are aware of it, and then you have your preconceived notions, your perceptions, your expectations, your thoughts, emotional charged thoughts on XYZ thing, and then it gets sent into your mind, and then whether it's relevant or not, you will either entertain it or you simply won't, and you'll either keep it or discard it. So like when you're listening to Nero or Katie, or you're listening to Dr. Joe Dispenza or Robert Kiyosaki, because I'm going to throw in some finance guys now, or Deepak Chopra, or Ramit Sethi, or Cody Sanchez, or Marie Forleo, or Gabrielle Bernstein, or Tom Bilyeu, or Jay Shetty, or Mel Robbins, or Lewis Howes, or Ed Milet. I'm hitting David Goggins. You're listening to him too. Who else? Dan Martell. Who else? Dan Coe. Who else? Warren Buffett. Then you have Vishen Lakhiani. Then you have, Matteo Di Stefano. You have Blue. You have Andre Dukem. You have Aaron Doughty, Aaron Abke. You have Marcus Aurelius. You have Preston Smiles. You have Danny Morell. You have David Guillaume. There's a lot more names, y'all. Dr. Guy Winch, Dr. Carolyn Leaf, Napoleon Hill. Who else? Eric Thomas, William King Hollis. They do not know more than you. They do not know more than you. And you got to take that and toss it. I had to take that shit and toss that shit out of here. They are aware of things that I may not be aware of yet. But that does not mean that that awareness makes them better. That's the other thing that I had to dismantle for myself. Seeing others as better than me. They're one with me, how can they be better? That would imply that this version of me is lacking, is less than them. Because then that puts them above me. But we're this. In my inner world, I'm this. But simultaneously, I make sure that they're also at they're not like some low level shit. Like I'm just at the top. Like nothing goes beyond me. But the thing is, like in the physical world, we're this. We're equal. Or like, we're equal. We're high. We're above. We're equal. But the thing is, right? The thing is, we make these assumptions that just because this person has millions of dollars or billions of dollars that they are better than us or they know more than us, and that is simply not true, because they simply do not know more than us. They're just simply aware of something that you're currently not aware of yet. Keyword is yet. And then you become aware of something that they are aware of, and then it bridges the gap. That is how simple it is to put yourself and at a position that puts you on the same playing field as any of the people that I mentioned, or anyone else that I haven't mentioned that you admire as like a very powerful speaker, or someone who you look to for information. Never look up to someone, you look to someone for inspiration. You admire someone, but you don't admire them as above you. You admire them as, oh, I'm so grateful that another version of me is aware of something that I'm currently not aware of, and they're bringing it into my awareness, and now I'm aware of it. That's how simple this is. It gets to be simple. It gets to be simple. It doesn't have to be hard. I stand in the sun, the cloud disappeared. Ooh. That was all flow. This is how the universe channels through me. When I get out of the fucking way and allow the universe to channel through me. Like this. And it becomes super easy. Like I'm invincible. Like nothing can stop me at this point. And when I continue to talk like this, and I keep sharing things like this, it allows me to keep moving forward. Right? It allows me to keep moving forward, and nothing can get in my way. Like nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. So that's why I'm saying, like, all the people that I've mentioned, because they're very popular people in the spiritual and the personal development. Let's add some more names. Robert Edward Grant. Robert Gilbert. Rest in peace, his soul. He left. Who else is a trending person? Trent Sheldon. He's a great speaker, right? Who else? Tony Robbins. Who else do we add? Dean Graziosis. Who else? ClickFunnels do. What's his name? The ClickFunnels guy. Him too. His name is like on the tip of my tongue. It'll come to me when it comes to me. Him. Russell Brunson. There it is. Russell Brunson. Right? Insert Shark Tank guys. Like Damon, whatever, that dude. Then you have Robert Herjavec. Then you have Mark Cuban. Then you have Mr. Wonderful. What's his name? I forget his name. Mr. Wonderful. They call him Mr. Wonderful. And then the girls. Who else? I should mention more women. I mentioned, Mel Robbins, Gabrielle Bernstein, Cody Sanchez, Marie Forleo, Caroline Leaf, oh, you know what? Actors and actresses. Keanu Reeves, Jessica Alba, right? Artists, Taylor Swift, sports athletes, The Rock, Stephen Curry. They're not better than you when it comes to information. They have skills
again, they're not better than you. They just have their skills that they came to bring to the world. And they're proficient in that skill. Like Taylor is to sing. Yours could be speaking. Yours could be cooking. Yours could be writing. Yours could be drawing. Yours could be being super creative. Yours could be playing video games, right? Do you think Taylor Swift can beat me in Super Smash Bros. Melee? Hello? Right? We put these things as more valuable because people have preconceived value of like music is more valuable, so we pay these people lots of dollars. Personally, I mean, music is amazing, but like, you know, everything is technically equal. There are a lot of streamers out there that are making more than most actors. You just don't know about them, but they're making tons of dollars. There's a girl named Valkyrie. She's making millions of dollars just being her. Because she's beautiful. Lots of guys fiend on her. And she plays first-person shooter like Apex Legends and like Valorant. And she makes millions of dollars. You think Taylor Swift could beat Valkyrie? No. Do you think Valkyrie could beat Taylor Swift at her stuff? No. But it's not about beating anybody. It's about knowing that you have your own gifts and staying your lane with your gifts and acknowledging and respecting others with their gifts. Same with speaking. I'm not here to beat any other speaker, right? There are other speakers in the world. There's tons of speakers in the world. Now, in my world, I'm the best. Gotta put yourself up there, right? You can't be humble for certain things. But at the same time, I'm not here to beat anybody. I'm not here to beat William King Hollis and Eric Thomas as the best speaker or Les Brown. I don't give a shit about that. I came here to deliver a message. And that is what I have done and continue to do every day, to keep delivering a message that you have more than enough, you are enough because you've been born more enough, and that is enough. Damn, it feels good to be on a flow. And when I get into this flow, like nothing can stop me. It's invincible. Okay. I am gonna go take care of some stuff now. So whoever's here, I'll be back in like 40 minutes. I'm gonna do my best to groom as fast as I can, like do, and then go and take that shower. So I'll be back. So in the meantime, you get to listen to music. I should download some of those video game tracks though.
It's about
Ooh.
hard work or
No, that's narrow. You can listen to the audiobook if you like. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start. Which chapter is this? We're gonna start I'm gonna start on chapter 7.
Chapter 7. On earth as it is in heaven.
Enjoy Nero's book.
No heaven, no manifestation. You will not materialize your desired reality until you live in heaven. There are prerequisites to materializing your desired reality, and one of them is entering heaven. Not in the religious sense of a particular location in the afterlife.
You get to feed your mind.
But in the metaphysical sense. Most people
Without
make the
obfuscating
mistake of
things.
attempting to materialize their desired reality without realizing that the frequency in which they live and exist is in direct opposition to what they want. It's safe to say that most of the world live in hell, and you can only ever be where you are. In the religious sense, hell and heaven are locations in the afterlife that one enters depending upon how they lived their life, in accordance to the will of their God. But these two locations exist on earth, specifically within your consciousness. Nor will they say, see here, or see there, for indeed, the kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. Christ stated very plainly that the kingdom of God, which is synonymous with heaven, isn't outside of you or in the sky, but within you. This idea directly contradicts the notion of heaven being location in the afterlife, as religious institutions have been marketing to the masses for thousands of years. For more context, Christ was talking to his people and explaining how others will point you to a place and say that the kingdom of God is here or there, but you should not fall for it because the kingdom of God is within you. The idea of heaven being within you should lead to an internal restructuring and redefining of what heaven is. How can you go to a place that is within you? Why would I have to die to go to a place that is within me? How is it that when you die, you will go to heaven, but Christ says it is within you? To reaffirm Luke 17:21, in the Lost Gospel of Thomas, Christ explains the same concept. Jesus said, "If those who lead you say to you, 'See, the kingdom is in the sky,' then the birds of the sky are closer than you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish already know it. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you." The truth is, until heaven is metaphysically defined, your desired reality will be confined. Heaven isn't a location in the afterlife. It is the immersion into the formless state of absolute awareness, a unification with the infinite intelligence, also known as God. In this unification with God, the mind is unburdened by attachment, resistance, temporal limitation, desire, wants or needs, and it requires nothing for it has everything. Heaven isn't a place but a realization, the direct knowing of self as the infinite, unfragmented whole. In this state, separation from God dissolves, suffering ceases, and experience aligns with effortless inner calm, peace, and bliss. The irony is, whether you realize this or not, you have touched heaven at some point in your life. That inner stillness, peace, calm, where you were in complete fulfillment and felt whole, desiring nothing because you felt connected to everything. Heaven is not a place you get to, but a place you realize is already here within you. It is the silent backdrop behind all illusion, accessible the moment one surrenders the need to seek the world for what only it can give you. Hell, being the energetic polarity of heaven, is also not a particular location in the afterlife. Like heaven, it is a state of consciousness, a frequency in which many do not realize they are already living. Hell is immersion into the physical plane, a lack of awareness for the other planes of existence, leading one to be consumed by the ego, which takes the world around to be the only truth, also known as the devil. This unification with the devil, the ego, a consciousness burdened by attachment, resistance, temporal limitation, desire, wants, and needs, requires everything due to a distortion in perception where one fails to realize one has everything. Hell isn't a place, but a failure to realize and see oneself as the infinite, unfragmented whole. Hell is often described as a separation from God, but since God is omnipresent, that doesn't make sense. Hell is misalignment from God. This misalignment leads to suffering, inner chaos, conflict, and restlessness, despite the illusion that material possessions can resolve those things. The irony is, whether you realize this or not, you have touched hell at some point in your life. That inner chaos and conflict, where you felt a lack of fulfillment or completion, leading to a sense of being disconnected. Nobody can escape the truth that reality is nothing more than immaterialized frequency, and any frequency maintained will be materialized. Many desire heaven while maintaining a frequency which resonates with hell. Those who live in a hellish state can only experience hell, and those who live in a heavenly state can only experience heaven. The path to heaven can only be walked by those in heaven. Reality will never precede consciousness. Effect will never precede cause. You can only have what you already have, and if the frequency you're emanating to the universe is hellish, it cannot possibly not bring you to heaven. Apple seeds will never produce mangoes, and mango seeds will never produce apples. This is a simple truth in the world of nature, and it reflects how the universe works. In the modern day, hell is equivalent to living in survival mode. From a neuroscientific point of view, when one is living in survival mode, it is typically due to a lack of safety, which triggers the primal brain into operation. The primal brain has no other purpose than survival, flight or fight, and nothing else. While survival mode is often associated with poverty, paradoxically, wealthy people also live in survival mode. Since the primal brain is responsible for flight or fight, its only concern is surviving by hyper-focusing on what is immediately in front of it. This zeroing in on reality restricts our level of awareness, which means a limited perspective. This reduction in awareness and perspective shuts down higher levels of thinking, since survival is the priority. A lower level of awareness will always lead to reality being distorted to reflect the lower aspects of one's nature, which will always correlate with negativity. Hell is directly opposed to the materialization of your desired reality metaphysically. In neuroscientific terms, it is specifically opposed to your brain waves. The alteration of reality requires an alteration of one's frequency or one's state of consciousness, which requires an alteration of one's subconscious mind. The subconscious mind becomes more accessible in certain brainwave states, allowing for deeper influence and transformation. By leveraging the optimal brainwave frequencies, you can achieve more with less effort as your mind becomes more receptive to change. To revert to the point initially made at the start of this chapter, until you can enter heaven, you will not be able to enter your desired reality. This is due to the fact that what we metaphysically consider to be heaven, when it comes to brainwaves, is the door to the subconscious mind. There are various brainwaves that the brain cycles throughout the day. Beta waves, 12 to 30 hertz. Alpha waves, 8 to 12 hertz. Theta waves, 4 to 8 hertz. Delta waves, 0.5 to 4 hertz. Beta waves are associated with being awake, alert, and active. It is the standard mode of operation in your day-to-day life. Alpha waves are associated with a meditative, relaxed state. It is the state before drowsiness. Theta waves are associated with deep meditation, a trance-like state which is typically used in hypnosis and is equivalent to a drowsy state. Delta waves are associated with deep sleep. The slower the brain waves, the closer they are to the subconscious mind. Beta waves are produced during conscious operation, and so long as the conscious mind is present, the subconscious mind won't be. Think about these brainwave states like trains. The slower the brainwave state, the easier it is to catch a ride to the subconscious mind. The slow trains are your only entry into the subconscious mind. Most people make the mistake of attempting to give the subconscious mind their desired reality to materialize while operating in a brainwave state that prioritizes the conscious mind. To put it another way, they are trying to catch the fast trains, which only lead to the conscious mind and not the subconscious mind. The brain waves we produce are interconnected with either heaven or hell. Those who live in a survival state of consciousness rarely relax. Their alertness means they mainly produce beta waves, which are the fastest waves that call upon the operation of the conscious mind, and not the subconscious mind. Therefore, all attempts to alter their frequency, or state of consciousness or subconscious mind, are made in vain. They're trying to catch a train that doesn't lead to the subconscious mind. Those who live in a survival state of consciousness live in hell. and those who live in hell produce beta waves, which means they never access their subconscious mind. Could this be the reason so many of those who live in survival mode struggle to alter their minds? Alternatively, those who live in a heavenly state of consciousness are always relaxed, mainly producing alpha and theta waves, which are slower and lead to the subconscious rather than conscious mind. Therefore, all attempts to alter their frequency, or state of consciousness or subconscious mind, are effortless and successful because they're trying to catching a train that leads to the subconscious mind. It is much easier for a car to drive on smooth, calm roads than roads filled with bumps and potholes. In the same manner, it is much easier for a boat to sail on calm waters. The more relaxed you are day to day, the more likely your brain will be producing waves that are conducive to what you're trying to put into your subconscious mind. The less relaxed you are, the less likely your brain will be producing waves that are conducive to what you're trying to put in your brain. The truth of brain waves and their interconnection to the two states of consciousness is highlighted esoterically in John 3:27. John answered and said, "A man can receive nothing except it be given him from heaven." Nothing you desire on this physical plane will ever be attained unless you are already in the frequency of being in heaven. Metaphysically, to live in a heavenly state is to exist with inner calm, peace, bliss, fulfillment, and to desire nothing, which would indicate to the universe that you have everything. It's likely that the attainment of your desired reality would produce the state above, so the state above would produce the attainment of your desired reality. Attaining your desired reality would bring you peace, inner calm, and bliss. So peace, inner calm, and bliss can also bring your desired reality. Relaxation is the prerequisite for brainwaves that allow for easy access to the subconscious mind, which is the womb of reality. To receive, the prerequisite is to be in a heavenly state. Conversely, those in hell never receive. Another Bible verse encapsulates what I call the heavenly order of manifestation. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33. Here, the heavenly order of manifestation is established. Before seeking the materiality of your desired reality, instead of seeing the money, the wealth, the partner, the career, or whatever it is you desire, you must first seek a heavenly state of consciousness. Calm the waters before you set sail. Here's the issue. Part of you believes that once you get your desired reality, you'll feel complete, fulfilled, satisfied, calm, and relaxed, without realizing that if you aren't already those things, you cannot have them. The bigger problem is that if you don't have them currently, then you indicate to the universe that you have their opposites, which are emptiness, unfulfillment, dissatisfaction, and chaos, which are what will be reflected. Any time that you go against the heavenly order of manifestation, you unconsciously descend into the hellish order of manifestation, which will only lead to hell. If you put your desires above heaven, then your desires will always be out of reach. Until you recognize that where you think you'll be after getting your desired reality is where you need to start from, you'll never arrive. Seek first to be internally fulfilled, satisfied, calm, and relaxed without your desired reality, and all the things you want will be given to you, because to be in that state indicates to the universe that you already have them. The universe will never bow before the one who bows before illusion. The only way to get those things you desire is to enter heaven by first giving them to yourself, not in the humanistic way, but the universal way. At this point, it should be clear that relaxation is the prerequisite to revealing your desired reality. That's non-negotiable, practical. Relaxation is your natural state, which I understand seems counterintuitive, given the hectic, stressful nature of today's world. If relaxation is the mandatory step to materializing your desired reality, Those who are never relaxed can never truly materialize their desired reality. True relaxation arises from disconnecting from the outside world, and that is because it is the world that seeks to keep you from relaxation. It seeks to siphon your peace of mind by getting you to focus on work, your inadequacies, family dramas, politics, or the latest war. How can you relax when the mind is so preoccupied? I'm not suggesting you neglect the outside world, rather encouraging you to pay attention to your inner world, so when you pay attention to the world, it receives what it deserves from you. Relaxation is when the mind is occupied by nothing. Only you can make yourself relaxed. Anything that can make you relaxed can take that feeling away. And true relaxation is independent to any person, any condition, and any circumstance. Whatever the world gives you, it can take from you, and at some point, it most definitely will. To immerse yourself into nothingness, to reach that inner stillness, is the true pathway to relaxation. To seek refuge in the inner world instead of the outer world is how you are granted protection by the heavenly government. To be still is to do nothing. Whether you meditate or not, make a practice of doing nothing. Naturally, the mind will begin to tell you how difficult it is to relax, but that is the old frequency speaking. It wants to exist without relaxation, as it knows that is the stepping stone to your new frequency. Difficulty aside, what other choice do you have than to relax? Chapter 8. You can't outrun your frequency. Principle. Manifestation cannot occur without a synchronized alignment across all three levels of existence. Various cultures and traditions across the world adhere to the notion of three levels of existence. The three planes of existence have many different names: mind, body, and spirit. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Mental plane, physical plane, and spiritual plane. These are simply different expressions of the same universal truth. The inability to change one's reality often stems from ignorance of the three levels of existence. Most people go through life operating from only one plane while completely neglecting the other two. But relying on just one aspect of your being is guaranteed to lead to stagnation and a death sentence for your desired reality. True transformation requires full spectrum alignment, mental, physical, and spiritual planes working as one. Manifestation is impossible without a synchronized alignment across all three levels of existence. This is the multi-dimensional structure of reality. The plane of existence that most solely use is the physical. This is what you call reality. It's everything you've ever known, everything you can see, touch, taste, smell, and hear. It is the realm of your physical vessel, which is the materialization or the image of God. Despite the physical plane appearing to be real, it is an illusion. This doesn't mean it's fake. It just means there's more to it than meets the eye. Scientifically speaking, humans can only perceive a tiny fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum, the range known as visible light. This visible light makes up approximately 0.0035% of the full electromagnetic spectrum, meaning 99.995% of the spectrum is invisible to the human eye. There is a vast and active part of the universe that we simply can't perceive with our senses. Reality is like putting on a VR headset and forgetting that you are wearing one. When you put on a VR headset, you become fully immersed in a simulated world. You can look around, interact, and even feel emotions based on what you see, even though none of it is physically real. The headset filters your experience, creating a reality that feels true, even though it's just a projection. Consciousness works the same way. It acts like an internal headset that filters how you see the world. You're not experiencing reality as it is. You're experiencing reality through the lens of your consciousness. What you perceive outside is a reflection of the system running inside. You're not reacting to the world, but how your consciousness is interpreting it, like wearing a VR headset and forgetting that you have it on. For centuries, ancient mystics have known of this illusion, referring to it as the world of Maya. It is the realm of effect. All you experience here, every circumstance of failure, success, poverty, or wealth, is merely the shadow cast by the mind, an effect. Reality is an effect. Smoke from a fire, ripples in a pond, an echo of sound, a reflection from a mirror. Most of the world operates from this one plane of existence simply because it's all their mind can conceive of existing. Being tied to the physical plane, they tie themselves down. To reiterate, the physical plane is the realm of effect. The mistake that you must not make is attempting to change an effect itself. Reality cannot truly be changed from reality. It must be altered on a higher plane of existence. The only place from where reality can truly be changed is the mental plane. Where do thoughts come from? Is every thought mine? Think of the mental plane as a layer of immaterialized thought, like clouds of potential ideas drifting through the fabric of reality. Imagine the world is made of steam. You can't touch it, but when its vibration is altered, it forms matter, which in this example would be ice. The physical plane is nothing more than the mental plane materialized. The mental plane is interchangeable with the mind, your state of consciousness, or your frequency. The mental plane is outside of our third-dimensional realm, meaning it isn't confined by the illusions of space and time. Time isn't linear as we experience it in our reality. This reveals a truth you may not have heard. You don't create reality. How could you? Everything already exists, and it exists here. Think about it like this. You go to a restaurant and the meals are already prepared. You simply select which one you want. This notion is instantly liberating because it removes all the pressure that unconsciously comes with the idea that you need to create. No, everything has already been created. You just need to choose, which is something to which your mind is more adjusted. The mental plane exists within the subconscious mind specifically. Being the realm of cause, it is the fire that produces smoke, the stone that creates ripples, the voice that generates an echo, the light that casts a shadow, and the object that reflects in the mirror. You can only experience physically what first existed mentally. You cannot escape this cause and effect chain reaction. Remember, everything you see in reality was first a thought, a form of imagination, just not yet tangible. This must be extrapolated to every condition, circumstance, and event that you experience in reality. The spiritual plane is where your spirit body exists. Some call it the astral body, hence terms such as astral projection. Delving too deeply into the spiritual plane is beyond the scope of this book, so I will keep it directly relevant to reality creation. Your spirit is the aspect of you that is infinite. This means it is beyond the illusions of the third-dimensional realm. It is the droplet from the ocean of God. And the thing about a droplet is that it contains the same qualities and properties as the entire ocean. It is on this plane that your connection to God is determined, not in a religious please your parents sense, but in your ability to unify with the infinite intelligence and harmonize with the energy of God. The spiritual plane is like the oven that bakes your mental creation into the physical plane. The stronger your connection to God, the quicker you'll be able to materialize conditions into reality, and the greater you'll be able to materialize into reality. To reiterate, this isn't in a religious sense. It's about what your state of being is indicating to the universe. All three planes of existence must be harmonized in order for your desired reality to be materialized, which would mean the mental plane is harmonized with your desired reality. The physical plane is harmonized with your desired reality. The spiritual plane is harmonized with your desired reality. Since there are 3 levels of existence, there seems to be 3 modes of operation when it comes to progression in reality. The physical planers. These are the people that work as long and hard as possible, grinding away day and night. The mental planers. These are the people that just think about what they want all day, without taking any form of action, hoping everything they want will just magically come to them. The spiritual planers. These are the people that just pray to God about what they want all day without taking any form of action, hoping God will simply give it to them. The hard worker, the hard thinker, and the hard prayer are all dwelling in the same ignorance, but their vanity has them think otherwise. They are all making the same mistake of simply relying on one plane of existence instead of using all 3 in unison. Let's examine the multidimensional mistakes they are all making. The physical planners. They are unaware that reality is an effect, which they are attempting to also change with an effect. They rely solely on physical action, neglecting the higher planes of existence, and never realizing that action is the lowest level of consciousness, so their results are low level. This is where most of the world reside, without ever realizing that you cannot change an effect itself. You must change the cause. You cannot outrun your frequency. You cannot out-hustle your frequency. You cannot work your way out of your frequency. The mental planers. They are unaware that action is the external manifestation of the internal energy reflecting your mental creation, which solidifies it and turns it into matter. They are unaware that action is needed to bring a frequency or consciousness into reality. By seeking to escape hard work, which isn't a necessity unless you deem it so, they escape work altogether. By avoiding the physical, you attempt to go against the structure of reality, which is to go against the structure of yourself, which can only lead to disharmony. The spiritual planers. They are unaware that even though they may be connected to God, what they're baking in the oven of God is everything except their desired reality. Until they become conscious of what they're putting into the oven, they'll keep baking the same reality that they're praying to be rid of. They are all variations of the same mistake, practical. You must adhere to a specific order to create your desired reality in alignment with the structure of the universe. The order of alignment goes as follows. First, mental plane. Second, spiritual plane. Third, physical plane. The mental and spiritual plane are interchangeable, but the physical is non-negotiable. It must always come last. It is the lowest level of existence. Lowest not meaning lesser value, just that it is not a causal realm. 1. The mental plane. Whatever your desired reality, hold it in mind as if it already exists. Since the mental plane is the realm of cause, if your desire is to be materialized in reality, then you must be operating as if it is already so. Shift from desiring to already having. The only way to arrive at the end is to begin at the end. The mirror will never smile before you do. 2. The spiritual plane. Until you recognize the power within, you will have no power without. By recognizing and internalizing that you are a materialization of God, and that God dwells within you, you activate the power of the infinite within you. There is no greater power in the universe than God, but if you fail to recognize God within you, then you will be powerless before any condition, circumstance, event, or person that poses as adversity. Once you grasp the infinite nature of your true identity, you realize how arrogant it is to think that God could ever fail. To doubt yourself is to doubt God, which is true blasphemy. The only way to strengthen yourself on the spiritual plane and to connect to God is to spend more time within than you do without. The vehicle of choice doesn't matter because the destination is the same. The more time you spend within, the more power you grow within. The more you cultivate internal power, the less power the external will have over you. 3. The physical plane. Only after arranging yourself correctly on the higher planes of existence can you begin to dominate the lower plane of existence, reality. Action is unavoidable, but to avoid wasted action, the physical plane must come last. The higher planes of existence metaphysically position you in the correct direction to begin walking towards your desired reality through action. After vibrationally aligning yourself to your desired reality, you will begin to receive the blueprints on how to physically get there. Chapter 9. Redefining Manifestation. Principle. If you desire to change your reality, then you have lost the race before it's even begun. Manifestation isn't what you think it is. It's likely that you entered this realm of knowledge seeking to change your reality, but the paradox is that true manifestation has nothing to do with changing reality. The desire to change reality is actually what keeps so many from ever changing their reality. True manifestation is solely focused on you and neglecting reality. Nothing will ever change until you do you first, and that is a non-negotiable, universal truth. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. Quran 13:11-95. The moment you change, the frequency or state of consciousness that the universe picks up from you begins to change, and as a result, what is reflected changes. Think about it in terms of supply and demand. Every supply is only a product of demand, meaning that the reality you are being supplied with is what you are subconsciously demanding through your frequency or state of consciousness, whether you like it or not. If you want to be supplied with something different, then you must demand something different. And the unfortunate thing is that we are unaware of what and how we demand. What you want is not what you demand. What you demand is who you are. The only thing that the universe will ever recognize as demand is your current frequency or state of consciousness. You will never change the supply until you change the demand. To reiterate initial idea presented at the start of this chapter, nothing in your reality will ever change until you change your frequency or state of consciousness. Your frequency or state of consciousness totals 7 keys. A typical mistake that many make when attempting to alter their reality is to simply alter 1 or 2 keys while neglecting the others. Eventually, the neglected keys unconsciously contradict their change, ultimately contradicting their reality to change. In the same way that all successful manifestation requires alignment across all 3 planes of existence, a successful change in frequency requires alignment across all 7 keys. The 7 keys to frequency are beliefs, conviction, perception, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reactions, expectations. Your current reality is nothing more than the reflection of what you've been demanding, or in other words, your current beliefs, conviction, attitude, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reaction, and expectation. You have the beliefs equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. You have the conviction equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there. You have the perception equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there. You have the emotionally charged thoughts equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. You have the focus equivalent of your current reality, and until you change it, you will remain there. You have the reactions equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. You have the expectations equivalent of your current reality, and until you change them, you will remain there. When the 7 keys are altered, your frequency is altered. Only then will reality be altered. This can work for you or against you. When the 7 keys are aligned, reality is aligned. When the 7 keys are misaligned, reality is misaligned. Whether in alignment or not, the universe will always seek to materialize the frequency emitted into reality. The materialization of frequency or consciousness into reality is what we call manifestation. Consciousness and matter are the same energy, only different in rate of vibration. Much like steam and ice are the same energy, only different in rate of vibration. Every frequency maintained must and will become a reality, and every reality maintained is nothing more than maintained frequency. Before we can get to the true essence of manifestation, let's debunk some common myths surrounding it. 1. You don't need to work to manifest. A lot of spiritual people don't realize that they're not seeking anything other than a form of escapism that directly goes against the structure of the universe. You can't escape physical work any more than you can escape the physical plane. The notion that you manifest without some sort of physical effort is simply an appeal to an aspect of you that is either exhausted or lazy. All successful manifestation requires synchronistic alignment across all 3 planes of existence, not just 1 or 2. While work is mandatory, hard work is optional, but will be made real by your belief in its validity alone. 2. Thoughts create reality. Not all thoughts are equal in their effect over reality. The only thoughts that have the potential to materialize a reality are those which are emotionally charged. The true language of the subconscious mind is emotion, which also means emotion is the language of God. Emotion being the language of God means that this is primarily what the universe recognizes, and emotion is simply energy in motion, which alters the vibration of a thought, making it more powerful and its manifestation more likely. If there is no emotion behind it, it won't manifest. If there is, it always will. Emotion is a huge contributor to your frequency, and as a result, your reality. Emotion doesn't necessarily mean a sense of euphoria or excitement, but it is always relative to you as a person. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. To simplify your understanding, you can think about manifestation like this. The universe is a sort of warehouse that only delivers the reality that you order. To reiterate, you can only receive what you are asking for. Remember, supply and demand. The issue is, we spend most of our lives consciously asking for one thing, but subconsciously and with our energy, asking for another. Before an order is shipped out, it is identified via a unique product code that the warehouse will match up before distributing. Think about your frequency like that unique product code that will always match its identical reality before being shipped out. To reiterate, before anything can exist physically, it must first exist vibrationally, which is the combination of mentally and emotionally. Those who know the true process of manifestation possess the ability to manifest instantly, and that is not an exaggeration. Before you learn the true process of manifestation, I would like to make something clear. The knowledge you have is activated by the security you have in the knowledge. There are individuals with wrong knowledge, but through their security and conviction in it, make it right. There are also individuals with right knowledge, but through their insecurity and self-doubt in it, make it wrong. More important than what you do is the conviction that what you're doing is right. To act on knowledge while in a state of insecurity and self-doubt will render the potential of the knowledge useless. Decide that you have everything you need and that you know more than enough to maximize the potential of that knowledge. The true process of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change, when you are good with it and good without it. Diving deeper into this definition can alter everything. There are 2 layers to this definition. First, manifestation is focused on shifting internally, not externally. 2. When you are no longer emotionally dependent on what's going on outside of you, whether positive or negative, when you are good with it and good without it. Part 1. The common perception of manifestation is that it's about changing your reality. However, that idea will set you up to continuously fail to manifest or change your reality. So long as you desire to change your reality, you will be stuck playing the game of reality backwards. Your purpose for manifesting may be to change your reality, but the process of manifestation requires you to realize the outer world is of no significance, and to redirect significance to your inner world only. To be concerned with the outer world is to be concerned with the effect instead of the cause, a trap that many fall into that puts them in a perpetual cycle of never altering the effect. You want the effect to be different, but you don't pay any attention to the cause. How can you expect to alter the effect if you fail to alter the cause? This does not make sense. Manifestation isn't about changing reality, it's only about changing you. But so long as you're caught up in changing reality, you're caught up in trying to change an effect by changing an effect, which does not make sense. With all your focus on the external, you indirectly neglect the internal. As a result, you'll fail to realize that you haven't changed. So how could reality possibly change? Ironically, the more you seek evidence of reality changing, the more you affirm that you haven't changed. Because if you had, there would be no need to look for proof. The change would already be your experience, which is internal. To be satisfied with yourself, but unsatisfied with your reality, is paradoxical. It's ignorance of the fact that the two are interconnected, which for most is the source of their unwanted reality. To desire change without change is against the nature of the universe. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. The process of internally shifting is simply the act of exchanging your current state of consciousness for the state of consciousness that matches with your desired reality. Completely different beliefs, a different level of conviction, a different perception, different emotionally charged thoughts, different focus, different reactions, and different expectations. Part 2. If you manifested your desired reality right now, how would you feel?
I'm not done, but I finished grooming, so
Amazing.
I hope you all are enjoying this.
Relaxed, secure, accomplished. If so, that's the exact
Now I'm gonna go shower, and I'm freaking cold.
will never manifest. Conversely, if you never manifest your desired reality, how would you feel? Disappointed, crushed, sad, annoyed, frustrated, irritated, angry, empty. If so, that's the exact reason your desired reality will never manifest. Whether you realize this is or not, to grant the external the power to alter your internal state is a confession of a dependency on reality. To be dependent on reality is to require reality to give you what you desire. Those who are internally dependent on reality will forever be the slave of condition, circumstance, and the events of reality. To be independent of reality requires you to give yourself what you desire. Those who are internally independent of reality will never be the slave of condition, circumstance, or events of reality. The quickest way to determine if you're internally dependent on reality is to ask yourself whether you're postponing the feelings of your desired reality until it manifests. If that's the case, it means you're waiting for reality to change before allowing yourself to feel those feelings. But in doing so, you reinforce that your reality hasn't changed, so it doesn't. Ironically, the feelings you envisage as your desired destination are actually the starting point. They generate the frequency that signals to the universe that your desired reality is already yours. By feeling those emotions now rather than later, you shift your state of consciousness to the present, setting in motion the external changes that reflect your new reality. The postponement of the emotions you'd feel in your desired reality is the source of your internal dependency on seeing your desired reality. which indirectly shows your ignorance of how reality is materialized. On a deeper level, it is an indication of importance. Importance to the universe is interpreted as energetic space. The bigger the importance of your desired reality, the bigger the space between you and it. Conversely, the smaller the importance of your desired reality, the smaller the space between you and it. The more you are internally dependent on seeing reality change, the more importance you indicate to the universe, which means the more space there is between you and your desired reality. If you need your desired reality to materialize before you allow yourself to feel the way you would in that reality, you'll never generate the frequency required to bring it into existence. The world will never prove anything to you that you have not first proven to yourself. Internal independence of reality is the essence of what it means to be good with or without it, which is the prerequisite to altering your reality. Unfortunately, too often you are good with it, but not good without it. At first, this notion can seem frustrating. How can I be good without it when I need it? The truth is, this notion is liberating. The moment you are no longer dependent on reality, you are freed from it, which also frees up your desired reality to come to you effortlessly. Your desired reality is merely an aspect of you that already exists within, but it remains imprisoned by your internal dependency on what you believe it will give you. When reality can offer you nothing, it will offer you everything. Manifestation has nothing to do with doing, but everything to do with being. It isn't something you need to do, it's something you already do. Manifestation is like breathing, an effortless, unconscious process. Understanding this is the foundation of all manifestation. Only then will it be experienced as such. Think about the moments you were searching for a particular car online, and then suddenly you started seeing them everywhere in your reality. Think about the moments you were searching for some shoes online, and then suddenly you started seeing them everywhere in your reality. Think about the moments you were thinking about someone, and then suddenly they called or texted you. Manifestation is something you've always done effortlessly. You've never had a problem with it. Truthfully, learning about it is simply discovering what you've been doing forever. Mistakenly, many desire to manifest while negating that they already manifest. Then when they fail to manifest, they conclude they have a problem. Ironically, through their belief in a problem, they manifest one. So rid yourself of your old frequency's trickery, attempting to convince you that you have a problem manifesting. Ironically, there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. So if you believe you will have difficulty manifesting, then you shall. Practical. Many argue about the best technique for manifesting. Is it subliminals? Is it affirmations? Is it visualization? Is it vision boards? Is it writing your goals down as if they are accomplished? None of these are the best way to materialize your desired reality. The best manifestation technique is you. Transcend the infancy of technique or law superiority. The only truth is you. The only law is the law of you. There is no secret method or technique. One method works for some, others work for others. Techniques themselves are useless. It is the conviction that you pour into the technique that activates it to work, and nothing else. The technique itself does not create reality. It merely positions you to create your reality by being in the internal state equivalent to your desired reality, so it can effortlessly unfold. The only purpose of these techniques is to internally shift you into the state of consciousness of your desired reality to such a degree you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. Your unwavering conviction that it will work is the only thing that makes it work. That is what activates the technique. So, to reiterate a point made earlier, more important than what you do is the conviction you have in what you're doing. Scientists discovered the placebo effect during the 18th century, which proves that conviction alone creates change. If you take a sugar pill, truly believing it's medicine, your body responds as if it is because it's not the pill that holds the power, but your conviction in it. As humans, we are microcosms of the universe. The ancients stated, as above, so below. As below, so above, conveying that we are miniature, walking reflections of the universe. This means that the universe itself being so below, as above, has its own placebo effect. So it's not about affirmations, visualization, vision boards, or writing your goals down as if they're already done. It's about you. That's what it's always been about. Techniques are like vehicles. It doesn't matter what car you ride in. All that matters is the fuel that's in the vehicle, because that will be what drives you to your destination. In order for a technique to work, using it must generate an intense degree of emotion. To do that, the technique must be vivid. Bear this in mind when choosing your preferred technique. The technique I exclusively teach clients. This technique can be used for a number of purposes: to alter an upcoming event such as a job interview, a date, a meeting, or simply an uncomfortable conversation. I have seen all the above unfold as desired, including court hearings that were definite jail time. It can also be used to internally shift you to resonate with the frequency or state of consciousness of your desired reality. It can also be used to rewrite a traumatic, painful, or upsetting past event that still may have a grasp on you to this day. This method capitalizes on the fact that the mind cannot distinguish between fact and imagination or consciousness. When imagination becomes real to the mind, it alters your frequency or state of consciousness to reflect that, causing reality to reorganize itself in alignment with your internal shift. This technique has the sole purpose of convincing your mind that what you are experiencing within is real, and it will only accept it as real if what you are experiencing within generates an intense degree of emotion and is vivid. An intense degree of emotion may mean euphoria. It may mean tears of joy. It may mean extreme gratitude. It may mean uncontainable excitement. It may mean deep peace. It may mean complete serenity. It is entirely dependent on how you would be upon attaining your desired reality. It is not one size fits all. I am rarely excited, but often extremely calm. So that is the emotion that resonates my truth. Vivid implies clarity, which means knowing exactly what you want with pinpoint precision, so there is no room for confusion. These two components combined will be sufficient to convince the mind that the internal experience is something that has actually been experienced. It will then begin resonating with the frequency aligned to what you desire, setting in motion the materialization of that frequency into reality. As mentioned earlier, importance is the enemy of the materialization of your desired reality. The beauty of internally, intensely, and vividly experiencing your desired reality within through this technique is that the more you do it, the more your mind accepts that this has already happened, which decreases the external desire and importance placed upon it. The only way to reduce the importance placed upon your desired reality is experiencing it internally, because then, and only then, shall it no longer be desired externally, which aligns you with it. Your desired reality is only important because you don't have it, and if you did, it wouldn't be important. Too many see their desired reality as a pair of shoes in the shop window, instead of the pair they already own and have been wearing for months. The importance you give to a desired reality is an indication of internally lacking the frequency equivalent of that desired reality. You only want it because you don't have it. Using this technique correctly positions you to take your desired reality for granted. At first, this notion may seem confusing, but that is only until we look to human nature for understanding. As humans, unfortunately, it is within our nature to take for granted that which we have. by taking your desired reality for granted, you indirectly indicate to the universe that you already have it. Think about how everything you currently take for granted comes to you effortlessly. This does not contradict the notion that any technique you use must generate an intense degree of emotion. The purpose of this is to generate a frequency aligned to your desired reality. Fortunately, the natural side effect of intensely and internally feeling the emotions you'd feel in your desired reality is a reduced desire for it externally. In effect, killing two birds with one stone. The technique I exclusively teach to clients is simple and made up of two parts: the isolated practice of visualization and carrying that internal shift into your daily life. Part 1. 1. Clearly define the circumstance, event, or reality that you desire. There must be no confusion about what you want to manifest. 2. Sit or lie down until you reach a state of deep relaxation and stillness. Whether this takes 5, 10, 20, or even 40 minutes doesn't matter. Being relaxed is mandatory. Clarification. You'll know you're relaxed enough when your body feels loose, heavy, or weightless, and your mind becomes quieter. If you still feel restless, take more time. 3. Imagine a scene that includes someone who cares for you, a friend, partner, or family member who recognizes your desire by commenting on it in a natural and personal way. Clarification. If you don't have someone who would naturally comment on your success, use a person you admire, a role model, or even a past version of yourself, reflecting on the achievement. If your desired reality isn't something others would comment on, e.g., internal growth, imagine a scene where they acknowledge your transformation through a change in your energy, demeanor, or actions. 4. Include physical touch in the scene. A high five, fist bump, hug, or anything that feels natural with them and intimate. 5. Keep the scene short, focusing only on their comments on your desired reality materializing, and replay it again and again on a continuous loop. Clarification. The scene is kept short to prevent overcomplication. If it's too long, your focus will scatter. Keep it concise and impactful. To make the loop feel natural, imagine it like a movie clip replaying, fading out then seamlessly restarting. 6. If imagined vividly, you will naturally begin to feel the emotions you'd experience upon your desired reality materializing. Feel these deeply. Clarification. If emotions don't come easily, focus on amplifying the details. Tone of voice, expressions, warmth of touch. Emotion is triggered by immersion into vividness, so sink deeper into the scene. 7. There is no set time for this practice. The moment you begin to feel strain, effort, or fatigue, stop immediately. Clarification. If you notice yourself forcing it, don't push through. Ease out of it naturally and return to it another time. Part 2. 1. Pick a single, simple sentence that you would naturally say to yourself upon your desire manifesting. It must be authentic, what you truly think or say. Clarification. If you struggle to come up with a natural sentence, imagine seeing your desired reality unfold right now in front of you. What's the first thought that runs through your mind? That's your sentence. 2. What is the feeling you'd experience naturally and exclusively upon your desired reality materializing? Clearly define it. 3. Repeat the sentence in your head continuously throughout the day, feeling what you would feel if it were already your reality. Clarification. You don't need to say it out loud, just think it, like an internal affirmation. If you struggle to feel the right emotion, slow down and focus. Instead of repeating the sentence mechanically, imagine the depth behind it. There's no need to force constant repetition. If you forget to do it at times, that doesn't ruin the process. Just return to it whenever you remember. This isn't about repeating the sentence mindlessly all day, but about anchoring yourself in the feeling whenever possible. If your mood fluctuates throughout the day, don't panic. Shifting states is natural. Simply return to the sentence and feeling without resistance. In both aspects of the technique, simplicity is mandatory. Techniques can be used every day, but not for the sake of creation, as they do not create. They must only be used to internally experience the state of consciousness you desire. Do not make a chore out of it, as this perception will eventually lead to feeling obliged, bordering on resentment, which will emit a frequency that will negatively alter the frequency of your desired reality. If it's beginning to feel like a chore, take a break and enjoy your reality. Here are some examples of how the technique can be applied to different desired realities. The desire for love. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "This is the love you've always deserved. You're so happy." Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm finally in the relationship I've always wanted to be in. The desire for a specific job. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "Congratulations, I knew you were going to get the job." Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm so grateful I got this job. The desire for a specific income. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "I can't believe you're making that much. That's insane." Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. Now I have more money than I can spend. The desire for a specific physique. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "You look like you live in the gym these days. You gotta train me." Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. I'm in the best shape of my life. The desire for business success. Part 1. Visualized scene. A close friend or family member hugging you while saying, "Congratulations. How does it feel to be making X amount of money?" Or however your friend or family member would say it. Part 2. Mental affirmation. Sales are coming in like crazy these days. These are just some examples. Adapt them to your specific desire. All manifestation is instant. When aiming to materialize your desired reality, it's natural to ask, how long will it take to manifest what I want? This question is a confession of ignorance to the true essence of manifestation. Remember, manifestation isn't a matter of altering reality, it's about altering oneself. Altering oneself can happen in an instant, which would mean that all manifestations are instant. The act of altering reality requires a transcendence of third-dimensional constraint, one of those constraints being time. You need to transcend time by immersing yourself within the state of consciousness of your desired reality. By doing so, you experience the truest essence of your desired reality. Those who think manifestation is about altering reality will always wait for reality to be altered, which indirectly indicates to the universe they are lacking what they desire. Imagine your desired reality as a jacket. From the moment you step into its frequency or state of consciousness, you put on the jacket, and you remain in that state until you unconsciously choose to take it off, which is when you shift out of that frequency or state of consciousness. Once you have truly entered the state of consciousness or frequency of your desired reality, you will not need to see reality change. So, how long or when will not even be relevant. If it is, that is an indication that you must internally, intensely, and vividly desired reality more. There are no big or small manifestations. Nothing in the universe is bigger than God, but paradoxically, whatever God deems bigger will be. Big or small are concepts that do not exist to the infinite. It is us defining that leads to confining. Your perception of a reality will always lead to the projection of a reality. If you view your desired reality as big, then it will be too big for you to materialize. Not because it is big, but because you have made it so. Often, the difficulty of materializing our desired reality does not lay in the reality, but in our unawareness of how we make it difficult. To the infinite, the reality that you so greatly desire is no greater than the one you currently experience, and vice versa. It is all the same since it is above duality. It seems as though whatever we deem to be big becomes too big for our minds to conceive us materializing. So the wise thing to do would be to deem your desired reality as small. By deeming it small, it isn't too big for your mind to conceive materializing, which allows for a smooth materialization of your desired reality. You need to build manifestation muscle. Manifestation, despite being something you already do, operates in a similar way to a skill. There are individuals who seem to have the ability to materialize whatever it is they want, and the source of their power lies in their manifestation muscle. Some people have weak manifestation muscle, and others have strong manifestation muscle, which makes all the difference. Manifestation works like building muscle in the gym. The more you materialize, the stronger your manifestation muscle becomes. If you're trying to manifest something too big, too soon, without proper training, or building up smaller wins, you risk feeling stuck in a cycle of failure. Just like you wouldn't try to lift extremely heavy weights without training, you shouldn't expect to manifest huge desires without gradually working your way up. Manifestation muscle is nothing more than a measurement of conviction you have in your ability to materialize your desires. The more you see evidence of your ability to manifest, the more that strengthens your conviction. And the more conviction you have, the more and the easier you're able to manifest. It's likely that you don't have sufficient conviction in your ability to alter reality. That's not because you can't manifest. It is because you neglect the instances you do manifest. Remember, you have been manifesting on autopilot your whole life. By becoming aware that you are already manifesting, you recognize the invisible string that connects reality and your mind. The more evidence you see, the more conviction you have, and the more muscle you gain. Often, we do not realize that we have the conviction necessary to materialize our desired reality. A recommended way to build conviction is by materializing what you deem to be small things. The mind will naturally note these instances as evidence, which quickly stacks up. Manifest seeing a specific pair of shoes. Manifest seeing a specific car in a specific color. Manifest seeing a specific colored backpack. Manifest an available parking space. Each small success builds confidence, strengthens your conviction, and makes it easier to manifest bigger goals over time. Building manifestation muscle requires patience, consistency, and incremental progress. After a while, your mind will naturally have a shortcut, and the idea of your desired reality will seem easy. That is everything you need to know when it comes to manifestation. There is no other secret key or hidden ancient wisdom you are missing. You have it all, as you always have. I'd like to end this chapter by saying that manifestation is not you creating reality. There is nothing for you to create since all realities and frequencies already exist within the infinite within. Manifestation isn't creation, it is revelation. You are revealing what already exists within. Chapter 10. The Desire of Your Desires. Principle. Just let go. Just detach. These are not new concepts, yet they seem so difficult to do. How can I detach from wanting more money when I need to pay my bills? How can I detach from wanting a romantic partner when I need love? How can I detach from my career when I need to progress? Detachment and letting go are necessary if you are to alter your reality. But they cannot be unlocked unless you understand exactly what this means. You will never be able to let go or detach unless you know what you truly want. You don't want what you think you want. Until you realize what you truly want, you will not be in a reality where you experience what you want. It's likely that you are reading this book because you want to materialize a reality of success, prosperity, health, love, abundance, and good fortune. This is your first mistake. So long as your motive is to change your reality, you're playing the game backwards. It's not about reality, and it never has been. Paradoxically, again, none of this is truly about changing reality. It's about changing you. When your focus is locked on fixing or controlling reality, you end up neglecting yourself. And in neglecting yourself, you unknowingly continue to create the very reality you're trying to escape. Everybody wants to change their reality one way or another, whether they want a romantic partner, better looks, material abundance, a specific career, more money, a specific house, a specific car, a specific holiday, better health, a life of freedom. We want things, and that's the issue. Most people spend their lives wanting things, without things wanting them. The people who have the things you desire, whether consciously or unconsciously, know how to make those things want them. Until you know how, you'll want forever, but never be wanted. If you hear the whispers of reality, you don't need to hear the screams. The workings of the universe have never been hidden from you. It's easier to make a cheetah come to you than it is to chase a cheetah. It's easier to make a butterfly come to you than it is to chase a butterfly. It's easier to make a fish come to you than it is to chase a fish. You're focusing on the wrong thing. You don't want what you think you want. You don't want that person. You don't want that amount of money. You don't want that house. You don't want that trip. You don't want that career. Big or small, you don't want anything that you think you want. But because you think you do, that's where all your energy is focused. And as a result, wasted. For anything you ever want in life, remember this. You don't want what you desire, but the internal state you believe it would put you in. Here are some examples to illustrate the point. You don't want a toothpick for the sake of wanting a toothpick. You want to be in comfort. You don't want a drink for the sake of wanting a drink. You want to quench your thirst and feel satisfied. You don't want a person for the sake of wanting a person. You want to be appreciated, seen, loved, and cherished, or sexually satisfied. You don't want a house for the sake of wanting a house. You want to feel accomplished, proud, and secure. You don't want more money for the sake of wanting more money. You want to feel secure, free, and relieved. You don't want the things themselves. You want how the things would make you feel. If they didn't change how you felt, you wouldn't want them. Whether the feeling is mild or strong, we still want it. If you dig deep enough, at the root of everything you'll ever want, you will find a frequency that you believe is missing. All we want in life is frequency. We were once interconnected and part of the infinite, but through materializing ourselves on this physical plane, we separated to a degree. And so every desire we have is nothing more than a feeble attempt to become whole again. You don't want anything in this world, even though you've become convinced that you do. What you want is a different state of consciousness than the one you have now. How can you expect to detach from the
And now I'm done. But now I'm gonna go grab food.
It's a trap. This is why
I wonder what chapter you all are on right now. Let's see.
sense intellectually, but not practically.
I left you all at
Until
7.
your concept of what you desire changes,
You're on chapter 10.
you will
Wow.
never want something in reality without reason. Reason is meaning, and meaning is always emotional, which poses a question. How do you think you'd feel upon materializing what you want? If you can answer that question, you can have what you want. And this
All right.
leads us to the
I'll be back
paradox
again.
of reality. The universe interprets you wanting something as an indication that you don't have it. How can you want something that you already have? You only want that house because you
You can
don't
only
have
have
it.
what you already have.
You only
Love
want
it.
that career because you don't have it. You only want that person because you don't have them. You only want more money because you don't have enough. This is how the universe thinks. In this universe, there are two chairs, wanting and having. You can't sit in two chairs at once. You're either in one or the other. Any time that you want something, the universe registers that you don't have it, and that is what's reflected, leading to a continual cycle of you wanting but never receiving. To want is to decline what you could have. Wanting something will repel you from ever having it. Having must be understood through the lens of the universe rather than the human definition. Having to humans and to the universe are two completely different things. For humans, having refers to physically possessing. On a universal level, having refers to vibrationally possessing. We humans want our desires because we physically don't have them. And if we did, then we wouldn't want them anymore because we'd already have them. To the universe, the physical plane is an illusion. It's insignificant as it isn't grounded in universal truth. The universe, knowing that reality is merely an illusion, doesn't revere it as we do. What it truly honors and responds to is vibration, because vibration is the cause, the source, and the truth behind the illusion. Only what is vibrationally possessed is real to the universe, because that vibration will eventually compound into frequency, which must become reality. Vibrational possession refers to your current mental and emotional state, which aligns with a frequency that aligns with a reality. If you want all your desires to be met on a human level, you must have them on a universal level. To revisit the point made at the beginning of this chapter, it's about shifting away from reality and towards your internal state. It's never been about reality. To vibrationally possess what you want, you must have it. And you have it the moment you occupy the mental attitude, frequency, state of consciousness, internal state of it. It's not about changing reality, it's about you giving you what you think you've been missing that you've had within you, and will always have to the end of time. You think getting what you want will make you feel a certain way, without realizing that feeling that certain way will get you what you want, because you have it. Use the technique already given. Ironically, the more you immerse yourself in feeling how you'd feel upon attaining your desired reality, the less you need it externally, and that's how you detach or let go. That's the light bulb moment that some will never experience. They will chase the career, the looks, the partners, and the money without realizing they're running in the wrong direction. The more they run, the further and further they stray from what's truly real, which is within. Detachment can only take place when you detach from what doesn't truly exist. Letting go can only take place when you let go from what doesn't truly exist. Chapter 11. How to know exactly what action to take. Principle. You may still be asking, what action do I need to take to manifest my desired reality? How do I act? When do I act? The blueprint of your desired reality exists within you. Imagine if you had instructions from the version of you in your desired reality on exactly what to do to get there in the most efficient and effortless way. From the perspective of infinite parallel universes, the version of you living in your desired reality isn't just a wish or goal. It's a reality that already exists. Another way of conceptualizing it is to understand that the essence of everything is within you, which means all frequencies and all realities are also within you. Whether through the lens of quantum physics or spirituality, everything that you'll ever need and ever want is already within you, simply waiting to be accessed. The guidance and instructions are ready and waiting, but first you need to know the multi-dimensional sequence. That's when you'll know exactly what to do. The mistake that most make is acting on a frequency contradictory to their desired reality. The wrong frequency, even with the right action, will always lead to the wrong reality. The wrong state of consciousness, even with the right action, will always lead to the wrong reality. In a battle between actions and frequency, frequency wins every time. You cannot and will not out-hustle your frequency. The masses live in frequencies that are contradictory to their desired reality. They spend their life senselessly taking action to get to their desired realities, without ever realizing that action doesn't create reality, only frequency does. They are like flies trying to get outside through a closed window. They desperately want to escape, so they continuously bash into the window with all their might, burning themselves out and eventually dying on the windowsill. Taking action to become wealthy while being in the frequency of poverty will only lead to a reality of poverty. No action from poverty will ever bring wealth. Taking action to become fit while in the frequency of being unfit will only lead to a reality of unfitness. No action from unfitness will ever bring fitness. Taking action to become free while being in the frequency of survival will only lead to a reality of survival. No action from survival mode will ever bring freedom. Action alone isn't enough, but it is a necessity. Since you exist in a physical world, it cannot be avoided, but that doesn't mean the action you take must be hard. You act through your ego, also known as your physical vessel, that relies on its 5 senses to navigate and make sense of the world. The ego isolates itself from the infinite intelligence, and as a result, suffers from a limited awareness of the entirety of reality, seeing everything from the lowest level of consciousness. Seeing everything from the lowest level limits results to be of the lowest level, and this is where most of humanity will reside for the rest of their lives. To the ego, action leads to results. Think about it. Whenever you want something, you take action to get it. Whenever you want to go somewhere, you take action to get there. Whenever you want to eat something, you take action to eat it. Whenever you want to drink something, you take action to drink it. But remember, the ego operates from a limited awareness of reality, so it doesn't know what is really going on. When the ego experiences something it doesn't like, it fixates on the process of taking action to change the result. The illusion presented here by the ego is a trap, that you can change an effect by changing the effect itself. Actions and the subsequent results or changes exist within the physical plane, which is the realm of effect. All
I should definitely play this more often.
changes are nothing more than effects themselves and not causes, which means they had already been long set in motion before they are experienced.
Rice, chicken, and beef.
Action alone will never alter reality, maybe momentarily, but never completely. The only way to change an effect is to change the cause. The multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates is as follows: consciousness/frequency, intuition, mental nudges, action, reality. Until you understand this, like the masses, you will continue to act senselessly, and it will never be enough. Let's begin with the end product, which is reality.
I'm sure chapter 9 was quite fascinating. It's very long.
Midwife of energy, solidifying the immaterial to the material. We take action based upon small mental nudges that compel us to do something. Whether taking a different route, reaching out
And
to
Nero released this video
sorting out
an hour
documents,
ago.
changing this, or buying that, we all experience these mental nudges. They are subtle, but they direct us on what to do. The mental nudges that we experience are a direct result of our intuition. Intuition is an amalgamation of 2 words, inner and tuition, meaning guidance or teaching that comes from within. The mental nudges that you receive that compel you to take specific action is directly reflective of your intuition. If intuition is what we download, then every download has a source, and that source is frequency. Your frequency will determine the download you extract. Frequency has a domino effect across the multi-dimensional sequence of events that lead to action.
After this chapter's
Since it
done,
is
we'll
the
watch
highest
Nero's
level,
video.
it has the most power. Let's now revisit one of the examples listed earlier with an understanding of the sequence. Taking action to become wealthy while being in the frequency of poverty will only lead to a reality of poverty. No action from poverty will ever bring wealth. Frequency, poverty. Intuition, poverty. Mental nudges, poverty. Action, poverty. Reality, poverty. If someone is tuned into a frequency of poverty, that will determine their intuition, meaning they can only download information from a source of poverty. This leads to mental nudges that reflect poverty, causing action towards poverty, ultimately creating a reality reflective of poverty. Taking the action to reach a reality of being fit while being in the frequency of being unfit will only lead to a reality of unfit. No action from unfitness will ever bring fitness. Frequency, unfitness. Intuition, unfitness. Mental nudges, unfitness. Action, unfitness. Reality, unfitness. Somebody tuned in a frequency of unfitness can only experience an intuition that downloads information from a source of unfitness, leading to mental nudges that will eventually reflect unfitness, leading to action built off these mental nudges of unfitness, ultimately reflecting a reality of unfitness.
Scary how our
Taking
mind
the
works
action to
like
reach
that.
a reality of freedom while being in the frequency of survival will only lead to a reality of survival. No action from survival mode will ever bring freedom. Frequency, survival, intuition, survival. Mental nudges, survival. Action, survival. Reality, survival. Somebody tuned in. A frequency of survival can only experience an intuition that downloads information from a source of survival, leading to mental nudges that will eventually reflect survival, leading to action built off these mental nudges of survival, ultimately reflecting a reality of survival. Most spend their lives attempting to fight against the tide of the universe, which is their own state of consciousness or frequency. The multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates cannot be violated. Every and any attempt to do so will only result in frustration and failure. You must comply with how the universe works in order for things to work for you. When you work so hard and it is still not enough, it's easy to experience frustration, irritation, and apathy. The unfortunate irony is that these are all emotions that lead to the output of a frequency that the universe will then magnify, making you feel more frustrated, irritated, and apathetic while you're working so hard. But to the same degree that the multi-dimensional sequence from which action originates can work against you, it can work for you. Now that you understand the sequence from the top down, instead of spending your time at the bottom like so many, you can alter it from the top. The knock-on effect is that you know exactly how to change your reality. As mentioned, frequency ultimately determines the intuition you download, the mental nudges that you receive, and the mental nudges that are physically executed. So we must shift from operating on the lowest level of consciousness to the highest level of consciousness. The moment you alter your frequency, it has a ripple effect through the sequence that alters the action you take. So long as your frequency is calibrated to your desired reality, this will lead to you being internally guided by the version of you in your desired reality via the intuition into which you can tune, leading to mental nudges that come from the version of you in your desired reality, leading to action that comes from the version of you in your desired reality that finally leads to your desired reality manifesting. This is the same in theory and actuality. By shifting into the frequency or state of consciousness of your desired reality and operating from it, you can be guided on exactly how to get there. What you consider your destination is actually your starting location. You can only be wherever you already are. Consciousness, Frequency, desired reality. Intuition, desired reality. Mental nudges, desired reality. Action, desired reality. Reality, desired reality. Something important to note. Being in the frequency of your desired reality is only as valuable as your ability to tune into your intuition and then execute upon your mental nudges. The world programs us to second-guess ourselves. In school, teachers checking our work can lead to the idea that what we do is inadequate and requires external validation, leading to an unconscious degree of self-distrust.
Yep.
A pattern of external verification and validation is set in motion, so we hesitate to trust ourselves, spending our whole lives wanting to be guided or validated. If you don't trust yourself, then how can you guide yourself? Do you trust yourself? Only you can answer this. Remember, you can lie to everybody except the universe. The degree to which you trust yourself determines your ability to capitalize on the frequency you're seeking to bring from the immaterial to the material. If you don't trust yourself, you won't trust your intuition, which means you won't trust the mental nudges that you download, making everything pointless. Many claim to trust God, but do not even trust themselves. How well can anyone trust God if they do not trust themselves? You can be in the right frequency, that which reflects your desired reality, but without self-trust, you won't be able to materialize it. If you don't trust yourself, then how can the universe trust you? Self-trust is crucial. The more self-trust you have, the more and the quicker you'll be able to transform frequency into reality. Practical. These downloads are like schools of fish. Abundant, yes, but they can easily slip away, and you don't know when the next one will come along. If you allow a mental nudge from your desired reality to slip away, you risk falling out of the frequency of your desired reality through life's ups and downs. If that happens, the wrong fish will start swimming by. You risk potentially executing upon mental nudges not aligned to the frequency of your desired reality. The speed that you execute these mental nudges with will reflect the amount of self-trust and conviction that you have, ultimately setting in motion for it to be compounded. After tuning into the frequency of your desired reality, it's likely that you will be guided to do things you haven't done before, or that you've been meaning to do, but about which you have been procrastinating. Procrastination is simply the stagnation of energy caused by trying to take action contradictory to your frequency. Once your frequency is aligned with the action you're trying to take, you'll naturally be compelled to act. The frequency of your desired reality will bring you to your desired reality, so long as you can bring yourself to do what you're being nudged to do. It will be subtle at first, as it's likely you haven't been listening. But the more you listen, and the more you do, as it directs you, the louder and clearer it will become. At first, the mental nudges of your desired reality will feel uncomfortable and somewhat foreign, but that's simply because you're leaving your old frequency, otherwise known as your comfort zone. It will feel different, but that indicates an energetic shift. Here are a couple of examples of differences that may arise once you shift into the frequency of your desired reality. Apply for that job. Change your website or social media profile. Reach out to someone you've been meaning to contact. Start that diet. Buy that book. Go a different route than normal. Tell someone how you truly feel. Work on something you've been meaning to do. Pivot strategy. Quit your job or business. Break up with someone. Sort out your email inbox. The moment you're tuned into the frequency of your desired reality, rest assured that you will know what to do. You can even convince yourself now that you know what to do and follow the guidance from within. Prepare to be guided to act differently and quickly. To metaphysically position yourself to walk effortlessly into your desired reality, remember this phrase: frequency first, action after. Chapter
Not bad. there's a couple things on that specific chapter, chapter 11. He was talking about downloading from your intuition, and what he was saying, like if you're operating from a frequency of fear or lack, then the download you'll get is fear and lack. The intuition can't give you more than what you're operating from. Meaning, let's say you're on a you're on a radio station. I'll use two analogies or metaphors. You're on a radio station and you're desiring to listen to Taylor Swift. And I've talked about this before. But unfortunately, you're on a frequency that is actually not even music related. It's AM. You're on the AM band. How are you going to find Taylor Swift if you're on the AM band? What you have to do is tune your frequencies. Like first press a button maybe to go from AM to FM, and then find the station where Taylor Swift's going to be on. Like, for example, in Toronto, they have Virgin Radio on 99.9. But if I travel to London, Ontario, 99.9 is not Taylor Swift anymore. It's, excuse me, it's, I forget what it is, like some sort of like biblical Christian type of like channel. But when I drive back to Toronto, 99.9 becomes Taylor Swift again, right? So depending on even that, like your environment also plays a factor on your frequency. So like, you know, you're driving to London, Ontario, 99.9 is definitely not Taylor Swift. You're gonna have to tune your frequency until you find Taylor Swift. If I remember correctly, it's 97.5 Virgin Radio in London, Ontario. If I use San Diego, it's 93.3 for finding like Bruno Mars, Taylor Swift, and everyone else. But if I drive to Los Angeles, 93.3 isn't the San Diego radio with Taylor Swift and Bruno Mars and them. It's something else. And I have to go and find different frequencies. I have to go, I think in Los Angeles, it's 95.7. Right? And like shifting between those frequencies, right? Just to find Taylor Swift. But when you reach Los Angeles with 93.3, you're going to get the channel's music and you're going to get the download from that. Or I like to call it the upload because it's coming from within you. Another metaphor which might be actually maybe even easier is you're on a website. You're on a site that's legit. And you know that you don't get viruses when you go on this site and you download stuff. Like for example, if you want to go download movies, you go to a site called Yify, Y-I-F-Y, and you type in Yify on Google and it will take you to Yify.mxt or some shit like that, or MTS, and it will download a file which then will allow you to download the movie, like a torrent file, right? However, if I were to go to, you know, one of those sites where you're streaming movies, right? Not downloading, but streaming. Those sites have ads and they're filled with all kinds of stuff like porn and all that other stuff, right? No offense to anybody who watches porn, like, you know, it is what it is, right? But, you know, you're on that site and you click something and then it downloads a file and you're like, what the fuck did just happen? And then now you're seeing like weird ass shit popping up on your computer that you've never seen before. Like you're getting ads here and like this thing here. I'll tell you a story actually. This was last year. I was looking for I'm gonna be real. I was looking for a hack for Dead by Daylight. I wanted to play around with some cheats, not to cheat the system, but to see, can I get more blood points? Can I like alter my blood points? Can I alter my uric cells? Can I alter my iridescent shards? Right? Can I go and buy all the costumes? Like, can I unlock all the costumes? So I was looking for something, and I found something, but guess what? It was from a site that was not legit. And guess what happened? I clicked and downloaded it, and then I hit, it was an executable file, and the moment you hit an executable file, all hell's about to break loose if you're not sure what it is. So I was like, my intuition like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But this decided, do it. So we clicked it, it ran something, and then it disappeared. I'm like, okay. So guess what happened? I opened up Steam and I opened up Discord at the time. Thank fucking God it was only those two things. But Discord got hacked. Steam got hacked. I saw my points, my Steam points, they were like spent by someone, spent on some bullshit. And I saw on my email, like one of my emails was getting flooded with Steam purchases with Steam points. Thank God my PayPal wasn't fully linked to Steam. This is why one advice, don't link any of your stuff to like other sites. Like, you never know. Like, always manually put shit in if you have to. Like Amazon, like my credit card is linked, but I should unlink it and manually put it every time. That's the only site. And technically Steam right now has my PayPal, where it has to verify though with me in order for it to confirm a purchase. Otherwise it can't go through. Especially if it goes from a different computer. But anyways, so I downloaded that, whatever that was, that cheat hack code thing, and yeah, I wake up, I'm like, I see messages on Discord like, hey, did you message me? And then one, like Ray, my previous colleague, he's like, Andre probably got hacked. Because like someone else that I haven't messaged in like 4 years messaged me. He's like, hey, did you get hacked? Like, did you send this? Is like legit. It was like sending a gift card to them so they can click a link and download the gift card. And of course, replicating a virus. So I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So you see, when you're on viruses sites, you're gonna get a virus. You can only get what's on that site, right? If you go to like what's another good one? I'm thinking of like a place where you can go download music. Okay. If you attempt to go and find like a CD or a Blu-ray, does anybody even still go and buy CDs? I know people go and buy albums. Still, that's still a thing. That's crazy that people still do that. It's wild. Like physical. I'm tempted to look for a good example. LimeWire. I mean, I know that shit doesn't work anymore, but back in the day, torrents didn't exist. So we had the LimeWire shit. And then you didn't know what the fuck you were downloading. You search LimeWire for something, and then, it could be like saying it's this thing, and then you download it, and then you could end up getting a virus. Got plenty of viruses in my lifetime. There is a site that has trainers for games to cheat/hack. Now, it's called Fling trainers, but some of their trainers have viruses on it. Like the one that I use for Monster Hunter does not. I use Monster Hunter to enhance my character so I can help people just beat their stuff, because it's, as you saw for whoever was on that day when I was playing, I barely put any enhancement on and I was doing great. I was helping and healing, but like my character wasn't doing as much damage because I had dropped the enhancements. Just to like, I can beat the stuff legitly, but like people were getting steamroll, and then we had 10 minutes, and then at the end, 2 people died, and I'm like, ugh. I just wasted like 40 minutes attempting to kill a monster for it to die, and that's 40 minutes wasted right there. So I mean, for me, I'm here to help people, but like, you know, it's more like I'm an insurance policy. Like when I bring my character, it's an insurance policy that we're gonna win. But in that day, I was like, I'm not gonna put the enhancements on. I've already beaten the game legitly. I've beaten it like at least 10 times, and there's nothing else that I can do in the game. So what do I go on to do is help and serve people who are, I don't go in like insta-kill monsters. I can easily do that. I can easily turn on a thing and I can insta-kill a monster. I'm not there for that. I'm there to, you know, be of service and like help those and make sure like I can keep them healed and let them like fight the monster, and make sure that I don't do, like I don't overkill something and they're like, what the fuck? That guy, he just like, he killed it in like 2 seconds kind of thing, right? I could easily do that. I can pump up my power damage to like infinite, and I can literally one-shot a monster if I go in there. I'm not gonna do that though. I want people to have fun, right? But that game could be frustrating. So I go on and I just help them with my enhancements. Anyways, my point to say is like going on a site like Fling's Trainer versus like, or another, I think it's called Cheat Happens. Like going on those sites, they're fine. Or I forget the other one. There's a third one. There's 3 sites where you can get trainers for games. Anyways, but if you go on sites that are like, they look kind of sketchy, chances are it is sketchy. You'll know just by looking at the site, it looks sketchy. It's got like ads here, it's got like weird buttons here, things are popping up automatically for you to download something. Like you get your ass off those sites. Those are the sites that you're only gonna get what you can call the site the intuition, and the download from that intuition is what you're gonna get, a virus. If you're thinking like, you know, people are like, I'm sure he mentioned it, if you think people are shitty in the world, then the intuition that you'll get is that people are shitty in the world, and it'll give you more of that to confirm that. That's why your frequency, wherever you are in your frequency, that's where you are, and whatever you get for your frequency, that's what you're gonna get. It's wild how this shit works. Wild. All right, Mr. Nero, how to make the universe unstuck your business without doing more. This is a business video. This is probably gonna be a really interesting video. I want to get rid of the glare. I'm looking nice. I kind of did a little bit of, like, I went a little deep with my beard here, but it's okay. It's not too much. It'll grow back. I look good though. Okay.
How to
This is on your video. Okay, we gotta restart because, you know, we gotta have that. We have to have the tapping. He has to tap the board. It only starts when he has the board tapping. It's weird, I know.
Entrepreneurs, how to unleash the potential that you felt but you haven't been able to see in your business. You see, it gets to a point where
I'll leave the mic here.
You tried everything. You try to do everything that you can to increase your revenue in your business, close more deals, secure more clients, get more customers and sales. But the issue is, it's the very act of the fact that you haven't realized that you're doing everything while your state of being remains the same. You see, unfortunately, it gets to a point where you realize and you hit this glass ceiling of this number that you've been targeting, which you haven't been able to materialize. You have to come to one realization, And that realization is it's not about working harder or even smarter, but it's about working multidimensionally. Because while you've been doing everything you can from techniques and strategies and whatnot, it's still making no fucking difference. You're more than likely not doing anything different from people that you see ahead of you. But the difference is in your state of being. And not every problem in business can be solved by physical action. You need to come to the conclusion of what I said. It's a multi-dimensional thing. And until you come to this conclusion, you'll stay stuck on this hamster wheel where you're trying to do everything you can while your state of being remains the same. And I know this because I'm quite literally hired by 7 to 9 figure entrepreneurs, professional athletes and actors to enhance their results, revenue, performance and results in a matter of weeks without doing anything different, because it's about your state of being. And that's what we're going to get into in this video. So relax. You're going to get some, my friends. Let's get into it.
Whoa. It's funny how someone said, you know, I tried to watch these videos about a year ago and had no idea what he was talking about. After diving deep into topics like this and studying them as well as a ton of practices, I can fully understand each niche topic he brings up.
100%. As time goes on, your level of consciousness begins to evolve. You know, I remember reading, for example, the Kabbalion for the first time. That shit was like reading hieroglyphics. You know, in Transformers where he's tweaking and he just...
Bro, that's how I felt. I still need to give it another go, bro. Try to read that one time.
It's literally like reading ancient Hebrew. And it's it's not registering. It's not registering. But I feel like that's everybody. Like, you have this interest in the information. You're like, bro, this is different. But then you try to read it, and you're like, what the fuck are these people saying? And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Alright, cool. So let's get into this. So by this point, you really should be watching this if you're an entrepreneur and your business has been stuck. And the very reason why you're stuck is because you're stuck. You're stuck because you're stuck. You think you're stuck because you're stuck, but no, you're stuck because you're stuck. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Okay. Well, the first thing that I'm going to have to explain to you is about the concept of understanding the fact that before anything can exist physically, it first has to exist vibrationally. Before anything can exist physically, it first has to exist vibrationally, which means you being stuck is nothing more than an effect. But the issue is, in reality, we tend to focus on the effects and not the cause. And that's a real bar, write that down. You need to first seek the causes in your reality. What I mean by that is this. Reality is comprised of 3 planes of existence: mental, physical, spiritual. The physical plane, where we exist, also known as our reality or world, the realm of 0.0035% that we're able to see and process as human beings. That is what we believe is the cause of reality, but it's really the effect. And if you focus on the effect, trying to do everything you can to change the effect, you neglect the cause. And if you neglect the cause, then unfortunately you place yourself in perpetually creating the same effect again and again. And this is the cycle you've been caught up in. A lot of entrepreneurs have this tendency to make... You have to understand something about reality. Reality is reality for everybody. In the realm of entrepreneurship, we have this tendency to think to ourselves, maybe I just need to change something on my website. Maybe I need to hire more people. Maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to tweak this. Maybe I need to change the way that I'm doing things. But once again, if you're trying to change an effect by changing an effect, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's the first thing that you need to come to a conclusion of. You first have to seek the causes that are producing the effects. And the causes comes nothing more than from vibration, which is frequency. And the easiest way you can conceptualize that is your mental and emotional state. If you understand your mental and emotional state, that emits a particular frequency, also known as the state of consciousness, also known as the self-concept, also known as the self-image, which then creates a reality. Reality is nothing more than immaterialized frequency, and reality is nothing more than materialized frequency, and frequency is nothing more than materialized reality. So, here's the thing that I was mentioning earlier about being stuck. Now, if before anything can exist physically, and don't look at the way I wrote physically, it's a bit mad, but if before anything can exist physically, it first has to exist vibrationally. Whew. Ooh. Ooh.
Keep going, bro. You got this.
He wasn't gonna let me go. He wasn't gonna let me go.
I thought, nah, you could save it. Then.
Nah, that was tough. That was tough.
Tough.
Before anything can exist physically, it first has to exist vibrationally. Vibrationally pertains to also spiritually. And it is on the spiritual plane that you are stuck. What do you mean by that, Nero? Well, you have to understand something. When we hold certain ideas, the truth is it is those ideas that are holding us. And that's a real bar, write that down. What I mean by that is this. You have the idea that you're stuck, but I need you to come to the conclusion that all ideas are nothing more than entities. An entity is nothing more than an organism that exists on the spiritual plane without a physical body, but it has the capability of affecting you mentally. And because it has the capability of affecting you mentally, it can affect you physically. You think that you have the idea that you are stuck, but no, the idea of being stuck is what actually has you. And this is what I was referring to earlier. You see, you're held by the paradigm of being stuck, and the idea of being stuck puts you into a paradigm. That paradigm puts you into a box. That box is where you live. You think to yourself, everything that I'm doing isn't making a difference. I can't, I've tried to work harder. I've tried to change things. I've tried to do this. I've tried to make a difference. But still, it won't I promise you, it's not going to make a difference. And I know this because this is literally why I'm hired by my clientele. Take Amal, for example. She worked at the highest levels of US national security as a defense contractor. She was stuck at $15K per month for about 8 months. In 2 months of working with me, no physical changes at all, she hit 50K in a month. 3 months later, so 8 months in total, she secured a contract of 120K per year.
So I just want to take a second and shout Nero out. When I first met him, I was struggling to make $15,000 a month. And, it's crazy to even think about that. But now not only did I clear my $50,000 goal, but I'm on track to make 7 figures just regularly now. And
not doing anything differently. Bear in mind, I want you to hear me clearly. I said not doing anything different. I didn't say not doing anything. A lot of these spiritual niggas will come online and tell you that you don't have to do anything. You can just sit there and clients going to come to you. No. The issue isn't what you're doing. The issue is the state of being while you're doing what you're doing. If you became more aware of the state of being you're in while you're doing what you're doing, by being more and doing more, you create more. The issue is you are being less while doing more, thinking that's going to create more, but action doesn't create reality. Action does nothing more than facilitate your state of being or your frequency or your state of consciousness into existence. It midwives that energy into reality. But by being more and doing more, that is how you're going to create more. If there's one thing you take away from the video, let it be that. And until you know the spiritual science of how to actually be more, which is exactly what I'm going to be covering, it's not going to make a difference. Now, to go back to what I was saying, you think that you are stuck. You hold this idea of being stuck. Why? Because you look at reality and you see nothing changing. What I'm telling you is you're not holding the idea of being stuck. The idea or the entity of being stuck is holding you. How do I know? Because we can break this entity down into a multitude of characteristics that I'm going to show you right now, or a multitude of attributes that actually perpetuate you being stuck. Let me show you what I mean.
Someone else commented, it's taken me years to also understand, and I'm 50. And that's because you've broken it down so that it's easier to understand, simple language without ego and sincerity and wanting so many others to understand and learn.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if you niggas understand this or not, to be honest.
Fact is, you were meant to teach this. Others only partially teach, holding out on some aspects for a fee, or they actually don't truly understand.
And that's another thing.
He said understand.
Facts on holding out for a fee. Look. Because one thing I'm known for in this channel...
They're starting to say understand. See? It's starting to happen. A lot of people are starting to understand.
You're giving it to them all the way.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Yikes.
But yeah, it's true. It's true.
Go all the way.
Your blessings will truly be tenfold as you've ensured that anyone can access this. Thank you.
I've already been blessed. Truthfully, we're all blessed. We're just not in the frequency to be able to receive blessings. That's a real bar. Write that down. I know you like orange, so I'm going to use orange for you.
Thanks.
So, as I was saying, The only reason that you're stuck in your business is because there's an entity that exists attached to you on the spiritual plane. Think about it like a Shinigami from Death. You know, you're walking around, it's following you just like that.
Yep.
And that entity of being stuck is what perpetually puts your business into being stuck. Because the thing about the spiritual plane and the mental plane is that they are causal realms. I want you to conceptualize the mental plane as what you're putting into the oven, and the spiritual plane is the oven itself. And your connection to the spiritual plane, which is nothing more than an indication of your degree of relaxation, which is what people conceptualize as letting go and letting God, right? Which is nothing more than getting the conscious mind out of the way for the subconscious. But to go back to what I was saying, the spiritual plane is like the oven. The hotter it is, the quicker it cooks. Quicker. Now, like I said, the entity of being stuck. What makes you think you're stuck? Well, Nero, you know, I'm not getting any clients. Cool. No clients. No deals coming through. No sales. No customers. Or the same. And it's so funny. It's so funny because, you know, recently I had a client sign up to work with me. Who was on the interview, and I asked him, why do you want to work with me? As I always ask people on these calls. And he said to me, he has an e-com brand that's 50 mil. It's at 50 mil. And he says he wants to scale it to 100 mil. And he says in the 15 years that he's been doing this, he's watched his peers who have been in the space shorter time than him scale up to 100 mil quicker than he has. And he's actually even helped people get to 100 mil before he has. And he's been around and he knows more technically and logically, and in the context of business, he is far superior than them. But why have they been able to materialize these results and he hasn't?
This is the fascinating concept.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And when something doesn't make sense, that's how you know the problem is mentally. Because I always say frequency defies rationality. Frequency will make shit that doesn't make sense make sense.
Yep.
And that's how you know you've got a problem. Now, to go back to what I was saying here, if typically we define ourselves being stuck as not seeing an increase in our income. That's mainly what it is, not seeing an increase in income. And that's either you have the same number of clients, the same amount of deals, same amount of sales, same customers, or no clients, no deals, no sales, no customers. This is how we define ourselves as being stuck. But remember, these things are nothing more than effects. And these effects can only exist in your reality if you are causing them into existence. So you're causing them into existence. So the problem that you think you have is looking outside of you instead of inside of you. And that's a borrow that down. Because these things would not be able to take place in reality if they weren't taking place within you. Now, let's break it down what a actual entity is made of in terms of the characteristics, because it's through defining the characteristics of what we define as frequency or consciousness or self-concept that we can actually begin to reverse engineer how you're causing all of this into reality. Because it's one thing to just say it exists within you mentally, but the question is how? How? It is made up of your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts.
It's the 7 again.
Your perception.
Your expectations, your convictions.
Your reaction.
Your
focus.
Yep.
Your conviction.
Your expectations.
Am I missing something?
Yep,
1, 2,
expectations.
3, 4, 5, 6. Something's missing here.
Expectations.
Conviction, perception. What's missing here?
Expectation, bro.
No clue, bro.
Expectation.
Something is missing here. It will come to me eventually.
So, expectation.
First things first. Whether you realize this or not, all of these things are in perpetual alignment that equates to you being stuck. So it's not until we can reverse engineer these attributes one by one that you actually have the capability of transcending this paradigm. Because the moment that you're able to sever the connection to this entity of you being stuck that is attached to you mentally, which can only take place in existence because it exists within you, right? So this is partially part of you, but I also want you to see it as its own entity. So when you hear the conversations that it attempts to perpetuate in your mind, you can isolate it from being different to you, because typically what happens is we experience these thoughts, we think it's something to do with us, and then that's how we stay stuck. But It's about severing the connection. But you can only sever the connection with awareness, because awareness is the first step to transformation. That's a real bar, write that down.
Yep.
Until you become aware of how somehow your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your perception, reaction, focus, conviction, and whatever else I'm missing from there, until you can become aware of how these things are all perpetuating you to being stuck, you will remain stuck. And I promise you, no amount of doing is going to make a difference. No amount of doing is going to make a difference. And here's what the entity does. Before I go into those things, I want you to understand that that entity just says the solution is doing more. That's what it says. You just need to do more or do something different. That's what it says. You think to yourself, let me tweak my funnel, let me tweak my landing page, let me change my marketing, let me change this, let me fire this person, let me hire this person, let me do this, let me do this, let me do that. Or, you know, let me just do even more, you know, let me just run ads, let me just pour money into it. The solution that it tries to get you to focus on is either doing more or doing differently. Why? Because you're still trapped, because doing pertains to the physical plane. Doing pertains to the physical plane. Doing pertains to the physical plane. And anything that pertains to the physical plane is an effect. And the very act of you thinking that you can change an effect by changing an effect is how people get perpetually caught up in the same cycle. This is no different from when we watch our loved ones grow up for years working as hard as they can while staying in the same financial level despite burning themselves to the core, working themselves to the bone. And we think to ourselves, what is going on? It's due to the fact that you cannot outrun your frequency. You cannot outrun your frequency. And if you don't like your reality, then you need to change your frequency. If you don't like your reality, change your frequency. Don't like your reality, change your frequency. If you don't like your reality, don't think that you're going to change your reality by changing reality. Because changes that are made in reality while your consciousness stays the same will only give you temporary results that eventually will materialize themselves back to how it was before. How do I know? Because I've seen people do this. And this is what it does, right? This entity is so beautiful. And the thing about entities that I forgot to mention is that it likes the mental real estate that is taken up in your mind, and it wants to stay there. So it's going to give you crumbs here and there, right? It's going to give you crumbs here and there. So you fall for the illusion that something is working. And when you fall for the illusion that something is working, you don't realize, just like the drawing that I drew at the start of this, how you're in the same hamster wheel. It will get you to do more. You do a bit more, then you get a result. You think, okay, let me keep going. And then you're like, what the fuck? Nothing's happening. And then you're just walking on the same spot without even realizing what's going on. What's going on is that you're neglecting your state of being. You're neglecting your cause. And because you're neglecting the cause, you're perpetuating the same effect. And it all comes down to understanding that this will not be the solution. And I really hope you can take that in. Pause. Now, amongst the attributes that we must go through here, the only reason why you're stuck physically is because you're stuck mentally. And the only reason you're stuck mentally is because you're unaware of your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, perception, reaction, focus, conviction, and the other thing that I've seemed to have forgotten for this time being.
I don't feel like you've forgotten it.
You don't think so?
I feel like you just put focus/attention.
You think that's what it is?
I don't think you've forgotten.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be 7.
Expectations. See? Yay! He got it.
I told you it'll come to me. And let that be a reflection of the mind, right? The harder we try, the more it eludes us. You're trying to remember that name of that person. What's the name? And it eludes. But then when you're just fucking tying your shoelaces hours later, it just comes to mind. And that's a reflection of how the mind works. Because one thing that you have to understand about the subconscious mind is that the subconscious mind is brought to the forefront of your mind based upon relaxation. The more that you're tensing and straining, the more you're actually utilizing your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is limitation, and your subconscious mind is the unlimited. Now that we have these attributes beautifully drawn out, let us see how one by one you have perpetually kept yourself stuck. Because until you can reverse engineer them, nothing will change. So let's start at the bottom.
You said that like an American.
What?
Bottom.
Maybe I'm spending too much time over there. Cool. So your expectation. Now, do you expect yourself to be stuck every month? You're probably going to say, no, I expect myself to do better. Let me ask it to you differently. When you make the same amount of money, you get the same amount of clients, you get the same amount of sales, you see the same amount of results. Is that normal to you? Now, That has revealed what your expectation is, because whatever you find normal is what finds you. You see, the things that we normalize is essentially what we begin to expect unconsciously. You may consciously expect better, but subconsciously, which is all that matters, and any time that I say emotionally, that equates to your subconscious, because the number one programming language of the subconscious mind isn't repetition. That's a long-winded way. Somebody only needs to be traumatized once for their entire outlook on life to be changed, which means that to the same degree of negativity in the context of trauma, that energetic polarity of positivity exists, which is exactly what we do here. We stimulate an intense degree of emotion, which doesn't necessarily walk around like euphoria, like you're on fucking DMT or something. It can just be whatever it is up to you. For me, I'm an extremely relaxed person. I'm a chill person. So the more relaxed I am, the more chill I am. That is my way of programming my subconscious mind, depending upon you. But the thing is, you find the amount of money that you're making right now to be normal. And because you make it normal, that's what finds you. And that's a real bar of that down. You see, what typically happens is when you get stuck, you essentially get trained by reality without realizing that you train reality, right? When you begin to see the same results again and again, you begin to expect the same results, because it's just like, I made 50K last month, probably gonna see 50K again this month. And I've seen this all the time. I've had clientele that have been making 500K a month, being stuck. For example, Laura, 120-acre farm owner from New York, amazing farm. You should check it out if you're ever there. I can't believe we didn't go when we was in New York. We should have went.
There's a lot of places we never got to go to.
Yeah, we gotta go back. But anyways, she was stuck at about 300K. If I remember correctly, it was 326K. And then the following year, which is a couple months later after we got started, but she was going off what she made last year. The previous year, she had done 326K. This year, which was, about 2 months into working with me, she hit 486K in a month. No physical changes, just changes purely to frequency. And the reason why is because typically we begin to normalize the idea of making the same amount of money. Why don't you normalize the amount that you desire? That doesn't make any sense to you. How can it be normal to me if I haven't experienced it? You experiencing it is dependent upon you normalizing it ahead of time. You need to begin to transcend time. Instead of waiting for reality to prove to you what it is that you desire, you need to prove it to yourself first ahead of time. See, the issue is people don't typically normalize what they want. And because you don't normalize what you want, you stay under it and it stays above you. When we normalize something, think about it like an old pair of shoes. You saw some shoes one day in a shop and you said, yo, I gotta get those are nice. You got those shoes and then now you're just wearing them to the gym and you're wearing them to kick about. And that's an indication to the fact that you've normalized them. And because you've normalized them, they're part of you. But until you're able to normalize the amount that you want to be making ahead of time, then it's not going to be something that finds you, because whatever you find normal is exactly what will find you. And the thing is, you have this expectation of you making the same amount of money. And the thing about expectation, that expectation is creation in of itself. What you expect, you get. So you need to begin to expect yourself to close more clients. You need to expect that client to pay you on that call. You need to expect that person to shake your hand and give you that deal. You need to expect to see a certain amount of customers come into your establishment. You need to expect this. And expectation requires you to walk over what I call the bridge of disappointment. You see, there's been moments in our lives where we've had this desire for something and we didn't get it. And then we end up being disappointed. So to avoid disappointment, we actually avoid expectation. But I'm going to need you to walk over the bridge of disappointment, because it's through walking over that bridge that you can walk to your DR, desired reality, not Dominican Republic. Now let's go to the top. Makes no sense, innit? Makes no sense. Start at the bottom, go to the top. Now the other thing is this: you have to be aware of how the beliefs that you have keep you perpetually stuck without even realizing it. I was on a client call with a guy who he was a game developer, or he is a game developer, and he handles the marketing for companies too. Really cool guy. And, he was telling me about his glory days when he was making like 40K a month, and that was everything that was everything to him. And he said he had the perfect client, and that client was so rare to have a client like that. And, having a client like that was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I said, cool. And then I was like, how much are you making now? He was like 10K a month. I said, okay. So then, what's going on? And he was like, I don't know, I've been doing all this stuff. I've been, I'm locked into your YouTube. I've been doing this, and I've been doing that. And I said, tell me more about that client. He was like, that client, it was a perfect fit. Like, that client, it was such a rare client. Like, we just worked. And, you know, the
His
deal that we got, you know, people just
expectations.
don't be offering those type of things. And I said, well,
That's technically
what
a
we
belief.
define as rare is another way of saying scarce. And your belief in the rarity of that client is you making those type of clients scarce to you.
Yep.
Because those amount of clients aren't in abundance within, they're not in abundance without. And see, you're going to have to become aware of how some of the beliefs that you have are contradictory to you actually moving forward. How the fuck are you going to make more money if you don't believe the type of customers that you desire aren't out there to exist? And how the fuck are you going to make more money if you don't think there's a lot of the clientele that you want? Because if you don't think there's a lot of the clientele you want, based upon the fact that there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, you then enter a world where there's not a lot of those people. So how the fuck can you monetize from those people? It doesn't make any sense. And see, the thing about our beliefs is that if a belief doesn't serve you, then it's just there to control you. And that's a real bar at that down. Because remember, that belief that convinces you that this is the truth is nothing more than an entity that wants mental real estate. And you're going to have to purge every single particular belief in your mind that doesn't contribute to your desired reality. Now, belief should do two things. Belief should either contribute or reflect directly your desired reality. If it doesn't contribute to the materialization of your desired reality or reflect your desired reality, then it is not a belief worth holding. It isn't. For example, go back to Laura, the 120-acre farm owner. She told me that, you know, there's a certain period of time where, you know, sales in the farming industry is just low because that's just how it is and that's industry standard. I said, how the fuck does that serve you? She said, what do you mean? That's been the truth. I said, is that the truth or is that the truth based upon the subconscious acceptance of that truth? And then the subconscious acceptance of that truth is what makes it a truth. I said, are there people in your industry who during the low periods are able to make a lot? And she said, yeah. What separates you between them? The idea. And that's all it comes down to. That's all it comes down to. Your beliefs have to reflect or contribute towards your desired reality, because if it doesn't, then unfortunately it's going to take you away from it. But we don't realize it. You see, a lot of people, especially when, you know, you start charging a lot, or what people conceptualize a lot, you think to yourself, you know, most people don't have money. And the very belief that most people don't have money is what ultimately enters you into a frequency, which then materializes into a reality, a world, your universe, where a lot of people don't have money.
Yep.
And if a lot of people don't have money, how the fuck are you going to be able to sell your product?
Exactly.
That doesn't make sense.
Hey.
Like, when I think about these designer brands, like, they probably don't live in a world where people don't have a lot of money. And that's how they're able to make the amount of money that they're able to make. Now, of course, there's other things like, you know, making very cheap products and branding them and all of this, the psychological aspect of marketing and whatnot. But looking at it from a point of purely metaphysics, they're not concerned with that. I remember Tywin Lannister, he says the lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of sheep. That's a real bar. He said a lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. Essentially, why are you worrying about another frequency that doesn't contribute to your desired reality? And I mean that purely in the context of business, by the way. For example, you know, oftentimes I've had friends that are selling things and they're like, yo, no one's buying this. For example, I had another client of mine, Woody, shout out Woody. He's an artist. I think some of his art is even going to be featured at Art Basel, or it already was. He sells sculptures and whatnot for like 100K. And I remember when we were first working together, he was telling me in the art industry, there's like an art recession and, you know, people aren't buying those products and, you know, people don't have money. I said, how does that belief contribute towards your desired reality? He said, it doesn't. So I said, why the fuck are we keeping it? Why the fuck are we keeping it at all? That belief does nothing for you. And because it does nothing for you, it shouldn't exist within. Because if you want the world to be on your side, then you need to be on your own side. And we don't realize how unconsciously we indirectly imply contradictory frequencies to our desired reality. He had to enter a world where he believed there was an abundance of people who could drop 100K on art. And guess what? That's what they're doing. He's got his own studio and that. Shout out Woody. As soon as I find out what it is, I'll put it in the video. But moving on. Done beliefs, done expectations. Let's go to perception. I always say that your perception is directly interconnected to your projection. So how you look at the world is how the world looks at you. How you look at your customers is how your customers look at you. How you look at your clients is how your clients look at you. And see, we have to make sure that our perception is directly aligned, because your perception is the lenses through which you see reality. And to intertwine it with what I was just saying about beliefs, if you enter this particular reality with the idea that there's not a lot of customers that can afford your service or your product or whatever it is, then that's the lenses you put on. And if that's the lenses that you put on, that's the world that you live in, because that's what you see. And if you are calibrated to see scarcity through the lenses, then scarcity is exactly what will come and see you in this reality. And that's what bar that down. You need to make sure that your perception is on your side as opposed to being weaponized against you, because oftentimes the world likes to mold our perception. Through a molding of our perception, it enables to mold our consciousness, and if it can mold our consciousness, it can mold our reality, because they're all the same thing. It's all interconnected at the same thing. When you go out and you look around into the world, you're looking at nothing more you're looking at nothing more than frozen consciousness, frozen imagination, frozen self-concept. You're looking at nothing more than frozen frequency, specifically yours. But how you look at the world, you have to make sure the way that you look at the world is directly connected. Because, for example, if you're able to have your perception swayed by the world, and you see scarcity in the world, and you see, a lack of resources into the world, then how are you going to able to extract that in your reality? Because even when you do see it, your mind won't register it. There's something in our brain called the reticular activation system, and there's another psychological phenomenon. This isn't even metaphysical, this is purely physical, called confirmation bias. We look for proof of what we already hold within. That's quite literally it. So, for example, if you believe there's an abundance of yellow cars outside, you're going to go see yellow cars. But I don't remember when the fuck the last time I saw a yellow car was. But now I guarantee you the next week I'm going to see a yellow car, because now it's in my mind. My mind is going to look for it, because that's how it works. But this is extrapolated to opportunities. This is extrapolated to deals, contracts, potential new avenues and whatnot. So you need to make sure that you have the perception of the version of you in this desired reality. And the thing about all of these attributes is that right now, you have the perception that you're stuck. Really and truly, it's about entering the energetic polarity of being stuck, which is exactly what we're going to get into. Now, reactions. You need to stop reacting to the world, because your reaction is an indication of your state of consciousness, whether you realize it or not. The way that you react to reality tells reality who you are. For example, let's say you go to close a deal, the deal doesn't go right, then you're like, fuck! I don't know what you're on, right? Some man like to, like clear desks and that. That's too much for me, because I just feel like an idiot picking it back up, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, that particular reaction is an indication of a certain state of consciousness, because would the version of you that is making the amount of money that you want to be making be frustrated upon that deal not closing the way that you want? No. Answer is no. So why the fuck are you? Because it's that very reaction that indicates to the universe who you currently are. And who you currently are is who you will always be, based upon your frequency. And that's how the universe registers it, not me. So you need to make sure that you're not reacting to reality, but you're responding to reality. And the only way you can respond to reality is by coming to the conclusion that instead of allowing the external to dictate the internal, you allow the internal to dictate the external. So how would the version of me look at this deal not closing? Well, it wouldn't be bothered. Why? Because I close deals all the time. I close clients all the time. Sales come in all the time. So why am I bothered? And that's exactly what you need to be ingraining into your state of consciousness right now. Your focus. Your focus does nothing more than reflect the aspects of your life that show you that you're already stuck. That's where you allow it. You allow the universe to guide your attention, which focus is nothing more than a centralization of energy, right? It's a centralization of attention. And your attention is your alignment. And whether you realize this or not, you let the universe get your focus to reflect what you don't have instead of what you do have. And see, that's the difference. How often do you focus on the clients and the sales that you've already had? Even if it's one, how often do you focus on that? Rarely. We tend to have this idea that I need to get more, I need to get more, I need to get more. You look at your bank account and you allow your focus to be directed towards your bank account to be a signal or a reflection of what you don't have, which only perpetuates what you don't have. Because remember, you can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. And it's important to make sure that your focus, that you are consciously directing your focus to aspects of your reality that have shown your capability to materialize what you want already. So instead of focusing on the lack of customers, focus on the fact that you've had customers. Because in doing so, then you tap into what Christ spoke about in Matthew 13:12, which is, to him who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But to the individual who does not have, even what they do have will be taken away. Not having is nothing more than a reflection of your consciousness being focused on scarcity, your attention being focused on what you don't have, which places you on a frequency to lose what you have. But by focusing and getting your reality to highlight those instances to which you've had customers come in, you have had payments come in, you've had sales come in, the more you can focus towards that, the more you become in vibrational resonance or in that state of consciousness with that self-image. Your conviction is just what you believe to be about the truth. You have more conviction in your limitations than your leverage, than your limitations than your liberation. You think to yourself, I know my business has been stuck, Nero. I know it's been stuck. Anytime that we say knowing, that's conviction. Conviction taps into the etymological origins of the word faith. Faith comes from the Latin word fides, which is confidence. Conviction, knowing. You flick a light switch on, you know it's going to be on. Do you know you're stuck? Yes, that's the only reason you're stuck. Why do you know you're stuck? Because you're allowing the external to dictate the internal. You're allowing the effects to be what takes primary position in your mind instead of the cause. But when the cause takes primary position, then it's not something you're affected by. Another day is gone. I'm still alone. How could this be?
You're an idiot.
Michael Jackson.
You are not alone. He had too much aura, man. You know, millennials always try to tell me about Michael Jackson's aura. They're always like, he used to make people faint.
They're not wrong.
Yes, and now I'm seeing the videos of him and I'm like, you know what? Fairs.
They're not wrong.
Fair enough. You know, you're right. He did have aura.
And it's like back then, smartphones weren't really.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
bro, I'm seeing Michael Jackson was like a king in some countries in Africa. Was it you that sent me that video?
I don't know if you sent it to me or I sent it to you. But I've seen.
And he was like in Congo or something.
I was just like, that's real.
I was like, what? Like, what?
Bro, I was like, is this real?
Like, I know he got some, like, tribal status. I just don't remember in what country it was. It's like, what? Bro, I remember, like, the videos of him coming up on the platform, and he's just there like this.
Yeah.
People are just like, and they're literally fainting. I was like, what?
Niggas are screaming before they even see him come out on the platform.
Nah, he was a real life superstar. He was a real life superstar. Do you know how much aura you have to make people faint without saying anything?
How much aura you have to be to go to Africa and literally be on the throne?
Can you imagine? Ooh. Cool. You look like you're about to say something, bro.
Yeah, this one's a kind of long comment, but I'll try to make it quick.
Say less. I'll be right.
Someone said, I've been faithfully watching your videos for the past 5 days, taking both written and mental notes. To give some context, last week was very challenging. My car's AC broke. I had to drop it off at the dealership and pay for a loaner's car. And then my phone completely stopped working. The repair estimate was over $400 plus tax. I forgot that tax ain't even included in their man's thing. It's crazy.
Yikes.
Needless to say, I felt overwhelmed and frustrated. This week, after consistently watching your content, meditating and visualizing daily, everything shifted. The dealership contacted me and said they would cover the deductible for my AC at no cost, allow me to keep the loaner at no charge, and Apple called me back to let me know my phone would also be repaired for free. If this is the proof of transforming the inner to create your new outer reality, I don't know what is. I'm beyond grateful for your wisdom in these videos. Thank you for your guidance and inspiration. Shout him out.
Pleasure's all mine, my friend.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
GG. That was GG. That was good. There goes the planet flying. Bye, planet. See you later, planet. It goes to show you that shit does work. And putting conviction in that it's not working is actually conviction for... You're actually still giving a conviction, you're just giving it in the wrong direction.
Cool. So...
Yeah, let's go, boy.
First things first. Really and truly, the only way you're going to become unstuck is by recognizing the energetic polarity that it attempts to hide. You see, when we're in one state of consciousness, there exists an energetic polarity. For example, masculine, feminine, hot, cold, negative, positive, good, bad, quote unquote. Now, the energetic polarity of being stuck is growing, right? Yep. That is the energetic polarity.
Expansion.
And until you can enter a frequency where you indicate to the universe that you're growing by having the beliefs that contribute to you growing, the reactions of somebody who's growing, the conviction of somebody who's growing, the expectation of somebody who's growing, the emotionally charged thoughts of someone who's growing, the perception, oh, I didn't do emotionally charged thoughts actually in the previous section. So emotionally charged thoughts is nothing more than the thoughts that we think with, as you know, it quite clearly states, with emotion behind it. For example, we naturally think to ourselves, fuck, I got no customers. Fuck, I need to get more customers, which is the indication of the fact you don't have customers, which perpetuates you on not having customers. You think to yourself, fuck, I just don't know what's going on, which once again is an indication of some particular degree of frustration that perpetuates more frustration. You think to yourself, oh, why is my business not growing? And you think these things with frustration, irritation, sadness, apathy. And the thing about emotion is that emotion is energy in motion that emits a signal that we call a vibration. That vibration, when it picks up momentum, it becomes a frequency. Frequencies immaterialized reality, and realities materialized frequency. So emotion is quite literally the beginning stages. I always say it's the largest shareholder of your frequency. So if your emotional state is representative of some particular degree of negativity in combination with your thoughts, that's mental plus emotional energy that leads to creation. And it's about making sure that your emotionally charged thoughts are reflective of you not being stuck, because the very fact of you thinking thoughts that indicate, reflect, or imply. Remember, it's not necessarily going to be as clear as day as, fuck, I'm stuck. That's typically not going to be like that, because that's too direct. And the entity knows that's too direct. So it will get you to have these thoughts that you intertwine with your emotion that reflect, imply, and resonate with the fact that you're stuck. For example, why is my business not growing? I need to get more clients to grow my business. I've been doing this for so long and nothing's changing. That's not directly saying I'm stuck, but you're indicating to the universe things that resonate with a reality of you being stuck. Now, like I said, the energetic polarity of being stuck is growing. So you need to enter a state of consciousness that recognizes that you are growing. But the truth of the matter is, growing within is a prerequisite to growing without. And the issue is you're attempting to outrun your frequency. As I said, you want to see more money come in and more growth in your business before you have given your business more growth within. And that's a real bar, write that down. And the truth is, it's not about growing, it's about having grown. Because the thing is this, we need to transcend time. Time doesn't exist within this third dimensional realm. Yep. Time-space constraints only exist within this third dimensional realm, but in order for you to materialize reality, you need to go outside of our limitation. And going outside of our limitations puts you into being outside of time, meaning that if now is the only time that exists, if you're growing, that's the indication that you haven't grown. So you need to enter the state of consciousness of somebody who has grown.
I was saying that earlier.
You said to yourself, our business is growing like crazy. That is the first step to entering a state of consciousness that reflects the fact that you have grown. That's an emotionally charged thought. Things that resonate, reflect, and imply. My business is growing like crazy. Customers have been coming in like crazy. I have more than enough sales. I have more than enough clients. I have more than enough customers. These are things that I say to myself all the time. Hence why I do have an abundance of customers. So it's important that you begin to think thoughts that resonate, reflect, and imply this particular degree of you coming to the realization of catching your thoughts out when your mind is trying to get you to focus on the fact that you're stuck, and injecting these thoughts into your state of consciousness right now and saturating your mind with these thoughts right now to bring you to the conclusion of entering the state of consciousness of being grown. Because the moment that your frequency reflects grown to the universe, things will just start happening. This is all while you're doing what you're doing. But remember, if you're being less while doing more, you're going to create less. But if you're being more and doing more at the same time, It's going to be beautiful. You need to have the beliefs of somebody who, you need to have beliefs that contribute to the easy materialization of your business having grown. Your reaction has to be aligned with being grown. Your focus has to reflect on how you have grown. How often do you reflect on how much you've grown? That feels like daydreaming. That feels like just wasting your time. But it's actually doing that aligns you with the state of consciousness and puts you in vibrational resonance with growing even more. How often do you do that? How often do you focus on what you don't have as opposed to what you do have? But ironically, focusing on what you don't have by that scripture will take away even what you do have. But by focusing on what you do have, that is what perpetuates you to have more. Because remember, you can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. If you don't already have more sales, more customers, more clients within, then it's never going to happen without. And this is the prerequisite to doing so. This is what some people do unconsciously without even realizing. Your reactions have to reflect that. Your expectations have to reflect that. When you get on a call with somebody, when you go to have a deal with someone, how often do you expect yourself to close them ahead of time? In fact, how often do you say to yourself that they have already been closed? Because when that's in your state of consciousness, then everything else unfolds because you're unfolding. Reality unfolds from you. And if reality unfolds from you, if you're not where you want to be, then that will unfold a reality that you don't want to be in. That's a real bar.
Bro's rubbing hard.
That light blue, it's leaving marks.
Bro, tell me the boy's giving up on you now.
No, never that. Not the way I clean it. Never that.
You forgot the spray, boy.
No more light blue then.
No, definitely not. That's why niggas are like, yo, why did Nero clean the board for 4 minutes straight?
I don't feel like he sprayed. It doesn't matter. I would have just sprayed the damn thing again.
Perfecto. Cool. So, now that the foundations, the wood has been laid, now it's time to get into the more unconscious things that intricately fuck you up without even realizing. If I haven't said it already, make sure you're taking notes and leave them in the comments. But here's the thing. When we're stuck in business, it's very easy for us to unconsciously begin to fall into a pitfall. And that is this. When we're doing something we don't like, and bear in mind, I'm not saying you don't like your business, but it's very frustrating to do the same thing and not see a different result. It's even irritating. It's mind-boggling. Now, the issue is when we're continuously doing something that we feel like we have to do, and it's not giving us any joy because we're not seeing any growth. We become irritated, we become frustrated, and unconsciously we begin to see our business as an obligation. And I always say obligation is the father of resentment.
Oh yeah.
Obligation is an issue for us because it feels like we have no autonomy. It feels like we have to do this thing. We have to do this thing. We're not seeing results. What the fuck is going on? That's what the mind says. It's like, what the fuck is going on? We're not seeing results. What the hell? But then, obligation is the father of resentment. And the thing about resentment is that resentment is a frequency that emits, or it corrupts the frequency of your desired reality. You can have this desired reality to have a certain point in your business where you're making more and your business is growing, But if you're unconsciously resentful towards your business, then there's what I call the 2 M's of the universe.
Maintain
the 2 M's of the
and
universe
magnify.
is first to magnify.
Well,
so the
magnify,
universe will seek
maintain.
to magnify that particular degree of resentment by making you more resentful. And then it will seek to maintain that resentment. Not because it hates you, but because it likes energetic convenience. It likes energetic equilibrium. It likes
Balance.
things to make sense. And when things make sense and they're orderly, that is when, and that is how, people end up getting perpetually caught up in these cycles. You need to come to the recognition of the fact that you probably do have this unconscious degree of resentment to your business, but the resentment is being projected towards the wrong place, because you have resentment towards your business, but your business is nothing more than a reflection of your frequency. And the only reason that you're resentful towards your business is because you're unsatisfied with your business. But you're unsatisfied with your business, but you're satisfied with yourself. That doesn't make any sense. James Allen often says, men are dissatisfied with their conditions,
Oh, another
but satisfied
planet is
with
flying.
themselves. And that makes
Wow.
no sense. And this is what you need to come to the recognition of. You need to come to the recognition that you probably have this unconscious degree of resentment towards your business. And that unconscious degree of resentment is an indication that you're not where you want to be. And because it's an indication of the fact that you're not where you want to be, you're not where you are. You need to come to the understanding that the only reason this resentment exists is because you're waiting for reality to give you a different feeling. You're waiting for reality to give you a different feeling. Nah, this different is crazy. I won't even lie.
You really have doctor's handwriting, innit?
I won't even lie. You know, I wrote that one and I just felt ashamed. Like, if my mom saw this.
What's feeling as well? Yeah, feeling's crazy.
Yeah, oh, it's not as bad as this though. This is just.
Thank you, give up.
But the issue is we're waiting for reality, or you're waiting for reality to give you a different feeling. What do I mean? If I dropped a surge of increase, let's say your revenue doubled right now, your profit doubled right now into your business, you'd probably feel amazing, which is an indication to the fact that there's a dependency on reality to make you feel amazing. But reality will only make you feel amazing if it has something to magnify. And if reality has no amazingness to magnify, it's not going to magnify it. Because the moment that you're able to feel amazing, it will magnify that. And then it will seek to maintain that. But the issue is right now, you're waiting for more sales to give you this illusion. And this is the illusion that people fall into. Let me show you. Wow, it's the first time I've seen you locked in. You're not playing Clash Royale. Bro. Somebody said you got them addicted. You know, I was reading a comment and they said, yo, AJ was talking about Clash Royale. I started it and now I'm addicted.
You know what? I do think I changed the masses. I seen the other day that Clash Royale is the most popular it's been since like 20.
Oh, that was all you, yeah?
Yeah, I did that shit.
Yo, tell them boys to send you a sponsorship, bro. Tell them, man, to send you a deal, man.
I don't think you understand how addicted I am, bro. I couldn't sleep last night. I was watching
phone games is so damn bad.
I was watching what do they call it? The CRL monthly finals. Professional,
You're watching
competitive esport Clash Royale games. For the ones that know Riley, he's a top G still. Top G.
The illusion that people typically fall within, whether they realize this or not, is making the mistake of thinking that the attainment of your desire, so making more money in your business, securing more deals, more contracts in your business, is going to help you feel a certain way, without realizing that it's actually feeling a certain way that is going to get you your desire.
Bar.
My definition of manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, when you're good with it and you're good without it. But the only way you can be good with it and good without it is if you begin to cultivate it within. And through cultivating it within, that is the only way you're going to do that. Now you're probably going to say, how do I cultivate it within, Nero? Listen, let me see what I can do for you. Let me see what I can do for you. Let me grab, Outsmarting Reality. Amazon bestseller in less than 24 hours in all 3 categories. Been at the top of the charts for 17 weeks.
Coming like Drake.
There's some point in here where I give a technique on how to actually cultivate that. Because it's important that you're able to cultivate it. Because if you're not able to cultivate it, then that's the moment that you're able to cultivate this state within, then your desire is going to desire you, which is how it should be. So, number one, clearly define the circumstance, event, or reality that you desire. There must be no confusion about what you want to manifest. Now, typically, this is going to be an increase in your income. Now, you need to make sure that your level of conviction matches your desire. For example, it probably would be very hard for your subconscious mind to conceptualize the idea of you making 10 million a month as a desire if you're currently making 10K a month. That's just too large for your subconscious mind to be able to conceptualize. So choose something that your subconscious mind knows it can attain immediately. And in doing so, you match your desire and conviction. Sit down or lay down until you reach a state of deep relaxation and stillness. Whether this takes 5, 10, 20, or even 40 minutes, it doesn't matter. Being relaxed is mandatory. Imagine a scene that includes someone who cares for you, a friend, a partner, a family member, who recognizes your desire by commenting on it in a natural and personal way. Include physical touch in the scene, a high five, fist bump, a hug, or anything that feels natural with them and intimate. Keep the scene short, focusing only on their comments on your desired reality, materializing and replay again and again in a continuous loop. If imagined vividly, you will naturally begin to feel the emotions you'd experience upon your desired reality. Feel deeply. There's no set time for this practice. The moment you begin to strain, effort, or fatigue, stop immediately. Part 2. Pick a single, simple sentence that you would naturally say to yourself upon your desire materializing. It must be authentic, what you would truly say. What is the feeling you'll experience naturally and exclusively upon your desired reality materializing? Clearly define it. Repeat that sentence in your head continuously throughout the day, feeling what you would feel as if it was already in your reality and saturated. So for example, after you do your visualization scene of somebody congratulating you or acknowledging the fact that your business has grown so quickly, hitting the number you desire specifically, then it's about your capability of then throughout the day saturating your mind with the thought that you think upon your business growing quickly. For example, if let's say your desire is to hit 300K in a month, then it would be, I knew I'd hit 300K in a month. That's something you would think upon hitting 300K. I didn't think I'd get to 300K this quickly. Extrapolate this to whatever your material number is for your business. But the truth of the matter is, like, if you stay chained up, within the particular paradigm that you're already in terms of how much you already see yourself making, you won't make more unless you're making more within. And that's what you need to come to the realization of, because it's through coming to the understanding that it's the state that creates the desire, not the desire that creates the state. That is the mistake that a lot of people make. You think upon getting more clients, more sales, more customers, you would feel different. But it's actually you not feeling different before that, which is stopping that reality from materializing. Because the moment you're able to feel everything that you feel upon getting it before reality has transformed, then you become in vibrational resonance, or you become in the mental, emotional equivalent of that reality, which then makes it come to you. That is the entire game. Now, here's the thing. I want to make it very clear that, in fact, brown is a bit risky. I think it might leave marks. I think it's a bit risky. Green was cool. One thing I want to make abundantly clear is that typically what happens, whether we realize this or not, is we're unconsciously kept stuck. Yeah, that was just rain pouring. Now you guys have made me self-conscious. We're unconsciously held back by previous energetic charges. Now, an energetic charge is nothing more than an emotional charge. What do you mean by that, nigga? Chill. Relax. You're definitely going to get some. You got a lot in this video, actually. But what typically happens is that we are energetically held back by the charges that we've experienced. For example, the thing that keeps us stuck often, whether we realize this or not, and I kind of touched on this earlier, is disappointment.
Wow.
Is disappointment 2 S's?
Yes.
Or 1 S? I think it's 1 S and 2 P's.
Yeah, it's 1 S, 2 P's.
Oh, we got top spelling bee king over here.
Nah, I'm terrible.
Oh, sir.
I rely on autocorrects, bro.
Typically, based upon the experiences that we've gone through, whether we realize this or not, we've been continuously disappointed. And it's actually this feeling of being disappointed that exists within our subconscious mind that keeps us stuck without realizing. You were disappointed when that deal didn't go right. You were disappointed when you didn't close that client. You were disappointed when you looked at your sales and you saw that nothing had changed. You were disappointed. You were disappointed. You were disappointed. You were disappointed. You've been disappointed so many times that this in of itself has created such a powerful emotional charge to your subconscious that it now exists within the realms of your subconscious, silently playing in the background of the behind the scenes, quietly playing in the background of your reality, emitting a frequency that perpetuates you to be continuously disappointed. What's the opposite of disappointed? What is the opposite of disappointed?
Celebration.
I want to say happy. What? Other them?
I feel like it's
Joyful.
excitement.
Exciting.
No.
Excitement.
Is it proud?
Proud. Excitement.
Probably would be more proud.
Some type of feeling of between happiness, proudness,
excitement.
Excitement. Probably there's got to be a word for that.
Excitement.
If you get a word, let me know. But
excitement.
Either way,
it's
the
excitement.
only way that you have to get rid of this is through altering the subconscious mind by producing.
See how
the
we're all
energetic
interlinked?
opposite of that, which would be, as we just discussed, happy,
Excited.
excitement, and feeling proud.
Yeah.
By utilizing your imagination to create these vivid scenes internally. Here's what I want you to do. Every instance to which you've been disappointed and you spoke to a client that you looked like it was going to go absolutely perfect and it didn't. I want you to recreate that scene. Get into a meditative state, recreate that scene, and recreate it in a way that you wish it would have happened. Because if you do that, the mind can't distinguish between reality and imagination if it's vivid enough. And if it's vivid enough, you will feel those emotions. And if you feel those emotions, then what you're going to do is to displace the energetic charge within the subconscious mind that has been calibrated to disappointment and shift it to happy, excitement, and proudness. And by doing that, you will alchemize that disappointment into those following polarities, which will then allow for your subconscious mind to silently play something else in the background, because it's that unconscious degree of disappointment that is keeping you stuck. And with that being said, that is how to make the universe unstuck your business.
Let's go. Bloop. Oh, no bloopers? Wow. No bloopers. No bloopers. That's all the YouTube for today. Oops. We don't want to play that. We just want to turn that off. Phone battery or tablet battery at 33%. Whoever's here, bravo for. It might be Misha, but bravo. Bravo for being here and watching all that with me. Oh, it's cold! Yeah! Yep. And that is how the mind works. It's such a fucking paradox. You gotta transcend time. Everything, it's transcending time. I'm learning? No, you've learned it. I'm growing? No, you have grown. I'm preparing? No, you've prepared. I'm having? No, you haven't. You, whoever was here, if it's you, Misha, or someone else, whoever you are in the quietly in the background, you were listening to the book. You can only have what you already have. This is a really good video. I mean, all his videos are spectacular. I was mentioning it right there earlier when I was standing and I was on my flow, that I'm at a state where I have mastered myself. There's a version of me who has mastered myself, who has all the clients, who has the business, who has the money, who has the woman, who has it all. It is done. It's finished. It's not finishing, it's finished. And now I'm just simply tapping into that version of me by undoing a bunch of the bullshit. Definitely gonna rewatch that one again. That one was specifically for entrepreneur. It wasn't specifically only for entrepreneurs, but that one was an entrepreneur video. I'm glad that he targeted entrepreneurship on this one. I mean, normally it's everything, but like this one was entrepreneur focused. I'm gonna go inside. Oh. Totally forgot that the microphone was not there. I was like talking. I don't know if you heard me, but basically I was saying that, like, you know, this was a very powerful video. What the hell? That's what happens when you have two gloves on and you're attempting to put shit on. It doesn't fucking work. Yeah. Yeah. So when I was standing right here and I was saying that I've mastered myself, and I'm simply just tapping into that version that I've mastered myself, and I'm mastering myself. If I say I'm mastering myself, I haven't transcended time. So technically right now, like even what I said earlier, like you get to live both states. Really, you just want to live the state of the fifth dimensional version. You're not learning, you've already learned it. You're not remembering, you're not remembering it, you have remembered it. You're not having, you already have it. What's another one? You're not evolving, you have evolved. And work outside of time. Because everything does exist outside of time. This is why the universe has simply prepared me during this time to master myself, because I've mastered myself. And making sure I stay in that state. And simply, I was saying something about, you know, if we keep saying that we're stuck, like how he was talking about being stuck, you feeding that idea that you are stuck, it's simply you're energetically giving it charge, and you're giving it so much conviction that you're stuck, then you're stuck. And remember, there's an opposite. Well, I thought the opposite of stuck is actually expansion, but hey, growing works too. Evolving, expansion, transcended, expanded, growth, like grown. And I'm like, every time I'm talking, I'm really rewiring myself, and I have rewired myself. So it's done. Energetic conviction. I like the fact that, like, you have to have the state before the desire, not the desire and the state. So I'm glad, you know, he reminded me of that. Remember? State first, then desire, not desire, then state. I also enjoyed when he was talking about, you know, I mean, there's so many things, but like my biggest takeaway was like, you have to be more of it, like now. Be more before you do more. Because if you're being less and you're doing more, you're gonna end up having less. But if you're being more and doing more, you will have more. But here's the thing, you can be more and do less and still have more, because one of the girls, like one of the comments, or one of the people he worked with, I was reading the comment, she's like, you know, I'm actually doing less, but I'm being more, and I'm actually producing more, I'm actually getting more. Hey.
Andre, how are you?
Good, yourself?
Hanging in.
Well, they made the World Series.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you since they made it.
They're gonna win it too.
Yeah, I know they are.
It's gonna go to game 7.
You think so?
6 or 7. That's how money make it. People don't want to believe, but sports is all about money making.
Do you think it's rigged a bit?
I've been saying that a long time. If you notice, right? Maybe I'm just blowing hot air. Always the city with disaster, they always seem to win something of significant
So when you say disaster, like what do you mean?
Remember when Houston had the flooding?
Yeah.
Houston Astros won the World Series.
Okay.
When Cleveland was almost bankrupt.
Cleveland Indians?
Yeah.
Okay. They
The
won't.
city was suffering badly.
Right.
They won the NBA.
Ah.
It's always
With
like
LeBron James, right?
Right.
Right.
It's always like, because remember people will fly in from all over to watch games, right? So
Right.
money comes into the economy.
Right.
I mean, that's just my way of thinking.
It's an interesting, yeah. It's a good connection though.
Yeah, but it seems as though some city, like a poor city there, they always seem to prevail.
Hmm. So what do you think about Toronto then? Because we don't really have anything like bad happening here.
No, but you see, it's two rich cities playing now. So it can
Right.
go anywhere now.
Right. Yeah, it's LA.
LA is one of the richest city in the world.
Right. Toronto would be there.
Toronto is right up there with payroll.
Yeah.
So these two teams are now hurting.
Mm.
But in a case like this, the more games they play is the more money coming into the league,
Right.
coming into the countries.
Right. Yeah, because like the restaurants are getting money.
Everything is packed.
Yeah, like the bars are packed. Like everything's, yeah.
For every game.
It's like the one the Raptors won.
For every game, right? For every extra game, they're probably bringing in billions.
Oh yeah,
of dollars.
that's the thing. That's
Not
what.
millions, billions.
Yeah.
TV, with the TV viewing, all the people coming in.
Yep. The channels are getting their. Yeah. That's an interesting. Yeah.
For every extra game, it's billions of dollars, like in the World Series.
Right.
If it go to Game 7, you know how much extra money the league makes?
Oh yeah.
Even in Toronto.
Right.
Every memorabilia will be sold out.
Oh yeah.
Socks, T-shirts. They won't have time to print them.
Right. So like when the Raptors won.
Right.
They, like a lot of the stuff were like limited edition, and people were like
just buying it out.
Buying and then selling it for like a good profit. Like there was a jacket. I ended up buying the jacket right in the store, but it was like $300 at the time. But then I sold it.
For 1,000.
I sold it for about 1,200.
Yeah,
I sold it for almost 1,000 profit.
Because people demanding them, and they're telling you what they're gonna pay.
Yeah.
It's like you gorging them.
Yeah. I bought it to wear it, but then eventually I was like, I'm not wearing it anymore.
Yeah.
And then I had it.
Just put it online and
Yeah.
people want to buy it.
And someone's like, I really want that jacket. I'm like, okay.
You call your price and they buy it.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what's happening.
That makes sense.
Like people with money, they probably went into like where the Blue Jay stuff were selling. They go and buy $1 million worth of T-shirts and jackets and hats. And then for the war, because people want to get the clothes to go in, and then they probably sell it online for 50 times more than what they're actually worth.
That's true.
It's like tickets then. The scalpers go in and buy 1,000 tickets at a time.
Right.
And when the ticket, then they go wrong, and a ticket they buy for $10, they sell it for 100.
Right.
Or a ticket they buy for 100, they sell it for 1,000. Or people buy them.
Right.
They're not gonna lose money, man.
That's a really good perspective.
That's my perspective on it anyway.
I think it's right though, 'cause I think what you're sharing is spot on, because like, the city is thriving with business right now. So like the more games, the more money. Especially Game 7. Why would he be mad?
Nothing happens like that.
Well,
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? That's like job.
he and I don't think the same. Not even close.
We don't think the same.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, like, we can hang out, but when it comes to like putting things in perspective, we're way off.
He's too locked in his way.
I mean, I can't blame him. He's
No.
got his beliefs, I got mine.
Exactly. But like.
But I still think, like I've been watching how sports always phase out.
Right.
And it always seemed the underdog always when you check it, like the odds.
Right.
Even if the city don't need the money, the odd makers are making
Yeah.
piles and piles of money.
It's weird that Toronto's considered the underdog and they have the better record than
No,
than LA.
No, but in a case like this, LA is a powerhouse team.
Right.
And they won the World Series.
Right. So that's where that's why they would be considered the underdogs
Yeah.
then. That makes sense.
Toronto Blue Jays are the underdogs, but like if you compare player to player, LA got a way better team than Toronto.
They got a lot of
Better
Japanese
pitching.
people.
They got better pitching. They got better hitting.
Yeah.
Because if you check the stats, like Otani, the guy he's a robot. Otani, the guy hits, he pitches.
Right.
The guy that pitched last time, LA got a lot of power hitters. Anyone can hit out the ball out the park at the same time.
Right.
That's why and because they're the World Series champion, the Blue Jays are the heavily underdogs.
That makes sense.
But a lot of people didn't even think they would win one game. But my prediction is it'll go to game 6 or 7.
And they're gonna win it.
I don't know who's gonna win. It's all what the odd makers want at the end.
Right. It'd be good though.
You got $1 billion to bet.
Yeah.
Because these gamblers, they bet big money. And then they'll decide who to give it to,
Right.
We'll see. I mean, nobody wants, no American individual wants a Canadian team to win.
True.
I won't even say a
But
team,
you know
an
what's,
individual.
So you know what's funny when you say that? Because that the day that they hit the home run and they won the ALCS.
Oh, with Joe Carter? Oh,
No, yeah.
Oh, with George Springer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I went and I saw the video for it was a 5-minute video on YouTube.
They keep saying it's a fluke and it's this and
But a lot of Americans were on there saying, being a Milwaukee fan, I would love to see the Blue Jays win, or seeing a Padres fan because San Diego, because it's Californian, right? So San Diego doesn't like LA and vice,
well, not only, I
right?
think in a case like this,
Yeah, they want to see.
They just hate the LA Dodgers,
Right.
especially
So that's what I'm saying. So there are some Americans that
They
do.
got the highest payroll in the country,
Right.
so that's why they want to see them get beat.
Right.
They want to see Otani get beat.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I saw a lot of comments and it was a lot of American fanboys. As a Atlanta Brave fan, I would love to see the Toronto. They want to see.
Because they just hate LA.
Right. So it's they may not love Toronto, but they definitely hate LA. So they choose the lesser of the evil. Right.
They just want to see.
Yeah.
The highest paid payroll team in the league. They just want to see them lose.
Right.
And we would all do that. We are out for the underdogs.
Yeah, because it's the story is more inspiring.
And it's like the biblical excerpt, David and Goliath.
Right.
So everybody want to vote for David.
For David, they don't want to see the big guy always win.
Goliath, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So yeah, there's a lot of Americans. When I saw that video, they're like, as a Soul fan, they're like, as a Soul fan, because a lot of people, even though I'm going to be moving to California, not LA, but San Diego, I wouldn't be, if I was there right now, I'd be voting for Toronto, obviously. But if it was, if it was two other teams, let's say, right? LA versus whatever, New York.
Yeah, you would be voting for LA.
No, I would actually be voting for New York. Because right?
Okay.
Because even though they represent California and they are technically home, I'd still be, I don't hate LA, but I'm looking for the team that doesn't have all the money and right. I want it to be fair.
They build their team around money.
Yeah.
To be up there.
Right.
They just want to win.
It's like Chicago Bulls in the 90s. They were the dynasty. Ultimately it was great, but I would like to see, not
the underdog.
The underdog to win.
Anytime a team is dominating, you always want to see them get beat.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what though? Even if the Jays don't win the World Series, the first game was humiliating to it was really embarrassment for LA. So
It was.
at least we can
Yeah.
we achieved something.
Yeah, and that in itself is a feat because they did like nine runs in one inning.
I got a feeling the Jays is gonna win. But we'll see.
Your intuition is like mine. I feel it too. I have a feeling too that they're gonna win. All right. It's interesting perspective that you shared. So let's tap into that for a moment. See, I do like LA Dodgers. They do represent home. I mean, either way, I win because it's representing my home. But like, I don't know why I use New York. But if it was like San Diego versus LA, you better believe that I'm choosing San Diego. Like, come on, right? If it was, I think it's LA Angels, or I think it's either called Californian Angels or Los Angeles Angels. I don't know. There's another Californian team. It's not San Francisco. I'm not talking about the San Francisco. What are they called? San Francisco. The Giants. Yeah, there's the Giants. If it was like San Francisco versus like LA, I'd choose San Francisco over LA. If it's LA versus New York, I did say New York, but honestly, I wouldn't choose New York. Fuck that. I'd choose LA. I'd choose my West Coast. Cause like, I don't know why I said New York. I don't know why I subconsciously said fucking New York. I meant to say LA. So I retract my statement with him. I would choose fucking LA, because he was like, you would choose LA. I'm like, yeah, I would choose LA. But what he was saying about the businesses, it makes sense though, because like every game that's played right now, you know how, look, I may not be physically downtown Toronto, but I can feel the energy here. It's very magnetic right now. Like, it's very potent. Like, there are people flying in, like he said, to see these games. The stadium is completely packed. They're getting like 60,000 people in the stadium. The stadium can hold more than that. The stadium can hold 80,000. But due to the seating and how it's arranged, it's like 60,000. 50 to 60,000 people packing that stadium. Like, it's packed, it's sold out. The bars, the restaurants, completely, like, it is balls to the wall packed. So the businesses are loving it because they're making that money. So like, of course, you know, people who are working as like waiters and waitresses are getting hella tips right now, because they're getting like, it's like they're staying even later than normal because the games are going to later. Like they're going at like from like, they end at like 11 o'clock, and then people want to like stay after like the celebration with the other people in the restaurant. They're cheering, they're like celebrating, they spend like maybe an hour or two afterwards getting their drinks and stuff. Like, it's money. Like, I see it. He's spot on. He gave me something to chew on now. So yeah, because if Toronto completely swept them, that would have been it. Like 4 games, that's 3 games that they would have not been able to technically make more money on, like the restaurants and stuff. The moment Toronto wins though, this place is gonna go ape shit. You have no idea. This place will go ape shit, because the last time Toronto was even in the World Series was when I was 9 years old, 1993. And 1993, Toronto was considered the dynasty because they won the year before. They won back-to-back. They were the first team in I forget how long to go back to back until another team went back to back. I think not LA, but I think New York. New York is the first team since the Toronto Blue Jays from the 90s to go back to back. I might be incorrect though, because I haven't really been paying attention to sports. But, you know, like I said, sports is one of those things that can create unity, but also can divide at the same time. Because like it's us versus them, even though we're all one. That's why I don't watch sports. I watch what I'm doing right now is I'm not watching the games. What I'm doing is like asking Alexa, what's the score? Just to kind of like keep track of what's going on. And then see the highlight or see like what has happened. But I'm not watching the games because like I know what sports does, right? It creates an emotion of like disappointment or celebration, and that's the thing that we have to be mindful of. You got to stay neutral. But it's so fascinating how, you know, he shared that. I was like, he predicts it's going to go to 6 or 7. I do agree, because like it's tied 1-1 now. I think the next game is tomorrow, because they got to fly to LA now. They're flying to Cali, home, and they're going to play at Dodger Stadium for 2 games, and then they come back for game 5. Then they go back to LA for game 6, and then game 7 goes back to Toronto or something like that. It's either they play the 3 games in LA and then they come back for the last 2 games in Toronto. I don't know, we'll see. Yep. I have to go check something quickly. My hands are also freaking cold, so I'm gonna go warm up my hands. And let me take my thing quickly. My thing. Oh, my trimmer is fully charged. So let me take care of that too. Let me put away some of my clothing that I have on the chair. I'm gonna come inside just now because it's just getting cold. Like, I mean, it's not getting cold, it's already been cold. It's just, and probably just play Dead by Daylight because I didn't play yesterday and have an itch to play. I'm gonna go check something though quickly. I'm back. Now I'm gonna go upstairs. Oh, let's take care of the trimmer. Just gonna put away my USB-C cable to USB-A cable. My trimmer. The thing about this USB-C cable, I can't use any other USB-C cable. It's weird. It's because the USB-C port on this cable is much longer in length. Like the port itself, it's like bigger than your standard USB-C, or like longer than your, not longer, taller than your standard USB-C cable. So like you plug in a USB-C cable, it'll work, but it doesn't reach inwards. So it makes it still sort of proprietary. And the last thing I desire is to have, the worst thing is the proprietary cables. When they make stuff proprietary, it becomes annoying. Let's fold this up. And let's put I saw the other paper towel roll and it was on the dryer, but then I moved it to where the other stuff is. There's nothing on the thing, so that must be the one.
No, I have two here, so I don't know if somebody else take the other one. I don't know.
Microphone's gonna die soon. Okay. Technically, I wasn't even with my blanket outside. I'm gonna warm up my hands in a moment. Using everything to transcend time. Hence why multidimensional knowing. Multidimensional knowing is transcending time. But I have to use time to learn. That idea of you thinking you have to learn. Puts you in a box. That you're underneath it. I'm preparing my mind for something extravagant.
water's cold. I have to wait a moment for it to warm up. Come on, water, hurry up. Get warm. Get warm, damn it, get warm. All right, hands. My hands are warm again. So I'm going to switch gloves to keep these are, I mean, if I'm going to come out and play, then that means I can't wear gloves. Or I'll play after dinner. I'll just spend a few more minutes outside. I got my blanket. Got my blanket. Disney princess blanket. That's funny. That's too funny. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Let's see, what else? Let me move this back a little bit. Yeah, most likely I'm gonna go inside and play. I don't want to bring laptop out and then all this stuff, so I'll eat out here, and then after dinner, we'll go inside. So back to the video. I'm just seeing what else he talked about. You know, perceiving that you're perception. Perceiving that yourself, you're still like you need more clients, or like that's not what I want to talk about, but that's kind of goes hand in hand with the, you know, the perception that you're like, oh, I'm gonna make $50,000 this month, so I'm gonna make $50,000 next month, I'm gonna make $50,000 next month. Because if you continue to keep perceiving that you're gonna make X dollars, or you're gonna only have like 1 or 2 clients a month, maybe not 10, because you're only saying like you desire 1 or 2. Maybe you really only desire 1 and 2, even though you say you desire 10, but you subconsciously or unconsciously actually really just want 1, because like 10 sounds like a lot. Sounds like you can't handle it. Sounds like it's going to be too much work, too much responsibility, because you have word associations. You will push that shit away every time.
Everything he mentioned, I'm like this is like kindergarten stuff now. Like I see it as like dumb easy. He has a very interesting way of explaining things, and I love it. Because like when I see anybody else explain things, I'm like, oh my God, it's like verbal vomit now. Like he has truly set the bar. So like when someone says, you probably have never heard something like this before, I'm like, I bet you I have. I bet you I have. In fact, I'm probably sure that what you're about to tell me is going to be some third dimensional nonsense. Like this morning, the older gentleman saying, you probably haven't heard this stuff before. This is going to go against like all the manifestation things out there. It's not going to be positive affirmations, but I'm going to tell you that money is inside of you. You're going to have to start seeing money and opportunities and all that inside of you. I'm like, I already know this. You're not telling me anything that's new. I know part of this may sound arrogant to some of you. Because when you say I know, it implies like you shut off like feedback or constructive criticism or like some guidance or some advice, but it's not. Because when you know yourself as the creator, how can anything go above the creator? I'm not saying that you're being stubborn, because someone will say, well, you're being stubborn, you're not listening to what I'm saying. No, I'm hearing what you're saying. I hear and I'm listening to what you're saying. However, you're still operating from a human perspective. You're not operating from God perspective. So how can I listen to something that is less than God? Or operating from a paradigm that is still not transcending time and space, right? I will take the perspective, depending on what it is. But if I'm not elevating beyond that, and it's keeping me trapped in the third dimension, because this is an illusion, focusing on the illusion is an illusion, right? The third dimensional thinking mind that's with this vessel sometimes derails Orion, and Orion has to like bitch slap it. And that's basically Andre having to get the fuck out of the way. Andre is the third dimensional character. Orion is the multi-dimensional like God. So when I hear people speaking, depending on who I'm hearing, like, yes, sometimes they drop a bar. I'm not saying nobody can't drop a bar. I do get bars from those who are still operating from the third. But like, I don't learn anymore. I mastered myself, and I am evolving and have evolved to a point where there's not a lot of things that can really make me like question things. Like, ooh. Like, unless it's about death, like that gentleman, the poet who said, what would I think about myself if I'm about to die? How would I think about myself when I'm about to die? How would I think about myself? How would you think about yourself if you're about to die, right? That's a good question. A powerful question will give you a powerful answer. One question can literally change your life. One idea could change your life. But here's the thing. It can only change your life if you allow it to change your life by saying that you have transcended beyond time and space, and this idea has helped me to transcend beyond the normal way of thinking. Hence why, last night after the stream, we were talking with ChatGPT. Well, it was actually before, but I asked ChatGPT, like, give me some other names other than Quectosane. Quectosane sounds cool. It gave me omnisane, transcendent sane. I came up with existential sane.
Orion consciousness. I've said that on the stream. And then I was about to say Gentle Boy, but it's not Gentle Boy. Young Goat said Orion consciousness. I'm like, yep, I've said that before, bro. It is Orion consciousness. It's on the same level as Christ consciousness. It's on the same level as Buddha consciousness. It's on the same level as Krishna consciousness. It's on the same level as Yogananda consciousness. It's on the same level as unity consciousness or God consciousness, Orion consciousness. Ooh, that sounds very arrogant. I know some of you are probably thinking that's very arrogant. But you have to realize, like, you didn't come here just as human. You came here as a God pretending to be a human. So it could be, if Misha's here, it's Misha consciousness or whatever name she wants to give. For Soul Fam, it's 26 consciousness or the 26 consciousness. If it's Olga, it could be Olichka consciousness. If it's T-Bray, it could be T-Bray consciousness. For Regina, it could be 15 and a half dimensional consciousness. Or it could be Regina Nicole Smith consciousness. Either way, like, you must put yourself, well, totally up to you, but you must transcend time and space. That you're not learning, you have learned it. You're not remembering something, you have remembered it. And when someone shares something with you that seems new, that you've never heard before, you're simply going to rewire and shift and say, thank you so much for helping me remember what I have forgotten. Thank you for reminding me of something that I once knew, and now you helped me to remember what I've forgotten. And now I remember it. Or thank you so much for helping me bringing this back into my awareness. Even though you've never seen it before in your current incarnation, and it looks brand spanking new, thank you for helping me, bringing it into my awareness. And now that I'm aware, I can't be unaware of it. Thank you so much. It's just that simple. So like whenever Nero drops something that seems new to this third dimensional's mind, I'm like, remember, he's not saying anything new. He's just bringing into awareness something that you already know, and you just simply have forgotten. And because now you're aware of it, now you can't forget about it. So thank you so much. The only way you can forget about it is if you don't see it as important and you discard it. But eventually, if it keeps popping back up over and over and over again, it means it's meant for you to remember. Why do you think the universe has prepared my mind this way in the last 3 or 4 months? For those of you who were with me in the beginning of the year, for those of you who have been with me in the beginning of the year, what do you think has happened with this mind? It's evolved. Some of you have seen the shift. It's not because of Orion. Yes, he's a massive part of it, but he's not truly the cause of the shift. It's because I've tapped in, and I being not Andre or Orion, the I am, the creator, God, in human form, a fractal of the creator, just like you're a fractal. Your name is not who you are God. You're God wearing a mask. Your face is a mask. My face is a mask of God's true version. I have evolved. So I'm hearing something that I might continue to live stream on this channel beyond November 25th, like continuously, 12 hours, maybe up until January 25th. Maybe. If that be the case, then you all get an extra couple months with me. But we'll see. Don't know. That way, like, no, January 25th will truly equal 1 year of live streaming fully 12-hour days. Yeah, there have been some days where days were slightly shorter, or like, you know, YouTube decided to end the streams, and I had to like restart the streams, but I still managed to do 12 hours on like combining the two streams together. Because I started streaming 12 hours straight on January 18th. Because I came back from San Diego, and like I was like, you know what? Let's stream. Let's see how long we can stream. Let's see how long we can push it. And we streamed for quite some time. Because when I first started live streaming, I did like 2.5 hours, maybe 3. I upped the time a little bit more, little by little, and then San Diego, there was one stream, the longest was 9 hours. I'm like, whoa, I did 9-hour stream? Holy shit. I'd never done a 9-hour stream. That was the final day in San Diego. That was like the Christmas New Year trip, the one where I had the Supra and all that stuff. Pretty wild. Whole year, lots of stuff. Gotta remember how much has happened in this year. Not getting tripped up that I haven't been traveling as much as others, and not comparing myself like with Cassidy, where she's been traveling to like XYZ place, like 3-4 months she's been in different places around the world. Because comparison is a thief of all joy. But it can be used in a positive way, because you could be like, oh, that's nice. But of course, traveling is definitely what I'm here to do, and be a travel vlogger as well, and I've done that. I've successfully been a travel vlogger, showcasing San Diego and doing all kinds of stuff. Anyways, my point to say all this is to say, like, you gotta transcend your current limitations, because you simply accepted something as limitation as real and as normal, and your normalcy of this thing has created your reality. Same with me. So like now it's time for us to transcend our own individualized limitations. Like some of you who have a business right now, you can be making a lot more. In fact, you must have that state, like he said, before the desire, instead of the desire and then the state. So imagine yourself making millions of dollars and knowing what that feels like. Get into that meditative state, like he said. It's in the book. What you all were listening to was the book he was reading from in the video. Outsmarting Reality. Just AI did it. I might read his book on stream, not on this channel. Maybe on Orion, on the other channel. We'll see. It'll be story time, y'all. We're gonna be reading a book called Outsmarting Reality by Narrow Knowledge. Who knows? And then discussing, like we were doing with, we fully read out the 4 agreements on this stream. So as a book reader, I read out that book on this stream.
We were gonna read it a second time, but you know, shit happened and we never bothered to read it again. But we did read at least a book on this stream. And there's a bunch of people listening to the book. Holy shit, what the fuck is... Who's burning something? Jesus. It's like... crazy. I'm gonna go into the grass, so I'm gonna... I mean, there's something burning. It's not coming from our house. Oof. It's a fire truck. It just like hit me like a ton of fucking bricks. I require some sun. You know. I don't see smoke though. I smell it. It's awful. There must be something nearby. It's burning. It's like coming from like over there. I don't see smoke. I trust that everything's okay. Help is on the way. There's a squirrel just kind of like chilling on the fence. Hi, Bubba. Poor Bubba, it looks cold. There's a lot of sirens. There's something definitely going on here. Anyways, that will be taken care of. Yeah, that's definitely fire trucks. It's never good when you know, fire hits. Let's see. Are you still here, person? Yep, you're still here, person. I think it's Misha. But it'd be kind of late for Misha to be here. Well, not necessarily. I know she says sometimes she just chills and listens and she doesn't say anything. Could be Soul Fam. Yeah. So it's time for us to transcend time. And I know humans are gonna, we have to stop worrying what other humans are gonna think about that. And you simply embody it. Because there's a degree in which like you're concerning like,
yeah, but what if this person perceives me this way? Or what if this person, you know, looks at me differently? How can I, you know, how can I, you know, be around this person now? Because you want to be relatable. This is that whole overcoming shit again. You want to be relatable, and you want to feel that you're in resonance. But you're gonna have to overcome that by realizing you already overcame it, that you never had to overcome anything, that you already are it. And that let's say person A, right? You want them to still accept you even with all your changes. You simply transcend to a time. You transcend time to a state where not only have you shifted, but the people around you who you love, and even though they may not understand you, that they still accepted you. You can do that. Remember, you're the one who creates reality. If it wasn't for the wind, it'd be all right. But because it's so dang windy, it makes it colder. The wind's making it colder than it should be. That's okay. I'm in the grass. I'd be bare feeding in the grass right about now in the summertime, but there's not going to be much bare feeding out here for the next little while, unless I can find a way to change the state of the earth and make here hotter and make other places colder. Whoever, imagine I take the heat of India or places like there and bring it here, and then I swap them with cold. I don't know if they would like that. And then you hear on news around the world, it's India is facing its first winter, in New Delhi and all those other places. They've never experienced winter before. Minus 40-degree weather. And in other news, Toronto is experiencing a heat wave where it's 40 degrees Celsius in December. And you're wearing shorts and t-shirts on that day. I mean, we've had a 25-degree weather day in December on Christmas. I think it was 20 degrees on December 25th, 2015. It's like I'm wearing a poncho. Yes, the person is still here. Let's have a quick check in on something. Alexa, when is Game 3 of the World Series?
Tomorrow, in Game 3 of the World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays will play at Dodger Stadium. First pitch is at 8 p.m. The series is tied at 1 game apiece.
8 p.m. That means that they're playing at 5 p.m. over there. Okay. That's all I desire to know. It makes sense because it wouldn't make sense for them to play today because they have to travel from Toronto to Los Angeles, and the boys would be jet lagged. So it gives them like a day to like prepare themselves. Time zone difference. It's a real thing. I wonder if the time zone is screwed up the boys, the LA Dodgers, for game one because they had to travel. I don't know about that because they would have been able to be okay with that. Take a moment to stare at the sun. That Wiley Brooks dude was also staring at the sun as a breatharian. It's true though, when you're outside and you're getting a lot of sun, you don't focus on food. Like you don't. Like food just drops away. I know this to be true because when I was in San Diego the first time, and I was outside, that was the first time I had really been outside a lot. Like I really enjoyed being outside traveling and stuff. Food disappeared. Like I wasn't thinking about eating food and all this stuff. Like I'm getting enough nutrients from the sun. Like I'm not, I'm hungry. Like I was traveling in a car. I'd get to my next destination and I'd just be like by the beach or hiking up a mountain. And the sun was just bright. Now, of course, some days were very cloudy, but like I was outside and because I could still feel the sun, like it would come out like, you wouldn't see it first thing in the morning, but you'd see it at least throughout the day because of the marine layer in May. May grays and June glooms, as they call it over there in San Diego. It's interesting because like when I'm out here, I don't think much about food. Like when I'm in the sun. But when I'm sitting over there and I'm sitting and the sun is not hitting me, then I'm like eating like nonstop. So it's interesting. Just a lot of things I got to observe about myself during this year of being outside. And this is actually the first year I got to use the backyard. Like this became my studio. Every year I have never used the backyard. Like I didn't use the backyard last year. Actually, no, that's not true. I did use the backyard last year. I brought the chairs and I sat out here and I would put my feet out. But I wouldn't be out here for too long. I'd be taking a walk in the trail. Our bare feet last year for the first time too.
Yeah. But this year was the year that I got to be outside and like truly, you know, enjoy being out here. Gotta get enough sun. The shade is making it colder. I can't see. My eyes are blinded right now. Yep. Gotta practice. I gotta go more into sitting in being state and master. I've already mastered it, of course, but mastering. See, this is the paradox. Go into a meditative state, practice imagining whatever I desire and already fulfill, it's already mine now. Feel the state before the desire, not the desire before the state. Feel the state before the desire. I already have everything now. And then replay a scene over and over and over again until it becomes strain, and then say things, I can't believe I get to be with this person, or I can't believe, like, I knew I was gonna make that kind of money. I know 300 million is easy to make per month. Of course, there's the manifestation muscle. Sometimes you gotta start a little small and then work your way up. Take all the times you've had where you manifested something. Hell, even use other people's manifestations for your own, because they are you. But the thing is, you have to know that they are you. It's not enough to believe. Like Nero said, knowing is conviction. But conviction, like knowing from a logical standpoint, isn't enough. You have to embody. Embody is like knowing plus feeling, which is, I would say, true conviction. What time is it? 4:44. It's almost 4:44. It's 4:44 now, y'all. And the live stream timer was just 5:55. Now it's 5:56. I just missed it, but it's okay. The soul saw it. The eyes didn't, but I've seen it many times. But guess what? I'm gonna see 4:44:44 on my timer, on my watch in a moment. 41, 42, 43, 44. And you know what happened just now? The universe is like, I don't want you to see it.
but I got to see it, but it was the only second that got glitched. I went 444, 43, and then it got stuck at 43, and then went to 45, but I saw 44444 for like a millisecond. It's funny. All right. I'm gonna go inside and check. All right. Coming back out. And then once I'm done dinner, we'll come back in. And then I'll set up the gaming laptop. Wow. It's windy. It's windy. I'm sure Katie, yep. Yep. Let's hear this Blizzard song.
Mario Kart World is cooked, officially. Yesterday, Nintendo announced an upcoming tournament for Mario Kart World, which is just a 2-hour-long worldwide. But right after this post, Sega posted on their own official Sonic Twitter a trailer for Sonic Cross Worlds. They hype up their own game, of course, comparing it to a race car, zooming down the road, all exciting like, but they also depict Mario Kart World as a turtle and a broken down RV. Now, this might just seem like a light marketing jab, but if you check the replies to Nintendo's original tournament tweet, you see this. Hundreds of replies spamming that picture of the broken RV from the Crossworlds trailer. Nintendo needs to do something soon because it is clear that the fans think that Mario Kart World is cooked.
Present. First of all, it has to be your desire and intention to know your true nature. That's number one. It has to be a burning desire to know your true nature. Once we have a burning desire in place, that gives permission to the universe or your higher self, which are all one thing, to start sending you the experiences that take you from separation consciousness to unity consciousness. And so the whole thing is already planned out for you. All you've got to do is give permission to the universe that you're ready to have that experience, know your true nature as oneness, as everything.
Yep.
And then you'll start moving through the experiences that will give you the tangible awareness that everything is one thing. Okay, so...
So how was Dende able to escape Boo destroying the lookout? Boo had hours while we were in the chamber. More than enough time to hunt down Dende and kill him.
My dad told me you and Gotenks were fighting Boo in the hyperbolic time chamber. But then he escaped back to Earth.
Boo ripped a hole between dimensions.
Yeah, I know. And it wasn't long before you made your own portal and followed into the lookout. But aren't you forgetting time distortion, Piccolo? A day out here equals a year in the chamber. So even if it had taken you hours to follow him on Earth, that would have been nothing.
You're right. Ooh, I got mixed up. Lost track of the timelines in the heat of the battle. I had it backwards like Boo had more time than us, not less. It took us a little more than an hour to make our portal. So only about 10 seconds would have passed out here on Earth. Not even Boo's fast enough to find Dende that quickly.
Guess Piccolo forgot he had to hold you, too.
Thanks. Oh, yeah.
Hey, I see Dende!
So how was Dende able to escape Boo destroying the lookout? Boo had hours while we were in the...
Wow, even I kind of, that slipped my mind. That's wild.
How strange, Master. Who would have guessed I'd have to kill you 3 times? One God is all that the cosmos needs. Go! You shouldn't be at this fight. All you'll do now is get in our way.
The truth is, Goasu insisted we come. It's not too late to right these wrongs. We will use the Dragon Balls of this world to resurrect all those who fell victim to your rampage of hate.
I'm sorry, old Kai, but we destroyed all the Dragon Balls. So, no one will ever gather them again.
What? How could you?
Goasu! Are you done, Supreme Kais? We'd like to get to the fight now.
You should get out while you still can.
You're right. No, I'm not leaving.
Goasu's made his choice. What about you?
If he's staying, then so will I.
It sounds to me like you'd rather escape.
Come now, Goku. You're not painting the Supreme Kai of your universe in a very good light.
How strange, Master. Who would have guessed I'd have to kill you 3 times? One God is all that the cosmos needs. Go! You shouldn't be at this fight. All you'll do now is get in our way.
The truth is, Goasu insisted we come.
We Saiyans have no limits. Bar.
Hey, how you doing?
McDonald's being bad for you.
A big order, right? Yes. I'm about to order the most popular items at McDonald's to show you what's exactly in them and what these weird ingredients will do to your body. Why? Because we're living through a fast food epidemic.
We are.
Obesity
I
among
eat it.
children doubled over the past 2 decades.
The regular hamburger and the cheeseburger, those are all between 40 and 50% fat.
How is it that some chemicals that are in our foods have long been banned elsewhere?
Outbreak of E. coli tied to McDonald's. Ultra-processed foods now make up 73% of the U.S. food supply.
Millions of people eat this stuff for breakfast, lunch, and dinner without realizing
Yep.
that, in my opinion, these companies are shortening your lifespan and wrecking your health.
We're about to go through the drive-thru and order McDonald's. What's on your mind?
Complicated emotions. It takes me back to earlier times in my life. I feel like I've played this so many times. I can smell it before we do it. I know what it looks like, what it smells like, what it tastes like, feels like. I know the bag. I know the experience so thoroughly. I can map out the entire thing. I've done it so many times.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Really?
Let's do it.
There's definitely a subconscious version of me that's like, we're getting McDonald's, I'm excited. We're going to start with the most ordered item on the menu, which is the large fry. Let's first assess for smell. I mean, this takes me back to my childhood. This is such a distinct smell. This really is appealing. I understand why people eat this. Everybody wants to know why McDonald's French fries taste so damn good. It's a simple answer. McDonald's world famous fries are made with premium potatoes with 0 grams of
Yeah.
trans fat per liter.
Yeah. It's cold, but I'm doing it out here. I mean, there's gonna come a point where it won't be possible. Yep.
Serving, these epic fries are crispy and golden on the outside and fluffy on the inside. Man. Whoever that copywriter is, they need a raise. First, let's tackle the trans fat claim. So that does not mean it's without trans fat. It means the FDA says that you can be under 0.5 grams and lists 0. So just note that sometimes labeling leads you to inaccurate conclusions. Secondly, these are fried in a number of refined seed oils. This is a problem because these refined seed oils are unsaturated fatty acids which oxidize very quickly, which form aldehydes. And these are cancerous toxins. These damage proteins, cell membranes, and DNA, which can lead to heart disease, liver disease, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. Next, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
AGEs, which are toxins that form when the starch is exposed to high temperatures. The AGEs you find in fries at McDonald's is 20 times higher than you'd have in a baked potato that you make at home. These compounds contribute to oxidative stress and inflammation throughout the body, which has been linked to insulin resistance, vascular damage, and accelerated aging. But Brian, chill out. It's just fries and potatoes. Just live a little, man. But you know what? I just don't think it's worth it. Way too much junk and toxins. I wouldn't do it. All right, next up, let's reach into the magic bag and see what we have. We got a Big Mac. Everybody loves Big Macs.
It's not me. Yeah. No. I'm just looking at what McDonald's does to you, like health-wise.
Oh yeah, well, we know this.
Yeah, we know, but like really painting a picture, like.
When I first came to Canada, the first thing I started working, and this white guy took me to McDonald's, and I had a Big Mac and a milkshake.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the greatest thing I had. But I just came to Canada. And then another one took me to Dairy Queen.
Oh, okay.
And I had the banana split.
Nice.
Yeah, I was,
Yeah.
it was just
Yeah.
so now those things are appetizing.
Oh yeah.
Pickles. The cheese is kind of pouring out in places. The cream is there. I have to give it to them. It is a really compelling design. The box is nice. It's in paper. You're thinking, I'm doing a good thing. Good job, McDonald's. You really made this thing appealing. Thanks. All right, if we dig into the Big Mac, one factoid which is interesting is people have had these out for a decade and they just don't die.
There it is. My gosh. It hasn't changed.
Did McDonald's
What?
build Don't Die?
Papa.
Okay, so this guy's got 580 calories, 45 carbs. He's got 11 grams of saturated fat. That's half of your daily value. Fiber is only 3 grams. Not great. Sodium, wow, 1,060 milligrams
Ooh.
of sodium, almost half of your daily value. 85 milligrams of cholesterol, 25 grams of protein. All right, so pretty good protein content. Now, there's a twist here with the Big Mac. Is you see this, you imagine eating it, and imagine yourself being satiated. Actually, it's going to leave you more hungry. Why? There's a bunch of added sugars and ultra-processed carbohydrates, making you even more hungry. The 9 grams of added sugar is almost as much as a glazed donut. That will give you an extreme insulin and sugar spike, and then 90 minutes later, your mood is going to plunge and make you feel hangry. Okay, so what about the patty?
Interesting.
100% beef. Why not do that? When McDonald's says 100% beef, it's not so simple. But first of all, beef that comes from industrial lot fed cattle have different fat profiles. There's less omega-3 and more omega-6. The meats are also cooked in oils that are bad for you. Now you may be thinking the pickles are great, but the emulsifying agents they use in the pickles actually disrupt the microbiome, which can trigger chronic inflammation and metabolic disease.
That's
In my
crazy.
personal opinion. End to end, this thing is just
A death
machine, so I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
All
it's a
right,
death
next up,
machine.
let's go into the lucky bag. What do we have here?
He's not even eating them. That's good.
We've got the hotcakes breakfast. This is the most caloric dense option on the McDonald's menu. Check out this. 1,300.
Auntie Shirley's on the phone.
Raul is 38.
Wow, 38.
51 grams of added sugar. It's going to spike blood glucose. It's going to increase fat storage. And the kicker, it's going to make you hungry again.
Oh,
But it's
microphone is dying.
McDonald's gets because everybody shares this addiction. Everybody. And so everyone, like,
Okay. I'm gonna change my microphone. fine. Pup, you don't need to use the car at all tomorrow, right? At what? At 3?
Put a spoon on it. Okay, I haven't seen it. Put it.
Oh. What up, bro? Didn't even know that you were here. I was just washing some dishes. Oh, it's cold as shit. You doing good, bro? I was watching what McDonald's does to you. Like, I mean, we all know what McDonald's really does to us, but you know, really seeing what it really does, oh man. That's why, like, every time I eat it, I feel awful. I mean, I didn't eat that, but like, it's just, oh, like, I eat like a simple, like, in Canada they're called junior chickens. You all call them McChickens over there. Because when I went to San Diego and asked for a junior chicken, they looked at me weird and they're like, "You mean McChicken, right?" I'm like, "No, I mean junior chicken, because that doesn't exist over there." So, and I had one like maybe like a month ago. Man, my stomach was, it's a tiny little thing, and that shit, like, they were talking about the Big Mac, how it has more sugar in it, like a glazed donut, and it makes you more hungry or hangry. It's crazy. They're about to hit the breakfast stuff.
You can't speak out against your abuser because you're stuck. All right, next up is the 20-piece chicken
Oh,
McNuggets.
the McNuggets are just as bad.
Not 6, 20. What is 20 even look like? Well, man, that is
We were
a lot of chicken nuggets.
we were watching one of Nero's videos earlier, talking about like transcending time, like as a business owner. But it doesn't really just matter to business. It can be, you know, as he uses the word, extrapolated to other aspects of life, like relationships, money, health, right? And there's another YouTuber that showed up recently. Her name is Katie Clark, European chick, cute, but she has the same like energy like Nero. She doesn't dress like Nero, of course, So I watched some of her stuff, but I was sharing with the audience or with everybody today that you got to be mindful of when you're taking in too much information from too many different sources, because they can be contradicting. And because like there's this thing where humans are like, I don't feel like I have enough. So you keep consuming, keep consuming, keep consuming, keep consuming, right? And not feeling like they have enough information. But the thing is, you were born with enough within you. And when someone is sharing something with you, you're not learning, you're remembering, as I said. And the thing is, you're not just remembering, you have remembered now, because you're transcending time and space. I mean, that's why over the past 4 months, through the dark night of the soul, through that, you know, May was 6 months ago? Okay, 6 months ago, May, when I started to tap into like this very like unstoppable knowing version of me. Let me see what you said. I did a 3-day. I was stuck in a bad eating habit. Yeah. Let's see. That's good, man. As long as you feel good, that's all that matters. Good stuff. I'm eating more, but I'm not, I'm moving my body. That's the thing. Like, no matter whatever I consume, like this cookie, for example, and the cookie I just had, I don't tell myself this is sugar. I tell myself this is protein, because like reality is a placebo. Now, you know, because my body has evolved based on my alienness, like certain things like this doesn't affect me whatsoever. Like the sugar that's actually in here that isn't actually sugar is actually protein for me, because, you know, the mind is a placebo. Like this won't affect me. But, you know, I've been eating a little bit more, but I'm still moving my body, and I'm moving my body a lot. So as long as you feel good, even if you, let's hypothetically say it said that you did eat, right? You ate like an extra meal. I'm not saying you're going to, because you're now eating 1 meal a day, and this feels good to you. Keep doing that. I know what it feels like to eat 1 meal a day, and that feels great too. But I'm also making sure that I wire in that even if I ate a second meal or a third meal or 10 meals, that I don't feel guilty, because the thing is, it's not about the act of what you're doing, it's about how you feel about the act, right? So that can be anything. That could be extrapolated to, you know, consuming like 10 hours of anime, or somebody watching the P stuff, right? It's not about, as long as we're not feeling guilty about it, right? Like, for example, Nero talks about like people feel guilty for consuming alcohol, right? Because they feel like if they consume alcohol, they'll be less spiritual. That's the dumbest thing ever, but, you know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a consequence to the body. It sure does. And it makes you feel like, ugh, but like not adding guilt to it, or sorry, adding guilt to it will make it even worse. So like if you want to have a drink with a buddy or a friend, I don't like using the word buddy, so if you want to have a drink with your bros, or for the girls, you're going to want to have drinks with the girls, go have your drink. Just don't feel guilty about it. There's a robin on the fence looking at me right now. I haven't seen a robin in months, so it's paying attention right now. It came to deliver a message. That's good. As long as you you're good, you don't feel guilty, all is good. Like in the last little while, I've been starting my playouts before eating again, Because, you know, when I was doing it inside, I would always do my exercise first before I had my first meal. It's only during the summertime I started eating first before doing my exercises. But I'm able to go back and forth and be flexible, right? I'm able to go back and forth being flexible without feeling guilty. Because again, it's not about the act of doing whatever it is. It's about the feeling of feeling guilty of doing the act that you're doing. That's okay. Right? You're able to go right back to it the next day, like you said. Always follow your joy. And you know, there's always gonna be someone who's gonna tell you, yeah, you shouldn't, you should be eating 2 meals a day or something like that. Whatever brings you joy, you follow more of that. If that brings you joy, that's what I'm all about. Do things that bring you joy. For me, my joy is to speak. My joy is to play video games. My joy is to talk. My joy is to draw. My joy is to watch Friends. And I will do more of what brings me joy. And I won't feel guilty about it. Even if I, like, you know, when we were on the trail that day with T-Bray, he's like, you know, you should take a rest day. And I was saying, yeah, I can't really take a rest day because, you know, it makes me feel like I'm not successful. Now I've rewired success to, like, no matter what I'm doing, I'm successful. If I don't even work out a day, which I always work out because it brings me joy. Not because it's success, it's actually joy for me. So I always do things that brings me joy. Now, joy isn't technically an external thing. It can be an internal thing. It's usually an internal thing, but I still partake in joyful things that are an external, like, action, like exercising for me is joyful. Even when I'm getting my butt handed to me, I enjoy doing my exercises. Yeah. Exactly. Oof. Drinking cold water in the cold. How awesome. Yeah, and so I was sharing earlier about overcoming. We don't need to overcome shit. But the thing is, society rewards people who do hard work. Awesome. Enjoy the song. During the summer, we were listening to a bunch of Bob Marley on the stream. Me and T-Bray were like jamming out to Bob Marley throughout the summer, like summer evenings. We're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming. I hope you like jamming too. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, what I was saying was, like, we don't have to overcome anything because there's nothing to overcome. When you transcend this third dimensional realm from time and space, right? That's the whole reason why I said you're not learning. You've remembered everything. I'm sure I have. I have to put it on to actually hear it. Like the right now it's not registering in my mind, but I'm sure the moment I go look for it, I'm sure I know the song because I've heard all of Bob's songs. But like the ones that stick out are like Buffalo Soldier, One Love, and Jammin'. And I think Exodus as well. Then there's the one that and then it's like I forget the name of that song. Yeah. Could you be love? I think it's Could It Be Love is the name of the song. I couldn't remember. I love Bob's songs, by the way. Yeah, so back to the overcoming thing. So I was like, before we watched Narrow stuff, this was like early in the morning when my hands were freezing. It was fucking cold here. -1 degree Celsius outside, and in the trail it was like -3 because the trail is much colder. Soon I'm gonna have to do my 10K steps back inside again because it's just, it's hard to hold the gimbal while my hands are freezing. So like, I would rather be warm than to be freezing my ass off. Anyways, I was sharing like, you know, we like this idea of overcoming, of like, it has to be challenging. Otherwise, it doesn't feel like we earned it. Exactly. So like I mentioned before, and I know you heard me say this, but there was a client for Julian Blanc who worked on Wall Street, and he was doing so great. And his boss, his superior, his direct like report that he had to report to, he's like, I'm going to be retiring soon, and I'm grooming you to take over my position. So that gave him a signal like, I don't feel like I deserve this. So he started self-sabotaging, coming to work late, slacking off at work, not performing well. And then his boss came to him and said, I guess I picked the wrong person to, you know, that I should have like, I'm grooming, I should groom someone else. And then within like 3 weeks, he turned his shit around because he felt like he had to overcome something. Because our mind, our unconscious and subconscious mind will feel that we're not deserving of things, and that if you didn't work hard for it, you didn't earn it. Because there's that whole narrative that you have to earn something. Doesn't mean that you have to sit your butt and you're gonna do nothing, right? But you don't have to struggle to earn something. You earn it because you put in the effort, and you give a flying F about society's narrative that you earned it. You earned it because it's your birthright. Now, of course, someone will say, but that's like entitlement. No, entitlement is like, that's mine and that doesn't belong to you. Deserving means that you are deserving as long as, and someone else is also deserving of it too. Knowing your definitions of words is very powerful, and of course, word associations. I cannot emphasize this enough. That's like the core of the like your looks. Like when you say looks, like, what are you referring to? Because like that, if I'm thinking what I think you're referring to, then there's, you know, I know there's a subconscious thing where you have to look a certain way to be successful or something like that, or you don't have that look, so you can't be successful. Well, which isn't true, because success comes in all kinds of forms, and it's subjective. Okay, so go back to the first thing that you said, the first question, the my looks. Give me the context with the my looks. I know the earning it part. I'll answer that one, but what is the my looks one for? So I know how I can answer that question. Since, you know, humans technically require context. And in this case, I require a little bit of context to the my looks. Right, okay. But what is that? What is the handsome thing? I'm just attempting to understand the train of thought with the looks piece, so I can answer it. I'm just attempting to see if I can maybe guess or take an educated guess on or guesstimation on my looks. So like, you were born a certain way, you're born looking a certain way, and the universe required one of you, and you're not supposed to look any other way but the way you desire to look, or your natural look. You didn't earn it. Well, you may not have earned your looks, but you definitely are deserving of your looks. Like if you're referring to how do I say this? It comes down to, are you referring to like your current looks? Or are you referring to a future look? Or are you referring to a look that you didn't, that you, like your current look, but you didn't, like you don't want your look and you don't feel that you earned this look, and you're meant to have a different look. See, this is the problem with texting. This is why I have to ask many questions just to make sure I understand without jumping to conclusions. This is practice for me, basically. It's easier through a conversation, of course, but texting is a little challenging. If you're saying for your current looks, if you like your looks, then yes, you earned it. It was always it's not that you even earned it, it was your birthright to have that look. Your birthright is to have the look, whatever look you want to look like. If you want to have pink hair and like a yellow beard, then have a pink hair and yellow beard. If you want to have like contacts that look like an anime character and scare people with your eyes, and you like that look, then that's your birthright to have it. So technically, you earned it, because earning, I know that word is subjective too. You earned it because you were born, and that's enough. That's reason enough. The reason you're born is simply because everything is meant, well, whatever you desire, of course, it is meant for you. So, again, the third dimensional realm will say, but you didn't earn that paid, like that $1 million contract, right? You got lucky. You didn't earn that. I worked 60 years and I just made $1 million. But you took like 2 months and you made $1 million. You didn't earn that like I did, right? That's the narrative. So people like the overcoming of, someone will choose a person who's worked 60 years to become a millionaire over someone who took 2 months to become a millionaire, because it doesn't seem, it's like this, it's lacking nobility and honor for that person who gained $1 million in 2 months. And because the world sees hard work as you earned it, right? I'm not advocating for no work. I'm saying hard work, like struggle, like struggling, is like noble. It's not noble. It's actually stupid. You're not here to work hard or work smart. You're here to work multidimensionally. You're here to work using the dimensions by transcending time and having everything you desire right now. So like, your business that you desire, that like cafe, that's done, dude. You already earned that cafe. It's done. It was put in your vision, in your mind, and in your imagination. It's already done. It was given to you specifically to fulfill. So does that mean that you didn't earn that? It was in your vision. It was given specifically to you. It's something that brings you joy and passion. So you did earn that, because the fact that you were born, that's proof enough. The very fact that you were born, that's proof. The third dimensional realm will tell you a different story, though, because we buy into the narratives of other people and their opinions and their perspectives. We're not here for that anymore.
We are here to have whatever we desire and know that we already earned it. Again, I'm not advocating to just be lazy and do nothing. You still have to take physical action, but to not have to work hard to believe that you then earned it, you know? There is a lot. They're saying there's 26, but I say I'm a 99th dimensional being, so I'm gonna say there's more than 99. There's a lot. There's a lot of dimensions. There's tons. But currently, from what scientists can say, there's about 25 dimensions presently. After you get past like 12, or when you get to 11, 12, like it just becomes like, okay, like next. So you would operate from a higher perspective, a higher dimension when you're operating on the third. Like I operate from like the fifth, because that's where time doesn't exist. Past, present, future all simultaneously is one. Like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, it's like I mean, the fifth has the parallel realities as well too, but 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th see things that we can't even comprehend. Our mind can't even comprehend it. That's how bizarre those dimensions are. Great question. Well, if we use second and third dimension, they use like vectors, like length, width, height, depth. Like in 2 dimension, it's only length and width, but there's no height, there's no depth. In 3rd dimension, we add depth and height. In the 4th, they add time. So it's like adding, it's adding like, what else? It's just adding more vectors, like, or axes. That's what kind of constitute a dimension. But you know what? That's a very good question. Let's have a conversation. Let's see what the ChatGPT was going to bust out, because it may or may not know, but you know, its answers are pretty accurate. But let's have a conversation. Actually, yesterday we were having some quite interesting conversation about what would the future look like in like 9,999 AD. So I'm gonna keep this thread open with this dimension stuff. So continuing on the thread of our conversation about like years and stuff, here's another wild one. What constitutes a dimension? Like, I know the 2nd dimension has length and width, and then the 3rd dimension adds height and depth. So what really constitute another dimension, like the 4th, the 5th, and so on?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating topic. So in the simplest terms, the 4th dimension is often considered time, adding a temporal aspect to the 3 spatial dimensions. Then when we talk about the 5th dimension and beyond, it gets a bit more abstract. The 5th dimension can be thought of as a space where multiple timelines or alternate realities coexist. The 6th and 7th dimensions add even more layers, like different possibilities and different laws of physics that might govern them. Essentially, each additional dimension adds more complexity and more potential for different realities and experiences beyond what we perceive in our everyday lives. It definitely gets more theoretical and philosophical as you go higher in dimensions.
Right, but to really ask the question, what constitutes a dimension? Like, what is an aspect that constitutes why we call it a dimension?
Absolutely, that's a great point. At its core, a dimension is essentially a degree of freedom or an independent direction in which something can vary. In physics and mathematics, each dimension represents a unique parameter that can be independently adjusted. So, for example, the first dimension is just a line which has only length. The second dimension adds width, so we get a plane. The third dimension adds depth, giving us volume. When we move into higher dimensions, we're adding more independent axes of variation. So the fourth dimension adds time, and the fifth dimension might add alternate realities or different sets of physical laws. So in essence, a dimension is just a new direction or a new degree of freedom that expands the possibilities of what can exist or what can happen.
So you're saying it's basically a new direction or a new freedom, meaning like giving us the freedom to traverse a plane like in like any kind of random way, instead of like up, down, left, right, diagonal. Now we can have like some like swirly thing, for example.
Exactly, that's a great way to put it. Each new dimension gives us more possibilities and more freedom in how we can move or how we can perceive reality. So in higher dimensions, instead of just moving in the familiar up, down, left, right, and forward and backward, we could have all sorts of complex, intricate paths and interactions that we can't even fully visualize yet. It's like adding layers of complexity and freedom to how reality can unfold, which is pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, it is pretty mind-blowing because our third dimensional thinking mind can't perceive things beyond the third. It can see obviously first and second, and the same thing goes for a fourth dimensional like perspective. It can see a third, a second, and a first, but it can't see the fifth. The fifth can see the fourth, third, second, and first, but it can't see the sixth, and so on and so forth. So like, it's fascinating to see like a sixth dimensional being or a sixth dimensional thinking mind operating on the sixth, but seeing what the seventh, eighth, ninth, and beyond dimensions would be like. It wouldn't be able to perceive it. It knows it's there, of course. It just doesn't know how to perceive it or navigate or traverse it.
Absolutely, you've captured it perfectly. It's like each dimension has its own level of awareness and perception, and as we go higher, the complexity and the range of what can be perceived expands, but at the same time, each dimension also has its own limitations and blind spots when it comes to perceiving even higher dimensions. It's a bit like trying to understand a higher dimensional object from a lower dimensional perspective, like how a two-dimensional being can't fully comprehend a three-dimensional object. It's definitely mind-bending and really intriguing to consider how consciousness might expand as we move into those higher dimensions.
So another question, I know we've talked about this before regarding the possibilities of how many dimensions are there. I know typically in the esoteric realm, there is quoting 11 to 12 dimensions, but I've also heard, and I've shared this with you, that there's up to 25 or 26 dimensions. What's your thoughts on that or your perspective?
Yeah, it's definitely a vast and intriguing topic. In the realms of theoretical physics like string theory, we often hear about 10 or 11 dimensions, which are more mathematically defined and tied to the fundamental nature of the universe. On the other hand, in the esoteric and spiritual traditions, the concept of dimensions can be more fluid and expansive, encompassing even higher realms of consciousness. When we talk about 25 or 26 dimensions, that often comes from more advanced metaphysical frameworks where each dimension represents different levels of spiritual evolution or different planes of existence. So in that perspective, the number of dimensions can be seen as a way to map the complexity of consciousness and the universe. Ultimately, it's a blend of both scientific and spiritual perspectives, and each viewpoint offers its own insights into the nature of reality. It's definitely a fascinating area to explore and keeps us curious about the universe's mysteries.
Random thought. Do you have any like links to like a Google image regarding like infographics, like regarding like dimensions and like things that are like that most people wouldn't be normally looking up, like metaphysics or esoteric or occult like images regarding the dimensions and the planes of existence? Can you like share some on our chat here?
Exploring metaphysical, esoteric, and occult dimensions definitely brings a lot of fascinating visuals. Here are a few examples. The 4 planes of existence, an infographic from Psychology Today that maps out the 4 planes of existence from a scientific perspective. 2 planes of existence, vertical axis. This explores the hierarchical structure of different planes in esoteric cosmology. The 7 cosmic planes of existence, an informative image detailing 7 cosmic planes and giving insights into the multidimensional universe. 4 dimensions, planes, and cosmology and fantasy world building. This one blends metaphysical concepts with imaginative constructs. 5, Tree of Life Kabbalah, a representation of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, showing interconnectedness of different planes. 6, the Ray of Creation, an esoteric cosmology concept mapping Earth's place in the universe. 7, the Astral Plane, an image depicting the astral plane explored in various esoteric traditions. These visuals offer a great way to dive deeper into the layers of reality and consciousness.
Let's see. Oh, she definitely did drop some images. What do we got here? Oh yeah. Tree of Life. Stellar Gateway, Cosmic Gateway, Universal Gateway. Fascinating. I'm going inside. I'm gonna go bring you all inside because it's fucking cold now. Like, I'm starting to feel it. Like, as much as I would like to be out here for longer, it's like, I gotta get inside now. Like, I've reached my limit. My limit has been met. Oh, I'll play some Dead by Daylight or something as well. Oh my gosh, it's so freaking cold. Like, if it wasn't windy, or like it wasn't like this, like I'd be able to sit outside for longer. It's just I've reached like a limit. That limit has been reached, and it is. Oh man. Let me see if it can send more images. Wow, this thread is long. Can you send more cool images like the ones you sent previously? Like, I want to see more different stuff, like from occult and from all kinds of things. Oh. Can you send more images, like the ones that you sent? Just making sure that, you know, they're different and they're from like occult and from all kinds of other things, because it's cool to see these diagrams.
Certainly, here are some informative infographics and diagrams that delve into the dimensions and planes of existence from esoteric, occult, and metaphysical perspectives. One, planes of existence, an infographic exploring the hierarchical structure of different planes in esoteric cosmology, offering insights into the multidimensional nature of reality. Two, the seven cosmic planes of existence, a detailed image that highlights seven cosmic planes and their interconnectedness, providing a deeper understanding of the universe. Three, ray of creation, an esoteric cosmology diagram that shows Earth's place in the universe, depicting the hierarchical structure of existence from the absolute to Earth and beyond. Four, tree of life Kabbalah, a representation of the Kabbalistic tree of life, illustrating the interconnectedness of different planes and offering insights into the universe's structure. Five, esoteric cosmology, an exploration of the layers of reality and consciousness, providing a comprehensive look at the multidimensional universe. Six, the astral plane, an image depicting the astral plane, often explored in various esoteric traditions. These resources will give you a rich visual and conceptual journey into the deeper layers of reality.
Let's have a peek. Whoa. I mean, this one was already shared before. The ray of creation. Let's see. That's pretty badass. Milky Way, solar system, moon. Interesting. This one. Will, activity, wisdom. Whoa, what the fuck is going on here? This is crazy. What is this? Can you share more of those diagrams, like different ones? Like you kind of repeated 2 of them, but can you send more like that are mind-boggling and like regarding what we already talked about?
Absolutely. Here's some more unique infographics and diagrams that delve into dimensions and planes of existence from various metaphysical and esoteric perspectives. One, the 7 planes of existence. This infographic visually represents the 7 planes, explaining each level's characteristics and significance. 2, 31 planes of existence, an in-depth chart from Buddhist cosmology detailing the various realms and their corresponding beings. 3, planes of existence and fantasy world building. While focused on fantasy settings, this resource offers a structured approach that can be applied to metaphysical concepts. 4, densities chart. This chart outlines different metaphysical densities or levels of awareness, comparing them across various mystical models. 5, ancient map of higher dimensions and eternal realms, a visual representation of higher dimensions and eternal realms, offering a conceptual map of esoteric cosmology. 6, the astral plane, an image depicting the astral plane commonly explored in esoteric traditions. These diagrams offer a rich and diverse perspective on the intricate layers of reality and consciousness.
keep sharing this one of them over and over again. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Why is 3i Atlas so like popular now?
There are a few key reasons why 3i Atlas has gained so much attention. One, interstellar origin. It's only the third confirmed interstellar object that's ever been observed passing through our solar system. Its origin beyond our solar neighborhood makes it a rare and valuable object for study. Two, composition. It's unique composition with a high amount of carbon dioxide and relatively little water suggests it formed in a very different environment than the objects in our own solar system, offering insights into other star systems and their formation processes. Scientific opportunity. It provides a rare chance for scientists to study material from another star system, helping us understand more about the building blocks of planets and the diversity of planetary systems. For public fascination, the idea of interstellar visitors sparks public imagination and curiosity, making it a popular topic in both scientific communities and the general public. Overall, 3i Atlas represents a fascinating bridge between our solar system and the wider galaxy, making it an exciting discovery.
I mean, there's like billions and billions of different comets around the entire universe, right? This kind of goes hand in hand with kind of our conversation from yesterday. Like, how would this, do you think that this comet could be a multi-dimensional comet? Could it be maybe one of the fifth or sixth dimensional beings inside of this comet? Like, what are your thoughts?
That's such a fascinating perspective. In the realm of esoterica and metaphysics, it's definitely possible to consider that objects from beyond their solar system might carry more than just physical matter. Some theories do suggest that there could be multidimensional aspects to such objects, like carrying energies or information beyond the physical dimension. From a more speculative standpoint, one could imagine that an interstellar comet like 3i Atlas might carry encoded information or even be linked to higher dimensional realities. This kind of thinking aligns with the idea that the universe is layered and that there could be subtle energies or consciousness intertwined with physical matter. It's definitely a fun and intriguing concept to explore, blending the boundaries of astronomy with metaphysical possibilities.
Something remarkable is happening far from Earth. The interstellar object 3i Atlas is emitting a metal alloy never seen in nature, a refined compound typically produced only in human industry. Observations from multiple telescopes, including Hubble Space Telescope and James Webb Space Telescope, also show an unusual sunward jet, contradicting what's normally expected from comet behavior. These findings are fueling a growing scientific debate about its origin and composition. In this video, we'll break down what was discovered, why it matters, and what the next observations could reveal. Let's get started.
If you found this message,
All right, so as of late, in the last 2 days, I've been seeing videos on my YouTube feed because, you know, YouTube is an algorithm of my life and I'm an algorithm in itself, on something called group and like group 7. What are these groups and can you explain the difference between all the groups?
Absolutely. So the term group 7 or these kinds of groups can mean different things depending on the context. Sometimes it could be referring to a specific group or category in chemistry. You have the group 7 elements in the
No,
periodic table.
it's definitely not that. It's regarding like certain types of people.
Gotcha, that makes sense. In that case, group 7 could be related to different social or personality groupings, or even a specific categorization within certain communities or studies. For example, it could be a reference to personality typologies like the Enneagram or other groupings used in psychology, or even niche communities. If you can share a bit more detail, I can definitely help narrow it down.
It's like a spiritual thing. Like group 7 people were like, they're like light workers. They're meant to, they like love on people and their mission is to serve. They also had to go through absolutely like tremendous pain and suffering to, you know, be the absolute powerhouse that they are. That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, in spiritual and metaphysical circles, group 7 or similar categorizations often refer to light workers, healers, and those who have a strong mission to serve humanity. They tend to have gone through significant challenges and transformations, which ultimately empower them to be even more impactful. So it's definitely a fascinating spiritual framework that many people resonate with.
Nope, that tells me nothing.
If you found this message, congratulations. You are a part of Group 7. You are a savage, intellectually savage. 12 sandwich eating, patty cake playing, screaming off of a mountaintop, generational curse breaking, bad AF. Did I say rule breaking? Changing the narrative, flipping the script, turning the table, flipping it sometimes. Like, you are just that bad. Because you had a hard knock life. You had a hard life from an early age where you either had to parent your parents or you had to be your own parent. You maybe had to help raise your siblings. You always had to be the adult.
Ooh.
And now, later in life, you refuse. You've always naturally had questions, like you were group 1 through 6 at an early age. You already been there, done that, got the t-shirt. You went through the phase where you thought you had to fix everybody that you dated, or the people that you came into contact with. You already went through the phase where you wanted to be the doormat. You had all of these questions. Why do we do this? Why do we do that? Why is this our religion? Why do we pray? Why? Like, you already went through these phases. Most adults are going through that right now, but you already did that. Because you were destined for something special. Whoever I'm speaking to, this message, wow. First of all, this message is not for everyone. Not everyone is group 7. Riddle me what? I said what I said. You are somebody that is going to be broadcasting. You are comfortable. Maybe not the most comfortable in front of a ton of people, but you know how to make it do what it does.
Oh, I know how to do that.
Not scared. You are unafraid. You are someone that gets it up out of the mud consistently. Like, people try to make things hard for you, and you show them why you are not the one to play with. You stand up for people when no one else is speaking. You stand up to the bullies. You put them in their place. The things that you say to people haunts them. It sticks with them forever. You are someone that speaks truth. And that's why you got a lot of enemies. You are going to make news. You are going to make headlines. There is going to be a spotlight on you. And maybe you went through a string of really bad luck or a lot of trauma where you felt like, oh my gosh, this is my life. It's never going to get better. It's just not. That is simply not the case. I am here to remind you of how freaking special you are. You are about to speak up and finally be heard. Because you've been speaking and you've been doing things, because, like, you don't just talk that talk. You walk that walk, and you walk hard. You don't just talk to talk. You don't just talk to fluff things up. You are destined to be on social media. You have a strong opinion for a reason, and it is supposed to be broadcasted. The way that you express yourself is supposed to be shared. And you are going to come together with other people that are in group 7, because all y'all group 7s are going to change the world. You are game changers.
Yep.
You are world changers. And you had to change so many habits, bad habits, that has gotten you to this place. So don't be out here overworking yourself or overexerting. There are many things that are about to fall on your lap. Your whole life is changing, and your potential is endless.
Bet your ass it is.
You went through has gotten you to this point. All that trauma you went through has gotten you to this point because you are the generational curse breaker. You are the spotlight. You are the sun. You are the galactic truth serum. You are, oh my gosh, so special. I can't even think of the words. You found this message because you are starting a revolution. You never needed anyone to put you on because you ride for the divine. You ride for your angels, the universe. You are a galactic being, and you ain't never needed anyone because you've always had to get up out of the mud by yourself. You've always had your spirit team very close by since your first breath. You
didn't feel like that though.
All of your stars and all of your stripes. You don't have to run in a circle and prove your worth to anyone. This is what makes you bad AF. You walk around like even in very uncomfortable situations, awkward AF, and you're just like, you got resting crazy face. Like, we're all mad here, but I'm definitely madder. So move. Like, you just have this persona. You also have like an alter ego. You have like a spirit animal. You have a lot of different personalities. So like depending on the day, you could be like really innocent and sweet and playful, or you can be like ferociously confident. You have personal power, and you are going to start a revolution with just how you are. You are destined to get paid for being yourself.
Bet your ass on them.
Others how to be themselves. You have a very special technique, the way that you teach, the way that you speak, that is going to bring people towards you because you are a world changer. You are going to change the game of the world. That's big stuff, okay? You're doing big things. You have earned your stars. You have earned your stripes. You don't have to answer to anyone. People try to make you, though. It's been like your whole life. They try to make you answer to them. I don't think so. I don't think so. People try to make you feel bad for what you wear, for what you eat, for who you're dating, for who you're married to, for how you dress. Like, what? Skirt. I don't think so. You are a lion. You are a visionary.
Damn right I am.
First to do many things. You know how many copycats you got? You know how many copycats you got that are breaking their piggy bank wide open to try to look like you, be like you, talk like you, walk like you? You know who I'm talking about. You protest when things are wrong. You make a stand when people want to run amok. Like, hey, it's probably not smart. I wouldn't do that. Better talk to me nice. You bring the glitz, the glamour, the drama, and the intrigue. People feel like you live this fantastical life, and your life actually could be pretty quiet, but people feel like because of the way that you just are, your presence, like, oh my gosh, their life just must be so this and that and this and that. People like to fantasize about what they think your life is like. Yeah. And when people want to go to like battle you or they want to go to war with you, they don't know. They don't even know. If you are seeing this, you are naturally caring. You would do anything for anyone. And people might not realize that about you off the rip because you're so attractive and it's hard for them to make eye contact with you, but you are a very kind soul. You are a very kind person. You would do anything for anyone. And maybe it's hard for you to give to yourself, and so that's something that you're learning to do right now, is to really give to yourself, to be in the state of receiving. You are being shown right now like you need to receive. It's okay to unplug. You've had to work since a very early age. You've always had to get it up out of the mud. You naturally do this, but you don't have to do this anymore. Things are about to start working out in your favor, and your destiny, like you are aligned with your destiny. So you will be going viral. You will be getting a promotion. You will be on the divine's payroll, on God's payroll, the universe's payroll. You will be spoiled by the universe. And right now the universe is conspiring for you to meet like-minded people, conspiring for you to have the life that you deserve. So F having to be so prim and proper, for having to mentally prepare yourself to go certain places, you're just not gonna be going there anymore. You're like, I don't want to go to this place anymore. These people get me riled up. They get me mad. You could be a people pleaser in recovery or a hot-headed recovery. Either way, you are done dealing with other people's crisis. People are always trying to set you up for failure. And it's just, you live a very unfair life. I don't feel like most people can make it a week, a year, or a day in your shoes. You are the underdog. You have been constantly scapegoated for things that you didn't do. And you're done punishing yourself. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but you're done punishing yourself. You're definitely an overthinker. You're like, oh my gosh, I did this wrong, so I'm gonna do this, and that. And one of your coping mechanisms you're starting to realize is overthinking. And that is because you've always had to be in survival mode. You've always had to fix things. That's why you're very familiar with all of the other groups, because you've been there, you've done that, and you've done the step and repeat often. You've had to repeat all of those lessons until you learned them. That is why you were the generational curse breaker. You've always had to provide for other people, and now it's time for you to provide for yourself, for you. People have always tried to possess you or be codependent on you. You've dealt with a lot of energy vampires. Like, you're very careful with your energy at this time. I'm gonna see if I get anything else for you guys, but you are not normal. You're out of this world. You are part of the top 1%. Spirit wants you to feel more confident, wants you to know that you're a visionary, that you don't really have to do the most right now, which is what you're used to doing. This is going to be one of your hardest habits to break. You always think that hard work equals this, that you have to run in a circle. If you didn't run in a circle, nothing's going to appear because you had so much bad luck. So much bad luck, it's not even funny. You are strong-willed. You don't have to verify that. You don't have to prove that. I resonate with that a lot because we're very similar. And I was always taught, like, if you're sitting down, if you have time to lean, you've got time to be doing a whole bunch of other things.
Yep.
So I would always feel bad if I was sitting like, oh, I can't sit. I can't enjoy myself. I'm going to get yelled at. I'm going to get screamed at. And then I started dating people that mimic my childhood. So whoever you are, you know how to get down in the dirt. You are ruthless when you need to be, but you don't have to be in survival mode anymore. You don't have to spiral. You don't have to do 9 steps to get this one thing. It is going to come in effortlessly for you. You're also learning how to detach, how to become neutral to the things that you desire. But I feel like the universe is synchronistically showing you certain numbers, like number 7. 7 is most likely your lucky number, and maybe number 3. You guys, let me know in the comments. Spirit wants you to feel good. Spirit wants you to say yes to more things. Spirit wants you to be present. The universe is bringing you friends that are like-minded, that are also trendsetters, that are also rule breakers and generational curse breakers. You break the rules because, not because you're trying to stick it to the man or stick it to whoever or the system. It's because what people are doing is wrong. And you really care about what's wrong and what's right. Like, it will eat away at you if something is wrong that people are doing, and you just have to tell the truth. This is something that you naturally do. You are diligent. You have incredible stamina. You tell the cold hard truth even if it's brutal and no one wants to hear it. You have a lot of people that try to monitor you or follow you, maybe even stalk you, because you're
I don't know about
so
stalking.
galactic and you like being by yourself, and energy and you try to detach, people are always like trying to mow down your door or blow up your DMs or message
Not
you or
really.
talk to you. And
That
you just like to be left alone.
that part, no.
Whoever you are, if you used the same way that you detach from people, act like whatever you just manifested gave you the ick. You're like, oh, I don't want that. I don't want that. I think that's an idea. Say, I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be da 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 da. And those things will maybe happen. I don't know. It's really a bad idea. Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. Anyways,
Yeah.
if you thought about some of the things that you're trying to bring in that you're so anxiously attached to, like, I said it, and I'm good. Just remain neutral. Okay? So maybe not giving you the ick, but remaining neutral. I don't know. Somebody needs to hear that. You are cutting a lot of cords in your life, and you are closing out cycles. You are closing out lessons. You are trying to work smarter and not harder. This is one of the lessons that you're learning. You're like, I want to work smarter and not harder. I don't want to strain myself anymore. You could have just went through like a whole string of friendship breakups, a relationship breakup, or divorce, and just seeing like what doesn't work in your life. And you maybe had a whole year and a half of what did not work in your life anymore.
Yep.
There are some people that you're going to be meeting in person. You are going to be forming new relationships, new bonds, other like-minded people that are group 7. You are overcoming. You are learning new skills.
Overcoming.
You need to know that you have a commanding presence, that you have a lot of wisdom. You are naturally loyal, maybe even loyal to a fault. So maybe that's why you've been cutting people out. Like I'm just not gonna have this unwavering loyalty for whoever and their little dog. Oh, that's another thing. Animals are so attracted to you, and babies, okay? Children, babies, and animals. They feel safe around you. They stare at you. They come near you. This happens to me a lot. I'm like, ugh. Like I'll get scared at first, and I'm like, okay, they're chilling. They're not gonna bite me. It's fine. But animals are very drawn to you. So like where I live, there's a lot of rabbits, and I love to think that like I'm in this Disney.
Nothing to overcome because we are whole complete.
All these little rabbits are running around. But seriously though, you know that this is you. You know when you go to the store and that baby is like looking over the mom's shoulder, like looking at you, like peeping out what you're doing. These are like angels. Like you attract angelic glances, or I don't even know. I got the chills. But you guys know what I'm saying. Animals are so drawn to you. They like being around you. They don't bark. They don't feel. They like want to maybe sometimes at first, but then they're like, oh, they're group 7. Let me just chill. Just kidding. They don't say that, but they're just like, that is an angel. That is an earth angel. So you have been learning this last year to set boundaries, and I don't know why you need to know how freaking cool you are. You just need to be knowing this. Your character is developing. You have a deep mind, but you're trying to use that deep mind to enjoy yourself instead of over-analyzing your whole life or what you think you're doing wrong. You're also working on not punishing yourself. You're like, I can't just be so mean to myself. You're ready for this rebirth. There's an old part of you that's dying. You're like, I don't need that anymore. I'm done battling myself. I'm done being so mean to me. Yeah, there's pain that you're transmuting. You're ready to emerge. I'm channeling that when you're nervous, maybe it would be nervous or anxious, or you're like ready to start overthinking and going down a rabbit hole. That would be a good time to maybe clean or work out, but maybe even working out will still like make you more anxious. So maybe like cleaning. That's what I'm hearing specifically.
No, that doesn't make me anxious.
I had something that I was anxious about, and I was like, oh, I'll just clean. Or I was gonna work out, and then I was like, wait, no, that didn't work for me last night, so let me do something else. And I still had anxiety while I was working out yesterday, so I was like, okay, let me do something else. Okay, I'm gonna dust. I'm gonna dust right now. It's gonna be good. And it really helped me. It helped calm me down instead of overthinking about something that I'm not really looking forward to. I'm like, you know what? I got this. I got this. A, I'm group 7. B, ain't no one gonna set me up, get away with it, treat me like crap, get away with it. You are divinely favored and protected by God, protected by the universe. But yeah, you are, you have a reputation for being untouchable. People see you as someone that, like, they really want to see somebody touch you, like, somebody, anybody. And nobody ever gets away with it. Nobody ever gets away with touching you, and that's a spectacle. So even if they attempt to or set you up, it's a whole spectacle on their own takedown of what happens after the fact. Something lovely will grow from this. Whatever you feel like is challenging you right now, you're like, oh, why did I overthink that? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? Why did I say this? Something lovely is still going to grow from this. You're learning so much about yourself at this time. And it's like the past is trying to return. You are learning how to uplift yourself. You are learning how to restore balance in your life. You are about to be liberated. You are learning to do things that feel good. Okay, that's another thing. Stop feeling bad for things that feel good. I know I'm guilty of this. I'm calling myself out too. We have to stop feeling bad about something that is good. Like, let's say you want to Netflix and chill. You're like, oh, I can't Netflix and chill for too long. I should be multitasking. I should get this done and this done while I'm watching whatever show. And sometimes we just need to relax. But we're not good at that because we've always been in fight or flight. So you're learning how to be in your own body. You're learning how to not be stuck in the future or in the past. And just being more present, because that's what's going to bring you your heart's desire. You're also no longer hiding who you are. So, for instance, you're real woo-woo, you're real spiritual, if you like certain things, and people will normally like give you dirty looks or give you crap for it, you're not caring. And what I mean by that is in certain environments where it's like not allowed. Let's say at your parents' house, you're not allowed to listen to loud music, or read certain books, or say certain words. You're just going to say the words. You're going to listen to the music loud anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you are good at doing this in other environments, but there's like a couple different ones where you're like, no, they won't accept that. They will look down on me. They will make fun of me. Da-da-da-da. You are getting so far past that. This is what makes you so freaking bad. This is what makes you savage. You're like, you're always evolving. So whatever you know is not acceptable and not the norm at your 9 to 5, in your family's house, in whatever place where everyone's real judgy, you're gonna go in there anyways and be you. And this is a way that you are going to liberate yourself. You are doing a lot of metaphoric cleaning. I don't know what's a word. You're metaphorically cleaning house and actually cleaning house, because that might help you with anxiety. You have a lot of gifts too. You can see things ahead of time, or like, let's say you like run into a couple, like you can see their future. I don't know if you necessarily want to, but you can see if it's gonna work out for them or not. You can also sometimes hear things that like haven't happened yet, or like let's say that there's people whispering about you. You like know what they're saying, and they could be really far away. Like not trying to like weird you out, but like you guys hear things and you know things. You have this inner knowing, and you need to listen to that. It's like you are able to transition to the spirit realm. There could have been some friends that you have that you wonder like what happened, why did they switch up on me, why did they ghost me, like why did they turn their back on me. And I feel like it's because your light was shining so bright and they couldn't handle your truth on top of that.
Yep.
They could not.
Many can't.
Some friends walked away from you and shut you out because they could not handle your truth on top of how magnetic and attractive you are.
Exactly.
You do things that other people just don't do. And other people like think that it's luck, and it's like, no. They have no idea how much overthinking or how you drove yourself crazy. They have no idea about any of that. You guys can have fear that you're working through right now because you're in the unknown. You're in the unknown and you know what you're not supposed to be doing. You're like, I shouldn't be overanalyzing. I shouldn't be sitting in self-limiting beliefs. I shouldn't be doing any of that. But for those of you that were wondering, what happened to so-and-so and that other friend that I have, like, why did they switch up? Why did they just ghost me? Why did they block me? Like, what the frick is wrong with them? It's because however you called them out, and you did it in the nicest way. When you really care about somebody, like, you are still very kind in your delivery, and they still couldn't handle being called out by you. So you were in a position where you are calling back your power more than ever, and whatever you are fearing, you are seeing like you don't have to fear. You don't have to be scared. You are allowed to take risks. You are allowed to take a chance, but you could be like not sleeping well, or sweating more than normal. Let me know in the comments. Spirit is saying release your guilt. Release your guilt that you aren't doing things right. Surround yourself with love. A lot of those people, they needed to go. They needed to go because they weren't surrounding you in actual love and support. You feel used by a lot of people. And that's why you're about to meet your tribe, your other people, and Group 7.
Yep.
You guys just don't, you're not just going to let somebody openly harm you or sabotage you. You had people in your life that were doing that. You need to release your guilt
Thank you.
that these people were for you in any way, shape, or form. Because they were not. Okay? So be
Hi, Kate.
honest with yourself.
Thank you, Kate.
About
I
what
appreciate
they
you,
did
Kate.
and the part that they
Thank you,
played.
Kate.
If this is a relationship, be honest with yourself about the role that they played. Like, do you really want to go back to that? Like, no. And sometimes it can be confusing because we can feel like we still grew out of that chaos, but we were born in chaos, okay? Since the minute you took your first breath,
Yup.
you have dealt with a crazy amount of chaos. And even dealing with these relationships or this friend, you still got it up out of the mud. Now you're learning how to get it up out of the mud.
Oh, God.
Without the chaos unfolding. Be yourself.
Oh my God. That was terrible.
A lot of people try to make you feel bad about who you really are. Like, ew. And that is something that you're working on. Like, no, this is me. I am bad AF. I'm a rule breaking, 12 sandwich eating, patty cake plain, screaming off the top of a mountain. Generational curse breaking, savage, baddie. And I am ready to heal. I don't care about anybody's opinion. Because sometimes we can pretend like we don't care about other people's opinions, but it can still affect us. You are learning that you don't need other people's wings to fly. They need your wings to fly. You don't need their wings to fly. But so many people have tried to dominate you, laugh in your face, play in your face. There's so many situations that you've had to heal from where you maybe were not very kind to yourself after the fact because you just didn't even know what to do. You maybe tried to drink the pain away or do other things, and now you're seeing like, I'm not doing that. People try to dominate you, cross your boundaries. No. Now your boundaries are sky high, and you're not apologizing.
That's right.
It's time for a treat. It's time for a treat.
Hey.
Affirm it below. I feel like treating myself. I set the intention that you will see this and know your worth. I set the intention that all the Group 7s are going to start getting together and going out for coffee or becoming friends online. I set that intention for the world. Oh, I love that. I am always enough. You are no longer doing robotic affirmations either. Like,
Yeah.
you're only going to say things that you really mean. You're not going to chase away your self-limiting beliefs. You are also good at shifting or adapting to certain environments when you need to, but you're learning to like not go in environments where you have to do that, or you have to shift into a certain mode that you don't resonate with anymore. Somebody needs to hear that. You are also going to stop judging yourself too harshly or being mean to yourself when you want to sing, when you want to have fun, when you want to be silly. People really like that about you and they find that endearing. But maybe you're worried about doing that in front of the wrong people because you feel like so many people in the past have used you, misjudged you, poked fun, and that just doesn't feel good because when you deal with people poking fun, it's just not one person. You always have people tuning up, and you've dealt with a lot of stalkers, a lot of energy vampires, a lot of narcissists, because your light brings in a lot of darkness as well. So you've had to learn how to be really tough and slay all the dragons when necessary. You show people I am not the one. I am a protected child of God. Like, I have this tattoo on my arm that says God's little mermaid. Don't try me. Don't try me. You are going to be going places this next week where it's going to show you've arrived. I don't know who tried to count you out. I don't know who that was. I don't know who tried to count you out or tried to set you up for failure, but it's not going to work. You make a setup look despicable. You make it look blatantly obvious that, like, you're not the one. I don't know how to explain that. Somebody could try to make your workday hard, and you just show them, like, what? You're not scared. And you are showing people what goes around comes around, so they should really think twice. You have had to be brave in situations where other people would run. Do you understand that? You have been in situations where other people would cower, they would run, they would beg, they would plead. You have incredible strength because of this. You are going to be showing people in this new era that you've got backup, so they better back off. You are going to be showing people in this new era that you are the villain and you control the narrative here. You control the narrative. You're the director, the producer, the main character. You are going to be showing people, like, I am not only not the one, but I will rewrite the story with the swipe of my pen. You've had to heal from a lot of heartache in the last year and a half. And you, in such a small amount of time, like, you can obtain so much wisdom in a very small amount of time. People, like, cannot keep up with you. You could run circles around the fastest person. It doesn't matter how fast they think they are. You've dealt with more chaos that you know how to outrun certain things that happen in life. So yeah, you're going through this powerful energy shift. Is there anything else that the collective needs to know? Spirit, what I'm channeling is Spirit wants you to treat your body better, wants you to be nicer to your body, wants you to slow down, to enjoy life, to enjoy the roses, to be more present. Slow down to smell the roses. This is your parade. This is your feast. So you're going to be slowing it down. You've always had to move really fast. Spirit wants you to unplug more. Yeah, and enjoy your life. Like, you don't have to rush anymore. So again, congratulations if you're seeing this. You're group 7, and you're going to be making some new friends. And you also have a lot of good news on the way. You are going to be seeing 7s everywhere, 777, 333. Your luck is changing. Maybe you feel like you've had a lot of bad luck this last year and a half, and you're like, okay, I'm ready for something different. So yeah, your luck is changing. I'm setting the intention that our luck is changing. Yes, okay. If you guys made it all the way to the end of this message, let me know by dropping an animal down below, okay? An animal emoji. And yeah, don't forget to smash up this video. Smash the thumbs up button, hit the bell, you know, all the things. Hype up this video if you resonated, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Or stay tuned for the alternate ending.
A few moments later.
Okay, if you made it for the alternate ending, that means that you want to see an unboxing because it's fun. We are going to be opening a bad kid kippo. Make sure that you are dropped it. make sure that
excuse
you
me.
are subscribed because I am going to be doing some Labubu's and some Namis and some other delectables. And I'm going to be doing a live giveaway, a live plushie giveaway and a live blind box giveaway. So you want to be on our notification gang for that. Okay, so far we have this little guy, Stubborn, this little guy, Alone, and this little guy, what was his name? Healing. And I would really
Kippo?
like Perseverance, because he comes with a little bell on him. But either way, we'll be happy, and then there is the secret. Are we ready? If you guys enjoy these unboxings, let me know in the comments. You guys can also follow my secret channel, Pookie LaRue. Okay? For extra exclusive content. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Okay.
How does she... How the hell does she operate with those nails?
Bell, it's not ringing. I don't think this is a bell. Oh, he's so cute, though. Look at him. We don't have him. Oh, my gosh. How cute. Look at his little red buttons. I think I have one more of these to open, or did I just open number 4? I think I just opened the 4th one. Dang it. We'll have to order some. But we have Bad Kid Kippo. We got Rebel. Oh my gosh, this is perfect for group 7. Look. You are wanted, bestie. Bad Kid Kippo. Rebel. Shut the front door. I have the chills. Okay, so we got Rebel. I knew you were a rebel when you walked in. Rebel, rebel, rebel. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. And he has this cute little patch. He's got a cute little patch right here. And his little hands and feet move. He is so cute. But if you like the boo-boos and other things, we will be opening some of those. I've been saving them for a live stream. You guys can also follow my Patreon down below. That's where ad-free exclusive content goes. And yeah, I'm so excited because I'm going to do bigger unboxing live. But I will see you guys in the next one. If you made it to the very, very, very end, let me know by saying, baby, I'm a rebel too. We normally say, baby, I'm a gangster too. But if you made it to the secret ending, let me know by saying, baby, I'm a rebel too. I love you guys. Bye.
Oh shit, she found me.
We basically had to start visualizing. There's certain people who were very innovative who started imagining this thing called a plane. You know, people being able to fly in the sky in some sort of aircraft or some sort of vehicle. So at that time, that was wishful thinking to normal people who were in logic and thinking rationally. But if it weren't for the people who had the imagination and who held that vision of flight in their imagination, it wouldn't have been birthed into physical reality. And it's the same thing for everything. This mic, you know, this outfit, this plant, this chair, everything first had to
Yeah,
exist
boy.
in somebody's mind on the mental plane before it could be birthed on the physical plane. So that is the order of creation in reality. So it's far from wishful thinking. Imagination is the birthplace of physical reality, whether you like it or not. That is a fact. Most people don't realize the power of their imagination because they stay so trapped in thinking logically and thinking about what they know and what's familiar that they never get to experience the power that their imagination has by imagining something new. The second myth is that manifestation is unscientific, or there's no actual proof that manifestation is real. You're going to believe what you believe according to your programmed belief system. Okay. But I implore you to start opening your mind and gathering evidence. If you think that this is something that could help you in your life, why not see what other possibilities are out there? This is why what I did when I was a huge skeptic about manifestation. And what I found was manifestation is actually very much supported by science. So if we look at quantum mechanics, we know that when probabilities are observed by an external observer, they collapse into particles, meaning our conscious observation of possibilities in the quantum field is what collapses them into physical form. So that's the quantum physics perspective. But even if we look at things like the placebo effect, we know our minds are very powerful. We know our minds have the potential to heal our body physically. If you look at something like hypnosis, people can be hypnotized into healing physical illnesses. They can be hypnotized into acting like a monkey. Why? Because we have a subconscious mind that rules our body, rules all the functions in our body, rules our perception, rules everything. And so when you realize the power of your mind and you know that this is backed by neuroscience and quantum mechanics and many other fields, you can start to kind of uproot this limiting belief that it's just not scientific or it's not backed by anything real or logical. But even if we take that argument, science is just one field of information. And if you go back thousands and thousands of years, the original scientists were essentially the Hermetics, who were these ancient philosophers, and alchemy was the first ever science to exist. Science and spirituality used to be one. They used to be one thing. And over time, as we became a more left-brain society, the two branched out into two different domains. Spirituality became woo-woo, not founded in logic, and then science became something that we started worshipping as a fundamental truth. But if you look back thousands of years ago at the ancient Hermetic texts, and even like the Kabbalah, things like that, you can see the principles that were spoken about back then are only now being confirmed in modern science. So the argument that manifestation is not scientific puts science on a pedestal above everything else. And I would implore you to question that even as a whole. Why are you taking science as law? And thousands of years ago, the original scientists were the very ones speaking about the power of our energy and our mind. Okay, myth number 3, you just have to think positive. Positive thinking is not manifestation. Positive thinking is a component of transformation. It can be helpful, but it is not the full picture. You cannot fake your way into alignment through toxic positivity and affirmations. What is manifestation really? Okay, if you're trying to manifest change in physical reality, you have to change within. As within, as without. If you don't change within, the without won't change. Okay, outside you cannot change. And so for you to be thinking more positively, yes, that's great, and that can be one component of it. But really, if you're trying to go to a new reality, you have to be thinking in alignment with that reality, and not just thinking. You have to be believing and identifying as the version of you who's already in that reality. That's how you align energetically with a new physical reality. And so what manifestation actually is aligning your energy to the version of you who's already in your desired reality.
Yep.
It's not actually anything to do with thinking positive. The version of you who's in your desired reality, they might not be that positive, okay? They can still have negative thoughts, but they have the outcome.
Whoa.
So it's not about thinking positive, it's about aligning your energy. So your belief system is in alignment with your desired reality, your identity is in alignment with your desired reality, your thoughts are in alignment with your desired reality, your emotions and your attention are in alignment with your desired reality. Myth number 4, you have to be high vibe all the time. I could do a whole video on this, and I just might. In fact, I kind of have done a video on this. It's the shadow work video, so go and watch that if this resonates with you. You do not need to be high vibe all the time in order to manifest a change in your reality.
That's
in
a
fallacy.
fallacy.
Needing to be high vibe all the time is probably slowing you down because that creates resistance towards any negativity coming to the surface. And when
You gotta be neutral.
you're actually doing manifestation of a change correctly, and you're changing your energy, you're changing your your identity, you're changing your belief system. Your old self needs to die. If that's what you're doing, your old self needs to die. And that can bring up feelings of fear, that can bring up feelings of grief, that can bring up feelings of doubt as the old self falls away and the new self is brought in. And so for you to be thinking, okay, I've started this journey, and this is so common, I've started this journey trying to manifest something, and now I feel terrible. Now I feel like all my deepest, darkest fears are coming to the surface. Great. You're doing it right. Perfect. You're right on time. I don't think I've had one client who's gone through a serious shift internally who has not had some negativity come to the surface, to be honest. Because, okay, again, this is going to be a whole thing, but I'll keep it short of it. Your consciousness is shifting from playing one character to playing another character, so that your frequency can be resonant with another physical reality. That's all that manifestation is. And so, in order for your consciousness to be able to shift into another state,
I'm gonna get worried.
the blockages internally that are not resonant with that state, with that version of you. So we're all walking around here as consciousness, okay, as fractals of source consciousness. And we are limited from seeing
I'm gonna get worried.
capacity and seeing our potential.
Here we go.
We're these kind of small, limited, fearful beings because of things that we just stored internally. And so as you're going throughout the process of freeing yourself from your old identity and from your old life, the things you
Was that the hatch there?
that have kept you trapped in that old life and that old
Floating
identity,
around.
need to come out. And when something was stored with pain, it's going to come to the surface and be released with pain. I got that from the Untethered Soul, I think. I think Michael Singer said that.
Nice.
When it's stored with pain, it's going to come up with pain. It's going to be released with pain. And you trying to be high vibe all the time is slowing that process down. You know, the enlightened masters, super conscious beings, they don't have any of this stuff stored inside because they didn't resist this stuff when it came up. They let things pass through them.
Yep.
They let anger, negativity, fear
Exactly.
pass through them rather than resisting it, trying to be high vibe. So a truly spiritual person embraces their darkness. I'm going to leave
Oh yeah.
shadow work. I think it's called Embrace Your Darkness. So if you need more guidance on that, you can watch that. But no, you absolutely do not need to be high vibe all the time. In fact, if you could stop trying to be high vibe all the time and just be honest with yourself and be self-aware, you will make so much more progress. Myth number 5, if it's not happening, I'm doing it wrong. If I can't see it in my reality, it must not be working. Physical
Oh,
manifestation
but it is working.
is the final 1% of the process of manifestation. So 99% of manifestation is completed before you see it in physical reality. Why? Because physical reality is the lowest vibrational realm, okay? If we look at the map of like scales of consciousness, we have the spiritual plane, which is the highest form of consciousness. We have the mental plane, which is like a middle form, and then we have the physical plane, which is the lowest form of consciousness. It's the densest. It's 3D reality, if you want to conceptualize it like that. The mental plane is 4D, 5D, and above that is the spiritual, 60, 70, etc., etc. And so it is an end result of the
Yes, it is.
preceding planes of existence.
Yes, it is.
So the shift needs to happen mentally, energetically, spiritually,
Yep.
emotionally,
Yep.
and then it will happen physically.
It always
So
starts
there is a
mentally and
time lag
spiritually
usually
first.
with the manifestation process for it to be reflected physically in front of you, and this is where most people fail in trying to manifest a change in reality. They get too caught up in seeing the change in reality,
Yep.
and they decide, okay, it's not working, and then they change their energy internally, and then that's what kills the manifestation
Burp,
externally.
burp, burp, burp,
So
burp.
manifesting something, and I say this all the time in my community especially, manifesting a change
Oh.
internally has to be enough, because that is manifestation.
Yes,
It's
it is.
not actually about the external reality. You are the cause, okay? Your energy, your identity, your emotions, your beliefs are the things that are aligning you with different experiences in physical reality. So
Indeed.
using physical reality to dictate your state and say, okay, I don't see it outside me yet, so I'm going to let all this doubt come in, I'm going to let all this fear come in, and I'm going to change what I'm doing and change my beliefs and change my energy and just give up. That's what's
Never
actually
give
blocking
up.
your physical manifestation. And part of what's probably stopping it and delaying it even more is you waiting to see it externally.
Yep.
You have to be so okay with the internal transformation that you've had and let that be your manifestation to the point that you don't even need to see it outside you. That's when you will see it. I'm going to give you an analogy to help you with this. Think about when you plant a seed in the ground. That's the same as when you change your belief, or when you change your identity, or when you set a new intention. You've planted the seed internally.
Yep.
What do you need to do then? You need to let it go and let it grow. So essentially,
Let it go and let it grow.
Your energy internally, when you shift
Yep,
what you're
yep.
thinking about in your mind, you are then you're changing your energy, and then you're allowing and you're surrendering it to the spiritual plane, to God, to the infinite, to figure out
To the
how.
all that
Because
is.
that is the realm where everything already exists. You're
Yeah.
not going to be the one to actually create the thing that you desire. You're just aligning with it with your energy. So you plant the energetic seed, then you let it go. You let it go. You coming in and looking for it and trying to figure out what, when, where, how, why, is basically you trying to come in and dig the seed out and build the plant with your two hands. Let nature unfold this for you. Let life unfold this for you like it does with everything. This universe has been here for 14 billion years.
Sure
And
has.
all the things in nature, our bodies, our brains, us as human beings, everything that exists was not created by you. And so your desired reality is actually not going to be created by you either. Just like the plant in the ground coming out of the seed is not going to be created by you. You need to plant it and leave it alone. And so that's an analogy that can really help you when you feel the need to come in and look for something. Let life unfold it for you. Let the universe, let God unfold this for you. Get out of the way and it will come so much faster. Myth number 7, negative thoughts attract bad things. This is not necessarily true. Of course, if you're thinking negatively all the time, that has a compounding effect.
Sure does.
It depends on how you interact with your negative thoughts. So instead of spiraling into more negativity and judging yourself when you notice that you've been in a negative thought pattern, you have to start looking at this stuff as feedback. You know, just like the emotional state and not being high vibe all the time. If you have an emotional low, you have to take the lessons and observe what's happening and move through it with compassion for yourself and for your journey, okay?
Yep.
And it's the same thing with negative thoughts. You know, if you notice that you're thinking negatively, use it as feedback. Ask yourself,
That's why
where
whenever
are these thoughts coming from? What belief is driving it?
That's why whenever I'm negative, or when I'm not having my highest timeline, like I don't guilt myself or beat myself up for things like that.
Is there a way that I'm looking at something that's causing me to think like this? And figure out the source of the negativity. It can be a blessing actually sometimes to have this stuff come up, because you can realize, wow, I have this belief that's been programmed into me that's been causing me to think like this every time, for example, I get in the car, every time I have a meeting, whatever it is. So when you use negative thoughts as feedback, they actually will help your manifestation, because they will help you shift your energy, which is the whole point of manifestation. So it's not even about controlling your thoughts, it's about observing them. They're actually a great opportunity to detach from the ego and observe the ego. If you were thinking positively all the time, you would find it more difficult to actually step out of the ego self, because you would want to be in your ego self, because it's positive in there. You're thinking happy thoughts, you're thinking good things. And so you can get more attached to your ego, because your ego is the one that gets attached to the thoughts, right? But if you're thinking negatively, it actually might force you and push you to step outside and start detaching from your thoughts, which will help you to detach from the ego, okay? Because the ego is the one that attaches to the thoughts. And eventually, when you get this detachment from your thoughts consistently, I mean, the whole reason I even started meditating was because I had so many negative and unhelpful thoughts, and I just wanted them to shut the hell up so I can relax for a minute. But when you meditate consistently, that's where you get to. You realize you're not these thoughts. These thoughts are basically like different clouds passing by, which is kind of the truth in the mental plane. All of these thought forms exist. You're just connecting your consciousness to different ones, and your ego likes different thought forms more than others based on what you've stored inside you. But you, as the conscious observer, as the higher consciousness within, you can take your awareness back off any thought at any moment with enough practice. So negative thoughts can be a gift because they can show you, okay, you can step back from this, you can observe this, and that's where your power is. If you're briefly in a negative spiral, that is not going to ruin your manifestation. What's most important is your overall energy, your overall identity, your overall belief system. Myth number 8, manifestation means doing nothing and waiting. This is a very, very common trap.
This is a very dangerous one.
Not necessarily true. There are some things that can be manifested into your experience without much action. That is true. But typically, if you're looking for a big shift in your reality, you have to shift your consciousness on all the planes of existence. So on the spiritual plane, on the mental plane, and on the physical plane. You need to align on all 3 planes for manifestation to occur, like I said, okay? So first, you align your mind. You align your beliefs, your thoughts, your identity, your focus, all of that. Then you surrender, okay? So that's where you let it go, and you don't keep forcing and taking action out of fear. You surrender it to the spiritual for things to unfold as life naturally does. And then when you receive intuition or an idea or an insight or an opportunity that feels aligned and feels right, that is your prompt to take action. We are here on this physical plane. You know, a lot of spiritual people, they want to bypass a lot of things and they want to just live in their third eye and float on a cloud. But we're here in this physical plane. And so when you get an insight, when you get an opportunity knocking at your door, God gave you a body and arms and legs and a mind and eyes and ears and a voice. You are supposed to take action. That's the final 1% of your manifestation, okay, is to do things on this physical plane, to receive things on this physical plane. And so when you align mentally, spiritually, then you are supposed to take action because that's you aligning physically. So it's not about doing nothing. Myth number 9, you have to visualize every detail perfectly.
Nope.
This is something that is spoken about a lot actually in the manifestation community, and I've joined courses and groups and read books that really emphasize like, oh, you need...
I'm gonna do Barbarasta Barbaca. Barbarasta Barbaca. I'm not gonna get it better than that. This song is trending. It's a German song. I thought it would be funny to do a drum rope routine to it. Barbaca. No? Barbaca. How do I do that normally? Barbaca. Oh my god, it's fast. Let's just try that with the music. Oh, why was I trying to release when I've got my phone in my hand? Imagine if I'd released my phone. You just try and get it with the music. Ow! Oh, it's fast. Oh, I hit my tooth. Oh, so fast. That'll do. That's a wrap in it. I'm gonna do Barbarasta Barbaca. Barbarasta Barbaca. I'm not gonna get it better than that. This song is trending. It's a German song.
Need to be so on it with visualization, and yes, it's such a powerful tool, but I have manifested a lot of changes into my reality that I didn't visualize, or I visualized maybe once or twice, but not all that clearly. So what's more important than visualization is, once again, energetic alignment in your identity, in your belief system, in your self-concept, in your emotional state, in your focus. That's more important. So visualization is a tool that can help you get there. But if you're finding it difficult to visualize, that doesn't mean that you're still not going to get there. Okay?
Exactly.
A lot of people find it difficult to visualize. By the way, if you have a dysregulated nervous system, go regulate your nervous system first and then try to visualize it. You'll find it a lot easier. But you don't need to be so regimented. It's something I see in so many people. They're so regimented about visualizing and making it so specific and so perfect, and they're so on it to the point that it's actually harming their self-concept and their emotional state because they're being so strict with themselves. They're not allowing any room for error, and they're saying, if I don't get this perfectly, then I'm not going to be able to manifest. And that's what's messing up the alignment and the manifestation. So what's more powerful is, yes, visualize. You know, I've manifested a lot of things through visualizing something a couple of times, and then I felt my energy was in a good place and it was aligned, so I just rolled with that. I didn't keep forcing visualizations, but it felt forced. So put your energy and alignment with the version of you who you know you need to become, that's resonant with your desired reality, put that on the pedestal. And visualization is only useful when it helps you achieve that end result. What are you doing in visualization? This is how I explain it in the whole point of visualization is you're connecting your consciousness to a parallel reality, and you're tuning into the frequency of the version of you who's there already. So you're introducing that frequency to your energy when you visualize. But you can maintain that frequency through many other practices. You know, you can do it through scripting, you can do it through journaling, you can do it just through meditating. There are many, many ways you can maintain it. Myth number 10, manifestation works for others, but it doesn't work for me. Well, this is a huge misconception because you're actually manifesting right now, whether you believe it or not. You've manifested, unbeknownst to you, everything in your reality up until this moment, based on the energy that you've had up until this moment. And so you are constantly manifesting. It's not something that's out of your scope. You do it as naturally as breathing. The hurdle that you're probably bumping into is you're trying to take something that was once unconscious and you're trying to now do it consciously. And so this is the difficulty that people have with manifestation. It's like you're trying to take something as natural as breathing and trying to force yourself through doing it, forgetting that it's completely natural to you. There's a lot of reasons why you might be holding on to this belief. You might be scared to act. You might have low self-worth, which is core of a lot of people's struggles in manifestation. Not seeing their power, not seeing their value, not believing they're worthy or good enough. That's the stuff that really destroys you from seeing what you're actually capable of when it comes to manifesting a change in your life. If you're coming into this with a victim mindset, you're going to think that nothing works for you, when in fact, it's the belief that it will work for you that is stopping it from working for you.
Yep.
And so you've got to start healing anything that's telling you you're not good enough, that you're not capable, because that's all a lie. We all have the same creative consciousness within us. It's just our programming and our trauma that stops us from really believing it. And
Exactly.
I just want to say, as a broad sweeping statement, if you're trying to manifest change in your reality to escape some kind of pain or some kind of fear or some kind of insecurity, it's not going to work. You need to heal the pain. You need to heal the insecurity. You need to release the fear and face it.
Yep.
Then you will see the manifestation in physical reality.
Bar.
Why? Because you've changed internally, which is all that manifestation actually is. What can happen when you're coming from a place of lack, when you're coming from a place of trying to fill a void through manifesting something in your physical reality, is you end up trying all these techniques, trying all these tools, you spend so much energy getting this help and doing all of this stuff, then you start thinking, why me? Why do I have to do all of this stuff? Why am I so broken? Really, at the root of it, all you ever had to do was heal the stuff that's stopping you from loving yourself and accepting yourself. And when you can make changes from that energy, those are the changes that are going to work. Those are the changes that are going to last. Because you're changing yourself because you love yourself, not because you're running away from yourself. I always give this analogy, and I don't know how we've segued over here, but I just felt this was important to say as an overarching misconception on manifestation. It's not going to heal you. You know, no external thing is going to heal you. And I always give this analogy, you know, when we think about, okay, I'm going to go over here, I'm going to get this thing, I'm going to get this person, I'm going to achieve this success, and then I'm going to be healed and secure. It's like your energy, for example, is a house, okay? And in your house, you've got goblins in the basement. I don't know where this analogy came from. You've got goblins in the basement of your house. Those goblins are your fears, your insecurities, your anxieties, all of these things. You saying, I'm going to go and get this thing is basically like you running out of your house, going down the street, going into someone else's house, and trying to get something from them. Or going to the pub, or going to, I don't know, wherever else. And trying to like get all these things and buy all of these things. The goblins are still in your basement, in your house. None of that fixed it. And so manifestation feels like a very forward-moving, action-taking, go-and-getting action, but it's not. It's about coming home, releasing your inner blockages and the things that are stopping you from seeing your power and from loving yourself and fully valuing yourself. And when you do that, then you're able to make changes that feel empowered and inspired and aligned. And that is when you become a truly powerful person because you actually believe in yourself. You don't need all these techniques. You don't need all of these things outside you. When you stop chasing things outside you, they stop running from you. Okay? If any of these myths resonated with you, it's because you know on some level that manifestation is real. Maybe you've just been looking at it the wrong way and you haven't been able to actually integrate it in a way that really resonates with the truth. If you want specific resources to help you integrate everything that came up today to help you shift your identity, rewire your belief systems, change your energy, define your authority, have community and lifelong relationship, and guided meditations and everything you need to help you through this process. That's all for this video, guys. I hope it helped. Please remember you have everything you need to create the life of your dreams. You just have to let go of all the noise and tune back into yourself. I'll see you all next week.
Buddha was born wealthy. Christ had abundance wherever he went. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, became wealthy and extremely resourceful. And Krishna was known for his opulence. My point being, spiritual niggas make it seem as if being wealthy and rich is diametrically opposed to being spiritual. But I want you to take a look at this list. Some of the world's most profound
Live stream's at 712 minutes, so I'll be ending it shortly. Uh-huh. Good. I played my role. I did it. I held them off. All right, y'all. Okay, Google, turn on light. Thank you all so much for coming on today. Appreciate it. Thank you to Olga for the gift. I appreciate that very, very much. It means a lot to me. I really, really mean that. Yeah. Remember that you don't have to overcome anything. You are already perfect and complete. And just stay in that. In your inner world, you are whole and complete. You got everything. You are the creator. You are the ultimate revealer. You are whole and complete. You are divine. I love you all. Thank you for coming on today. I'll be starting a live stream maybe a little bit later tomorrow. We'll see, because I got to take the car to the place. So I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now. Have a great night. Thank you. Bye.